and Copenhagen Wolves, they could finish the game right here.
5 men together, 25 minutes, 3 wins, LCS.
I just want to play now, really. I'm here to win.
I'm not nervous. I actually tried really hard to not get too nervous, that it's like, oh, it's the game of my life.
I'm really confident, actually.
There's a lot of pressure being in the LCS.
When you are in the LCS, you are recognized as one of the best players in Europe.
I definitely want to go back there, and I'm motivated to get back there.
We'll be drawing first blood against Europe.
We have to prove ourselves, we have to make a strong impression.
I want to win for NA.
I want to win the Battle of Atlantic.
I want to be with SKD on the World Finals. Step by step, first you have to play the relegation.
I'm not really here for the money or any of that, I just want to play.
I've practiced a lot. We've practiced a lot as a team as well. I want to compete, I want to play at the highest level.
I was on Super Hot Crew and now I'm on SK Gaming.
I'm there now, so I guess they should just move along. LCS spot's mine.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to day 2 of the 2014 European LCS Spring Promotion Tournament. I'm Evie Schok, supporter alongside Trevor Quickshot Henry and Rivington Bisland III, and we are back here at our LCS studios in Cologne, Germany.
And today we have a couple huge matchups coming your way. Up first, Alliance, formerly Team Evil Geniuses, and their new roster make their professional debut as they take on Team Dignitas in the Battle of the Atlantic.
And of course, after that, SK Gaming faces off against the Super Hot Crew for a spot in the LCS and our second Spring Promotion Series.
Now, I know that everyone has a lot to say about today's incredible matches, but that's going to have to wait, because right now I want to talk a little bit about yesterday's best of 5 between the Copenhagen Wolves and Meet Your Makers.
Yeah, the Wolves started off really slowly in that series. You know, they dropped the game to MYM, but then they did pick up 3 victories back to back to back. They locked in that 6th LCS spot. And the thing that I think the Wolves need to take away from that series is that they were really slow in game 1. And the reason I highlight that, the 2014 season is all about best of ones. It's a best of one against multiple teams over a weekend. They cannot afford to start slowly next year.
Well, if you remember their wins coming yesterday, the first game was still a big name on Forgiven. Almost 500 CS, reaching that mark. Then in the next games, carried his team. So big ups to him. A lot of people weren't sure if he could fill the shoes of Reckless. So coming into the season, Forgiven is going to be huge. And we have to remember, he was strong on Caitlyn. Not a lot of the ADs have been using that lately.
Absolutely fantastic performance by him and the entire team. And with their series win Friday, the Copenhagen Wolves have earned the 6th spot in the 2014 European LCS Spring Split, joining Fnatic, Lemon Dogs, Gambit, Alliance, and Team Alternate. Now 6 spots spoken for, 2 more to go. Now to get us up to date on all of today's action, let's send it over to D-Man and Jad at the desk for a look at the schedule.
Thank you very much, Shox. I am Lee Dearman Smith, and alongside me once again is Joshua Jack Leesman. We are here in our brand new studios in Cologne. And today we're not only going to be bringing you the promotion tournament matches between SK Gaming and the Super Hot Crew, but the pros are going to be taking to the LCS stage for the first time since the World Championships. So let's check out the schedule. Up first today, it is going to be the inaugural matchup in the Battle of the Atlantic. The Summer Split's 2 4th-place teams will be taken to the Rift as Froggen and Alliance, previously known as Evil Geniuses, will be battling Skara and Team Dignitas for an early lead in the Intercontinental Showdown.
And after that, it's time for our second best of 5 Spring Promotion Tournament matchup, which is SK Gaming versus the Super Hot Crew.
So, before the first blood has been drawn on the Rift in today's Battle of the Atlantic, let's break down exactly how this tournament will work for you guys at home. As we just told you, today the 4th-place teams from Season 3's Summoner Split, Alliance and Dignitas will be facing off first. Then, on Sunday, it's going to be the 2 2nd-place teams. That is going to be the Lemon Dogs and Team Solar Mid.
And next Friday, the Battle of the Atlantic will continue in North America as the Summer Split's 2 5th-place teams, Team Alternate and Counter Logic Gaming, are going to take to the Rift. Following that, the 3rd-place squads, Gambit and XDG, who was formerly Vulcan, will be on Saturday. And then on Sunday, Season 3's top LCS teams will clash when Cloud9 looks for some revenge against Fnatic.
Now, all of these matches, they are going to be best of 3s with the winners earning themselves some points for their respective regions, but it's not that simple. The matches between 4th and 5th place teams, they're worth just 1 point. The series between 2nd and 3rd place, that's worth 2 points. And of course, that battle for 1st place, Cloud9 versus Fnatic, that's worth 3 points.
Yeah, the most important battle, really. And the region with the most points at the end of the Battle of the Atlantic will not only win prestige and cash, they'll have the upper hand in the war of words between the LCS regions. I mean, if you remember, North America had that war after the All-Star game.
Yeah, I guess you could say that, but you know, Europe with the World Championships kind of kicked your ass.
If you say so.
I do say so. And if you guys want to start some of that smack talk between the regions right now, then head over to Twitter and let us know which region will win the Battle of the Atlantic and why.
Of course, we're at LOL Esports, and be sure to use the hashtag LCS because we'll be reading the best answers on the air later today.
Then, when you're done talking trash, head on over to lolesports.com and vote for the winners of this weekend's promotion tournament.
Yeah, once you're at lolesports.com, just click on the schedule at the top of the page and pick the teams you think will be playing in the LCS this spring.
And remember, if you want to watch the North American Spring Promotion Tournament and the final matches in the Battle of the Atlantic as part of the audience in our very new Los Angeles studios, we've got 2 new studios. It's fantastic. Then get over to lolesports.com.
Yeah, and to get those, just click on the Battle of the Atlantic tab and purchase the tickets for whichever day that you want to attend.
Now, while Jat and I resolve our intercontinental differences, let's send it over to Shox and Quickshot, easy for me to say, that's for sure, who are hanging out with one of the pros who will be taking part in the Battle Atlantic. It's Fnatic's Xpeke.
Thank you very much, D-Man. And like he said, right now we're happy to be joined by Fnatic's Xpeke, who'll be hanging out with us all day in the studio to help us break down the action. Thanks for helping out, Xpeke.
No, thank you for bringing me here. This is cool. Never did this, and it's gonna be cool. Great experience to see the studio as well. It's super huge.
Yeah, absolutely, really cool. But you know, we recently saw you play at IEM Cologne, and gotta be honest, you guys got smashed by Gambit there. And what did you take from that? What did you learn from that?
Smash? Oh well. Wait.
Hey, the truth is harsh.
Yeah, it hurts. It hurts.
No sweet talk here, right into no, but seriously, what did you learn from that?
Well, I don't know. What can we say? Like, we didn't practice a lot. We practiced for CLG mostly. That went well. And we didn't think Gambit was going to prepare so much, to be honest. Like, we thought they were going to be like us, practice a bit, not that great, but they did practice a lot. And yeah, they just smashed us, like you say.
So what does that do to you guys after you get taken up by Gambit in the finals, knowing that you've got this sort of little bit of an off season? You know, 2014 season only starts in January, but you know Battle of the Atlantic's coming up. So how does Fnatic take the loss, deal with the off season, and prepare to beat NA again in Battle of the Atlantic? Like, how does your team handle that?
I think it's good that that happened, because if we won that game without practice, I think all of us would have been like really confident, like, okay, we don't need practice. So we will have to start to practice less and less and less. And we will have probably lose versus C9. We might still lose, but I don't think so.
So now you'll be better geared.
Yeah, we have been, since then, we have been practicing every day at least 5 hours. So it's a lot. Like every day we wake up, we start practicing, we take a break, then we practice again, and it helped. Like we have improved a lot. At first we were winning some games, losing some games, but we could see that we were playing really bad. But now we are winning a lot of games. Even the games we lose, we are doing like really good stuff. It's really close. If we lose, it's because the other team did something really good or a small mistake. So I feel a lot better. Thanks to that lose, I think we'll do much better.
All right, you feel better geared up to go up against Cloud9, and we know that Europe kind of likes to prove that they're better than other regions. What do you think about the other Europeans or European teams here? Will they have what it takes to beat the American teams?
I think it's gonna be a bit close, but I think Europe has a better chance. Like, I think Alliance is a really good team. I haven't seen much of them. We used practice versus them a bit, but I haven't seen them play actual tournaments. Still, I think they're gonna win this game. Lemondos versus TSM, it's the only one that I don't think Europe will. But Europe is winning anyways. Bjersen is with them. He's representing Europe right there. So.
He's a turncoat. There's a turncoat.
Yeah,
he's full traitor.
Europe wins 2 already. Which one is the next? I forgot.
Then you've
us.
Yeah,
another win more. And
yeah, Alternate versus CLG.
Yep. Alternate, another win more for Europe. Yeah. Which one else is left?
And of course, Fnatic's going to lose to Cloud9.
Oh, yeah.
Finish it all out.
There you go.
I already say we're winning now.
But I want to ask quite seriously, because of course you've already said that you feel that Alliance is probably going to take out Dignitas. We're about to see that game in a few moments. Tomorrow, TSM versus Lemondogs. Now, Lemondogs, this is a team we haven't seen a lot of. You know, we know a couple of the names. We know I'm So Fresh. We know Schleyer. The bottom lane is what I want to ask you about. Do you know the players? Where did they come from? Because they surprised even our our challenger spectators and stats givers, they're like, well, we don't know where these dudes snuck up from. Do you know anything about them? Are they solo queue? Where did they find them?
I have no idea how they found them. It's like, normally you will expect them to pick someone that is really famous already, because there are a lot of AD carries or supports that have no team. I have been around for a long time, but I have no idea. I guess they picked them from solo queue, or they know them. And they are good. I have no idea how good they are going to be versus a top team. So it's gonna. I think TSM is going to win, because they are a really good team. They have Bjersen now, and they seem to be really good, but I have no idea either.
Wow.
But Lemon Ducks, I have no idea what to expect from them in a tournament.
Well, we'll see if they can bring out the element of surprise. Well, thank you very much for joining us. You'll be, of course, here the entire day to break down all the action. But for now, we're going to take a short break. When we return, it's the opening volley in the Battle of the Atlantic as Scarra and Team Dignitas storm the Cologne studios to face off against Froggen and the New Alliance. Stick around.
You see two different regions. We got NA and EU. Now, NA region mostly consists of the US and Canada, so you got just two countries with two different ideals that come into the same server. while Europe has dozens of countries of different people from different regions, different languages. So they come up with different ways of playing the game.
I think right now, because we just got into Season 4, there isn't that much standing out between the two regions. I think the work ethic is a bit different, but that's mainly from where you have to practice on your own.
I think NA in general is a bit more oriented into entertainment, and EU is a bit more like based on performance.
The differences between EU and NA, honestly, are probably the lanes. EU is more known for having a good mid laners, and NA is more known for having great AD carries, because mid laners in EU are like Froggen, the other guys that play mid, and then the AD carries for NA, we've got me, the other people that play AD.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are coming to you live from our new studios here in Cologne, Germany. And of course, it is going to be the Battle of the Atlantic. So these teams will be playing in a best of 3. And first up, it's going to be Alliance versus Team Dignitas. They are fighting for 1 point in the battle.
Yeah, and the big story coming into this match is Alliance's new roster, and also their new name, which was officially announced actually only on Tuesday.
Yeah.
So Froggen and Wicked are remaining from the old Evil Geniuses squad that used to be here in Europe. Shook is new in the jungler. He was playing on the Copenhagen Wolves, and is probably the most hyped jungler I've ever seen coming into this one. Everyone has been talking him up as the best jungler in Europe, but he's never really played on an LCS caliber stage here. Also, their bottom lane is Tabs, who was on Levendogs, and this guy Kazmich, who came from solo queue, who's actually still being tried out to become an official member of this team.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on him. First game on this studio stage, that's pretty huge. And of course, Dignitas, they're no stranger to changes themselves. They went 13 wins, 15 losses during the summer, and they've only made a couple of adjustments.
Yeah, they shook a few things up. You know, Cruiser the Bruiser in the top lane is their kind of newest addition to the team. He's the only new member they've been able to add. He's a consistent tank top laner, but he's not like a superstar. No one's hyping Cruiser like there are Shook over on the Alliance side. And then they've actually lost Batoy, who was one of their best supports in the North American LCS, and they've moved Kiwi Kid down there from the top lane. That's mainly because he has so much synergy with I'm a Cutie Pie, and they're just banking on him being able to make that transition.
Well, we'll see how that synergy works out, of course, because coming into this match, both teams are very much aware of the hype surrounding Alliance. And while Froggen is determined to get his new team off to a winning start, Skara and Team Dignitas would love nothing more than to stop the hype train in its tracks.
I think it means a fair bit that we actually have to show off, especially now because I'm in a new team. Sure, it's nice to win and have the pride to say EU is better than NA, but it doesn't matter as much as our own results.
Well, playing against Alliance, the team has a lot of hype behind it. Europe teams that are scrimming against them say they're great. Casters say they're great. People say they're great. When we beat them, that already settled like half the dispute already.
During the seasons, we have only been playing against European teams. And now that we're going to play against American teams in the Battle of Atlantic, it's really important to me because I want to represent my region and I want to dominate America.
I'm excited to play against anyone. It's been like 2 months since the last game we played, so I just want to play.
I love Cutie Pie. I've always watched his streams, so I'm actually looking forward to playing against him.
I mean, there's a cash prize at the end, but honestly, it's just a fun show match in between the two regions for relegations. I really want to win, though. Like, we didn't fly overseas just to lose.
I love that. It's like, it's just a fun match, but
yeah,
really
I feel
win.
like he has a bit more on the stakes line than this. I mean, Scar is someone who really cares what the public thinks of Dignitas in general. Plus, they've had some ups and downs in the past. Winning this game would mean a lot to that team.
Yeah, and of course, both these teams, because they didn't get to the World Championships, they have a lot to prove. You know, these guys want to win things. So let's check out those starting lineups. On the blue side, it is going to be Alliance. In the top, it will be Wicked. Jungle is Shook. Good, not God. That's what we're told. We'll see how that works out. Mid laner is Froggen. Tabs the AD carry, and support, well, he's the new trial man, Kazmich.
And of course, on the red side, it is Dignitas hailing from North America. The top lane is Cruiser the Bruiser, or Cruiser as he likes to go. He's the new top laner. Crumbs, of course, still the jungler. Scar, the star mid laner for Dignitas. He was an all-star last year. And I'm a Cutie Pie and Kiwi Kid in the bottom lane, trying that new synergy. And we'll see how Kiwi Kid does with his now debut on support.
I can hear them laughing from here.
They get along. That's one thing. Let's see what happens if they start start dying a few times in the game when they're still laughing.
The faces changes may happen. But our featured matchup in today's Battle of the Atlantic, well, of course, who else would we focus on? It is the melee in the mid lane. It is Froggen versus Skara.
Yeah, and this is a classic matchup, really. They've been battling each other since early Season 2. Now that we're in the 2014 season, it's been a while. But they both really became known because of their heavy farm styles. They both kind of battled each other for the top CS, or first person to 300 CS on Karthus.
Yeah.
First it was Skara, then it was Froggen. And even last season, they had very similar statistical KDAs. Froggen at 4.4 and Skara at 3.5. And it kind of fell apart for Skara in the end there. Very low KDA in the playoffs, whereas Froggen stepped up a lot.
Absolutely. Some fantastic matches for them. Honestly, Froggen and Wicked, you know, with the Evil Geniuses team that's now gone over to America, they had been together for 2 years coming into this one. So this is a big change for those guys.
I know, and Froggen is very open to all of this change that's going to be coming in. He actually was very open in a vlog he just released talking about how he really wanted to move on to a team that he thought had a better chance of making it to the World Championships, because that's the end goal for Froggen. Everyone respects him as one of the top mid laners in the world, and for him to not be at the World Championships, I think really took a big toll for him, and he thinks this new team can get him there.
So as we're approaching picks and bans, the problem surely arises for Dignitas, because how do you do research on a team that's just come together?
I know, especially when you have a player like Kazmich, who's just kind of out of solo queue. You never know how he's done on the AD carry support lane. I think you just talk to as many people as you can, and you do as much scrimming. Crumbs, though, doesn't know exactly what all the hype of Shook is about. He's heard it. I was talking with him earlier. We kind of both went, yeah, this guy has so much hype behind him, but where do we really see it? Yeah, he's had some good games with Copenhagen Wolves, but the amount that everyone is talking Shook up is like the best jungler. We just got to see it. Oh, his ganks just work. He has amazing synergy with Froggen. What do those things really mean? We need to see them in game.
Yeah, well, we heard from Aaron A yesterday saying he was singing the praises, but also talking to some other junglers. You know, the egos maybe rubbing a little bit. They're like, yeah, he's good, but we're better.
If you're your own LCS player, whenever someone else says this other guy is great, you're just like,
no,
nah, man.
No, I'm better than him. But we'll see how this develops, because this is game one. The Battle of the Atlantic, the hype, the Europe versus NA, it's all back on, guys. Get those spam in the forum and Twitch chat, no doubt. I could just only imagine how it is right now. USA. I had to suffer.
Is there one
those
for
chants.
EU? I don't think there's one for EU. It's like USA, and then it's like EU.
No, we don't chant that because we don't need to.
Yeah, it's the European Alliance.
No, we just don't need to chant USA. We just don't have a chance. I mean, we're not going to chat EU because mostly we don't get on.
So this is really confusing to me, actually, what just happened in picks and bans. I was expecting Alliance to target ban Kiwi Kid's supports a little bit because he mainly just plays Taric and Annie, and they've only went for the Annie ban. So I would actually think they'll pick Taric eventually. I don't think it's going to come around to the other side on Kazmich.
Fast picks coming through here. Shyvana and Olaf locked in. These are big ones. Froggen highlighting Anivia. Pretty sure he's not going to lock that one in. But these two champions that Dignitas picked here, they are big in 2014 so far.
They've already picked a monstrous tank line on the side of Dignitas. We'll let Froggen and Wicked have their moment, though.
Yeah.
Aurelia and Anivia. They're the ones that have been together for a while.
Guys.
They'll switch it up soon. Really, though, while they're playing with champions, the tank line here from Dignitas, it's interesting because Olaf was banned at all 4 matches yesterday, or in the Relic Promotion tournament. It's going to be the jungle Olaf and the top lane Shyvana. That fits Cruiser's champion pool, and Olaf is very huge early on in the jungle for Crumbs, who can play a farming style. Those are both really solid starters.
Kha'Zix's a champion that Skara's been playing a lot of in solo queue. I know that for a fact because I've been looking at his builds. So I was checking that one out. But it does look like Lucian, who has become effectively one of the flavors since he came out, one of the favorites, and Renekton in that top lane. These are champions that some of these champions just weren't making it through picks and bans in the promo series yesterday.
No, definitely not. I mean, Renekton, because we had Youngbuck in that series, he only got to play it once.
Yeah.
You saw why he only got to play it once, because he dominated with it. And it's kind of a classic pick for Wicked. Wicked has always been a tanky top laner who likes to sit up there and farm and just kind of be an immovable object. That kind of pick makes sense for him.
These picks, I tell you what, there's some strong champions getting through
Dignitas
for
is getting what they want.
here. They have got Sivir now, Gragas for Skara. Well, we've seen Skara on Gragas throughout Season 3, but Sivir, I'm interested to see how Cutie Pie is going to run this one.
Yeah, I look at Dignitas' entire composition, though, and it seems like they're getting almost nothing denied from them.
Yes.
Sure, Skara didn't get to play Kha'Zix, but if we're talking about the old Season 2 throwback, Skara's always been a big-time Gragas player. They got the tank line they wanted. I'm a Cutie Pie will be a natural Sivir player just because I've seen him. He liked playing it even before the rework, and now it's just immensely strong, often ban-worthy. They haven't even denied Kiwi Kid's support pool whatsoever. Like, if Dignitas doesn't do well with this team composition, they're going to be in trouble for the rest of the series.
And what is Kazmich going to go with for that support? We know he's got a couple of supports that he can play. Are we going to see that Zilean? This is what we've heard about.
Yep.
This is what he's played a bit of. Be interesting to see how that comes out because it affects the entire team.
I'm real excited about this. This will be...
Whoa!
Yeah.
Zilean support, ladies and gentlemen.
This will be the first Zilean support I get to be a part of casting. It's happened once over in the OGN, and we've seen a lot of people talking about it because this is one of Kazmich's 3 main supports that he plays in solo queue, and it's definitely not something Dignitas has had time to play up against.
Yeah, this is definitely a change. Obviously, Nidalee coming through has had the changes in 3.14, which is what we're playing on. And just to remind you guys at home, Rengar is banned. That's what you're not seeing him banned or picked. He is banned from this tournament, which is why he's not been selected so far. Final pick for Dignitas. What will it be? Karma support is a possibility. It has been played quite a lot in the OGN over the last few days.
Yeah, so I'm expecting him to dance between maybe this and a Taric. If he picks the Karma, it's because they're trying to stack just crazy amounts of move speed already with Shyvana and Olaf. If they throw the Karma in with the Sivir ult, those guys will be almost unkiteable in the team fights. It just gives their laning much less kill potential against the Zilean, and they might end up getting bullied a little bit when they go into that lane.
And there is so much mobility in
They're
the
so
Dignitas
fast.
lineup right now.
They are such a fast team right now. They don't necessarily have that much crowd control aside from the spammed axes and the slows that Karma can throw out, but that won't necessarily matter because they're so fast. I really want to see how that works. Dignitas with the speed, and you look at Alliance, just by the fact that they have Nidalee and Lucian, that's almost perfect poke comp right from there. Lucian and Nidalee are great at just keeping the other team out of range and kiting backwards. The real question will be, is Dignitas have enough move speed to catch up to Alliance when Alliance starts poking them?
But
This is pretty
How do you
exciting.
break that siege? You break it with a Gragas barrel.
Yeah, if they get close enough, that's the thing. Like, Gragas Barrel does have really high range, but it's not longer than a spear, right?
Yes.
Lucian potentially is the one that can get caught in. And then there's obviously the one final wrinkle. Team fighting against a Zilean changes things because catching out one person might just be the end of it.
The revive pops in there and suddenly you scream at your screen. As we get set for the fight between the Alliance and Dignitas, though, remember that the Battle of the Atlantic will be continuing tomorrow. That is Sunday with Bjergsen and Team Solo Mid taking on the Lemon Dogs. Interesting to see the Peke already putting his words in there. Well, whoever wins that, Europe wins technically.
Yeah, he's saying Bjergsen is making all of TSM European, which is probably like the most American team we have. She's like, yep. European team
There's
now.
a couple of Canadians and the odd one Canadian.
Yeah, but they're like the.
There's a Hawaiian, a Canadian.
They're the team that
I guess
everyone has
Hawaii
got
technically
behind.
is America, so
Hawaii's American.
Yeah.
Odd one's Canadian.
Yeah.
Yeah. Darius, Hawaiian.
Darius is Hawaiian. Yeah. Where's Wild Turtle from? They're in America somewhere.
The beach.
It's a big old country. There's a couple of 100 million of you in there. But right now, this is it. The start of the Battle of the Atlantic. Alliance, the brand new team, as the blue team up against Dignitas, the old foes maybe, in the red team. They are having to defend or invade, effectively, the home soil of Europe and see who draws first blood.
And right off the bat, I want to see if we get a 2v2 lane, because this is something I've been waiting to see from supports for a while. Kazmich has not started with a standard support item. He's went with more wards. If he can get some lane control early on, Alliance might have superior warding, which could potentially enable Shook to make a couple extra plays out of the jungle.
Already the axes being thrown, the spears going through, but nobody really landing. And going off yesterday's matches in the promotion series where Copenhagen Wolves versus Mio Makers, the invades were coming, but they weren't engaging with each other.
And in this game, yeah, if they ran into each other at level 1, we could see some action, but these aren't teams that are built for level 1. These guys are just kind of waiting out the early game, and I really want to see how the team compositions and laning phases actually take shape, because we have to mention again, Dignitas got pretty much exactly what they wanted. The only thing I could really see is, obviously, Alliance's bans were kind of haphazardly thrown around. They banned out one of Cruiser's champions in Dr. Mundo. They banned out one of Scar's champions in Kha'Zix, and one of Kiwi Kid's champions with Annie. But everyone on Dignitas goes more than one deep. They didn't really target anyone with these. And I think Dignitas is going to be incredibly comfortable here.
There's also a bit of a different start coming out from Kazmich here. He hasn't gone with the coin, which a lot of supporters pretty much rely on these days.
We definitely have to see, since we have the 2v2 matchup already taking shape, where that plays out. Another thing with the Zilean support, it's like, if that comes in, importantly, how is he going to have gold in later game? How long is it going to take him to get that ancient coin?
We will see, of course. Don't forget, he'll be giving experience to the rest of the team as well.
Yeah, and that's actually the key part why a lot of people play Zilean. And Shook isn't actually going for it right now, but there's a thing you can do with Zilean support. If your jungler takes 1 experience quint, does the blue buff, and then the red buff straight, he gets level 3, just like in Season 3. It's something you can't do on the 2014 season. And we were talking actually with the NIP guys about that. They were telling us about Kazmich's strategy with support Zilean, but Shook is doing the slow jungle clear. He's not going for the rush level 3. He's just happy farming.
So we'll see who really goes for the first attempt, the first kill at the moment. It's a slow start, as I kind of expected between these two teams, because there's a lot of honor on the line, a lot of bragging rights on the line, and also for Alliance, a lot of hype on the line behind them. So Dignitas, there's no real pressure on Dignitas really coming into this game.
No, they're definitely the underdogs here. People aren't expecting Kiwi Kid to do well on support. Everyone is just kind of saying, oh, he died the most in the top lane. Let's just move him down to the bottom lane as support. What does that really solve? How is he going to play against world-class bottom lanes? But if there's a time for him to succeed, it's when there's not too much pressure on him because no one's expecting him to succeed. And Tabs and Kazmich don't necessarily have world-class synergy yet, since they are also a very new duo.
But I would argue that Tabs potentially has more experience than QtPie as well, because while he obviously came in quite low, it's going to be a gank. They're going in towards Kiwi Kid. They've already put the slowdown on the bomb. Can they land the cocoon? That's going to be the important one. The cocoon doesn't land, but it's Shook that lives up to the hype and gets first blood.
That was a very impressive, just brute force gank that went through. QtPie is always going to be pushing the lane. And the fact that just the Zilean slow, which lasts very long, by the way, was enough to let everyone catch up and kill him is a dangerous thing for Dignitas. That gank will continue to happen if Alliance wants it.
Well, right now, the top lane, they're going to poke back and forward. Cruiser the Bruiser, or just Cruiser as he's known in this one, is going to struggle out against Renekton early on in these levels.
Yeah, that's the thing with the Shyvana versus Renekton matchup. You pick Shyvana against Renekton because you can keep up and farm, and then once you hit around level 8 with Shyvana, you can start outscaling. That was one of the things that happened yesterday when we saw the Renekton versus Shyvana matchup. We saw Shyvana try and fight Renekton early, and Renekton pushed him back because he has more sustain early. So Wicked should have the upper hand in this lane for a little while yet.
Oh, Cruiser has support from Crumbs coming around, but unfortunately he just passed straight through a ward. Wicked will be aware of his presence, but hasn't backed away. And Wicked, used to famously be known for basically not using wards because he had full confidence in his abilities to escape the ganks.
And he always has a great game sense of where things are coming from. This is gank number 2.
Going straight in for QtPie once again. Is the cocoon going to come through? No. This time Spell Shield was used at the right time by QtPie, and he does back away.
I still feel like that was a relatively successful gank, though, because Shook didn't take that much time. He ran directly down, got the gank off, got QtPie really low, which will have a heavy impact on the lane, and then went right back to sweeping through the jungle. So it was an efficient gank that did a pretty good job of getting QtPie low.
Kazmich taking some burst there, but no follow-up really. Kiwi Kid really targeting on Kazmich because Tabs is staying so far back in this lane.
And he can, because at the moment, there's no gank pressure from Crumbs, since Crumbs was spotted in the top lane ward by Wicked, and Kazmich is free to kind of do whatever he wants, since there's no way QtPie is committing on him because he's so low from the previous Shook gank.
Let's have a look at that mid lane. We haven't had a great deal, although saying that, Kazmich is about to get leashed out here, slowed down, but again, no follow-on. He's just going to keep on the aggression himself, and that's going to force Kazmich to back off. Didn't have to use any flash, though, to get out of that one. Crumbs is coming around to try and help out, warding that Tribush, and there's actually no ward coverage from Alliance right now in the bottom lane.
Yeah, all of their wards are still pretty much sitting in Kazmich's inventory. He started the game with sight wards and vision wards, still got them right there. And he actually picked up a Doran shield. Since they got Kazmich so low, they're just trying to take that dragon. I think
Good
they'll get
pressure
it.
coming out. Oh, the Cocoon just flashing past on Skara, but it will be the dragon and his Dignitas that will be taking it. That's going to keep them up in gold because they have started to fall behind from lane phase.
And keep in mind, on the 2014 season, the dragon very early on in the game is worth a little bit less. You can see that was only 125 gold per Dignitas team member, and they're still down in gold in the game despite picking up that objective.
There's a big advantage now to be cleaved out on that top lane by Wicked against Cruiser. Cruiser forced on towards that turret. 15 CS behind once again. Froggen just lingering off in the bush trying to land that spear on towards Skara, but instead takes a barrel in the backside for his problems, and they have both hit their ultimates, so we'll see whether they start coming into play right now, though. Crumbs is starting on that blue, and of course Skara is going to come across and pick it up.
And we haven't even talked about our featured matchup right here with Skara against Froggen. It seems like they're farming pretty close. Can he steal this?
Yes, he
got
can.
it. That was just a really heads-up play by Froggen and a bit of a lazy play by Skara and Crumbs. Skara was very obvious about when he was going to be going and getting his blue buff, and Froggen knew which direction Skara went so he could safely throw a spear just to check. And then Crumbs and Skara didn't time the barrel to kill right as he threw it. The spear preempted it, and Froggen got the blue.
And that, of course, gives the blue to Shook. We'll see how he uses that one, because at least, well, he can benefit from that one quite heavily. Already going for that jungle invade. He's actually going to find Crumbs at the red buff.
Yeah, this could be rather dangerous since Froggen is already pushed up. Crumbs is only level 5. Shook's going to try to combo.
He's going to go straight in there, and you can see Crumbs having to hit that Ghost already to get the hell out of there. Dodge, and immediately he's going to try and follow through. Puts a lot of poison damage down into Crumbs. That's going to force him away. Meanwhile, down the bottom, Kazmich trying to use the bomb on himself and Kiwi Kid. Tab's actually out of position, uses the Culling, catches him perfectly. Cutie Pie uses that barrier. Is it going to be enough? Gets the Ignite down, and Kazmich hasn't hit level 6, so can't get his ultimate off, but it's going to be a double kill for Tabs.
You could see that Dignitas got caught in a bad place right there as Kiwi Kid and Cutie Pie were just getting hit one after the other by either bombs or Tabs. Yes, they got Kazmich, but that doesn't matter right there. A double kill onto Tabs is going to do huge things for them in that matchup.
Just caught out of position, going too aggressive, and the Culling was just perfectly lined up for them. They had to use their flashes to get out of it. So inhibitor spells, summoner spells burned out as well. Double buffs coming in towards this mid lane. Shook and Froggen trying to get on towards that tower, and that tower's actually taken a good bit of damage.
Yeah, the early game right now from Alliance has been absolutely dominating. It doesn't seem like the I'm a Cutie Pie and Kiwi Kid Karma Sivir lane is working out all that well. When they were pushed up, they got ganked. When they tried to make a play, they got double killed, and they're running out of options in that bottom lane.
Well, we see the actual Ruby Crystal coming out from Tabs after that BF sword, so he went back and got himself a little bit more health, wants to keep himself a little bit more damaging, and of course the Cocoon coming in towards Skara. Actually, Shook going heavy on this one. The spear's landing. That's going to force Skara to back away.
Shook has had a much higher presence in this game so far when compared to Crumbs. You can just see all of Shook's ganks have had an impact so far, whether it's getting someone low or getting the kill, and he's been able to control the jungle with the help of Froggen.
Spears from Froggen continue to land. Crumbs is forced to back away this time, and you can see the dominance they've had, and now they're rotating around. They could push the bottom, and that's got to be a careful worrying sign, but instead, they've got free reign in this middle.
And this is a smart call because they know that both Dignitas' jungler and mid laner, Skara and Crumbs, had to go back. May as well get as much damage on the second interior tower because everyone else on Dignitas is accounted for. This is a no-risk push.
That's a hell of a lot of damage gone down as well. A good 3/4 of the health stripped off that inner turret. Meanwhile, Wicked farming between the turrets in this top lane, and you can see 100 CS to 69. Cruiser is not having a fun time up there right now.
Well, Cruiser has hit that level 9 point. He needs to find a window to go aggressive, but he just doesn't have that right now.
Skara having to dash away from this one. They're not going to land the Cocoon. He will be able to back off from that one. Meanwhile, the gank down the bottom. He does manage to land the Culling, but his Kazmich is going to get caught out. Has got his ultimate available, pops it, and he's within tower range, which means Dignitas, they can't follow through in this one. They managed to land the axes, but he's safe.
Dignitas had to give a lot of respect to Tabs' damage while the revive was timing up. I think they could have gotten a kill, but it would have costed them. And since Crumbs ganked the bottom lane, Skara doesn't have any help in this mid lane. They're going to lose that second tier turret.
That's an inner turret going down, and, well, Alliance suddenly turned that aggression around to get 2 turrets along the mid lane. And Skara's thinking, I'm going to start needing help here. We see Crumbs just off at the side of the wolves, but There's not a lot of help coming from there. And looking in the top lane again, look at Wicked. He's been between these lanes the entire time, and he's just farming away like nothing ever happened to him.
Alliance is winning every facet of the game right now. They gave one dragon away, but it was early on in the game, and it's because they were just so handily winning all of their other lanes. Unless Dignitas does something drastic here, Alliance is just outplaying them.
KiWiKid has been focusing Kazmich as much as he can. He is landing the shots, but there's just not a lot of follow-up coming in right now. Every time we see the Boomerang Blade coming out from QtPie, it's just falling short because, of course, Kazmich only can speed himself up even if he gets slowed.
Yeah, and Kazmich not starting with that Ancient Coin has only cost him about 180 gold in gold generation now that he's picked it up right now. KiWiKids has gotten him about 210, whereas Kazmich is sitting around 50. So it's not that bad of a thing based on the lane advantages they were able to grab with that early Doran Shield as well. Things are going well all across the map.
Well, 20 seconds until Dragon. We see Cruiser heading south, looking like they're going to try and set up for this one. But Wicked, he doesn't really care about that. He's continuing to stick in that top lane, keep farming going. Meanwhile, they're trying to get the pressure down. You can see KiWiKid's going to try and chase onto this one. He has got a good leash on towards Tabs, but pops the Culling and could try and turn this one around. We see the most members of Alliance also coming around the side there. They know that the blue buff is up. They're going to see if they can steal it again.
And this is not a thing they can steal since Shyvana is down in the bottom lane. This is going to be something where Alliance has to concede because Wicked is getting a tower in the top lane.
We'll see how long he sticks up there. Looks like he's not going to be making any moves, so instead it is all going to be about harassing Dignitas on this Dragon. And they've got 4 members of Alliance around here with Spears and the Culling available. Actually, the Culling's not up at the moment because he was just used. So Dignitas are going to have to try and brute force this one.
It is a 4v5. Wicked is not there yet, but we could see a fight anyway.
QtPie caught out, bomb goes in, shoot goes deep, and immediately gets caught out, but that's the Zilean ultimate once again playing its role, and it stopped them fighting the Dragon right now. They're going to chase back in. The Dragon has reset itself. They flash out of it. KiWiKid in trouble. Wicked is now joining the fray, and Crumbs is in all sorts of trouble. He's going to go down. They get across on towards Cruiser. Cruiser's going to get caught on. Froggen and Wicked will chase on this one. Meanwhile, across on the blue buff, they are chasing on towards QtPie and Skara. Now they collapse on. That's going to be a speed buff coming out from KiWiKid. They should get away from this one. The spear's coming through. Spell shield comes out from QtPie. That will be enough to save him. And now they make claps onto Froggen. The spear's coming through. Skara's one more barrel. He bounces across the belly slam. Skara gets a return kill.
Even with Froggen going down, Alliance is just one step ahead of Dignitas right here. They delayed long enough by using the Zilean, and that's a lot of synergy that already exists between Shook and Kazmich, which shouldn't really be possible since they haven't been around for that long together. But Shook, knowing that he could take the death early, saving his repel until after he died, just so he could escape over the Dragon Pit, is all Alliance needed for Wicked to come all the way from the top lane and arrive at that fight. It was a 2-for-1 and a Dragon to boot.
You know, just thinking back to the last time I maybe casted a Zilean, I think it was actually Salsa for CLG back at Gamescom 2011, I think. It's a long time ago when it was mid lane, of course, when he stepped in for mid lane. And ironically was the last tournament CLG won.
Well, as long as you can get through the laning phase with support Zilean, and you don't get out-harassed or beaten down or lose out because you don't have enough sustain, the ultimate in itself is enough that the support can bring. He's also adding very good speed-ups to help counter the speed that Dignitas has from the Karma and Sivir, and things are working out fantastically.
Well, so far, let's have a look at what items they've been picking up, because yesterday we saw a couple of disparities between them, and again, Tab's now going for that Bloodthirster.
Yeah, that seems like the right thing to do. You know he's going to be going for a Trinity Force next, but based on Lucian's crazy AD ratios, getting the Bloodthirster first is the right choice.
Yeah, I mean, you compare it to what Maklik pulled out Infinity Edge, and we were quite surprised by that one. So
this is the
going
common
with
Lucian build.
a standard build, and remember, Tabs was famous for making the Legolas build effectively on. Caitlyn was using it on.
Yeah, and Varus, and every AD carry he wanted to play. There's a lot of action brewing down in the bottom lane.
The junglers facing off, and meanwhile, Wicked and Skara are going to get back meat on in this mid lane. Shoot will be able to throw down that cocoon if he goes to get away, but the bottom lane, we see Froggen also rotating around. He's right behind these 3 pair in this bottom.
Yeah, and there's a chance that in this game, it's going to turn into Froggen Spears controlling things right now. He's getting a lot of ability power, and Alliance is almost a little too strong for Dignitas to fight heads up.
Alliance all gathering in this bottom lane. That's some good boomerangs, though, coming out from Cutie Pie. It does manage to get the spell shoot down, pops the ultimate. Is it going to be
Why?
enough to turn it back around? The turret's gone down. I'm not too sure why myself, but there is 5 members of Alliance here and 5 members of Dignitas, and they want to fight. That's going to be the Cocoon landing on Kiwicked. Wicked gets straight in amongst them all, pops it down. The Culling coming behind. It's the Crumbs that manages to tank all of that damage away, and nobody going down, but a lot of ultimates exchanged.
There is not much coordination with Dignitas right now. And those spears are going to continue to crush them. Froggen gets to throw those every couple of seconds with that blue buff and the Athene's Unholy Grail. And Dignitas is down their big move speed skills right now because Cutie Pie used his ultimate for nothing.
Tabs, meanwhile, tries to keep the poke going down. This could be the second inner turret of the game for Alliance, and they keep on pushing through. There doesn't seem to be an answer from Dignitas. That was a 5-on-5, and really it was just Alliance that kept brute forcing their way in there. They have the siege minions with them. They will get wiped out by Cutie Pie, but they're up to the inhibitor turrets, and we're only 17 minutes in the game.
5 turrets to 0, D-Man. Every lane for Dignitas lost, and that's obviously a group effort. You can see this kind of stuff all the time. Is it Shook? Is it the laners? It is definitely a combination of the two. Wicked did that top lane all by himself. That was completely him just beating up Cruiser early on in the game. Shook did make multiple appearances in the mid and the bottom lane, and that has to contribute to their dominance.
Kiwicked forcing Tabs just away from this one, but it's 4 members of Alliance that have stormed this top lane and taken that final inhibitor, inner turret of the game. Wicked trying to get on, he catches on towards Crumbs. Crumbs forced to back away from that one, but it's another turret down. It's now 6-0 for Alliance.
Very rarely will you see a comeback from 6 turrets to 0. And this is the real issue that Dignitas is running into right now. They actually have a very good teamfight composition, with all the move speed that they would be able to put together so that Cruiser and Crumbs could train down people as a very strong tank line. And that's great because Alliance has a poke composition right now where Nidalee and Lucian and even Elise want to just take pot shots at Dignitas where they're the tower. And normally your counter for that with Dignitas' team is to force team fights, use a Sivir ult, and run in. But if they're down 8,000 gold, even if they fight them straight up and they don't get poked down and a fight starts with everyone at 100% health, they would still lose. They would still lose that fight.
Well, there's going to be an unhappy Scarrow as he checks out that blue buff and realizes it has been taken by Froggen once again. He hasn't actually had that blue buff, I don't feel, in this game at all.
No, Scar has had it, I think, 100% denied from him. No, he may have gotten one right before the fight where they got wiped out when Wicked rolled down from the top lane. Even so, Froggen and Shook have been all over that. And it's not really a full fault at Skara, because once they lose those turrets, it becomes so difficult to control space in your own jungle.
Well, it's just shy of an 8,000 gold lead right now for Alliance. Just 19 minutes gone into this game, and Alliance are starting to have that siege. They have the poke. This is what we were talking about at the start of the game. You have the culling from Tabs. You have the spears from Froggen. And even, I guess you could say, that cocoon coming at you that you're going to have to dodge out the way of, because if that catches you, generally you're going to die following it.
And Scar's going to want to isolate someone on Alliance into the turret and blow the other guys back, and then hope that the Zillion ult isn't enough to save them. But when he gets taken that low by a couple Nidalee spears, he's not going to isolate anybody but himself.
Well, when a fat guy stops to take a drink of alcohol, it's a pretty easy target, and that is exactly what Gragas is. Right now, though, the spears are coming through, and Froggen is actually pretty low on mana, so this siege is not going to hold out much longer.
Yeah, he's only got about 2 spears left to throw. He's at 180 mana, no blue buff on him. They might think about getting more here, but they're actually in a bit of dangerous spot.
They're going to go for it. Skara gets dropped straight away. We see the ultimate coming out from Cruiser, but the culling catching on to all the Dignitas right now. Just off of the side, Shoot gets the revive gone in from Kazmich, and, well, Alliance once again fight through that one with no problem.
Skara tried to go in to isolate, but in getting in range, he got stunned and killed.
Shoot catches the cocoon, and that is an insta-pop on Kiwicked. That's going to be the inhibitor turret going down. They will back away from this one. I don't think they're going to go for the inhib turret, the inhib at the end. But of course, Dignitas coming back into this one. Cutie Pie doing his best to keep them at bay.
And his best just isn't good enough right now, because he has just the Bloodthirster and home guard boots because they've been defending so hard. No one on Dignitas has their head held high right now.
That's the one.
I think is the one to say. Because they've just been getting dominated. 7 turrets to 0, plus the inhibitor. Skara not even able to get his ultimate off in team fights. Cutie Pie has not had a relevant on the hunt from Sivir this entire match. And Cruiser and Crumbs as a tank line, haven't even been able to get into damage range in most of these fights.
And you know, we were talking about Elise and Evelynn being played yesterday. Well, Elise was banned out pretty much yesterday, but now we're seeing the actual build we were expecting from Evelynn players.
Yeah, he's been able to get a lot of Magic
builds.
Pen. Yes, you get the 1 tank spirit with the Golem Soul, and then you just go Magic Penetration. The Liandry's is good for taking down Crumbs and Cruiser as tanks, getting that % health burn in there. And there just hasn't really even been time for the tanks to build magic resistance as well. So he's actually kind of burning them a little bit like squishies.
Well, of course, the Rabadon's death cap on towards Frog, and we did see an 840 ability power Ziggs yesterday, so I'd be amazed if we get close to that one today. We'll see if we do.
The game would have to go a little longer.
348 ability power for Froggen already, so the spears are going to be doing a lot of damage. It is Alliance once again on towards the Dragon. This time, Dignitas have no answer.
No. I mean, if Dignitas didn't have an answer at the last inhibitor, I mean, look at this. What just happened? It's an 11,000 gold lead, 22 minutes in. Dignitas has to start thinking about regrouping right now because Alliance gave Dignitas kind of what they wanted and just had a much better plan for it.
Well, I mean, let's be fair to the top lane. Renekton versus Shyvana. Renekton will win those opening couple levels, which has happened. Skara getting caught out. He's going to go down. He's dropped before he gets a chance. The culling was what finished him off, which is something you don't often see, by the way. Tabs does have to get away from that tower damage, but again, it's the cocoon that starts everything off.
And the siege will continue. Wicked actually face-taking that turret. They don't care.
Wicked taking low, but of course, don't forget the revive from Kazmich is there if they need it. So at the moment, it is going to be another inhibitor turret going down. Finally, they are going to move on to the inhibitors this time. The middle one completely exposed as well, so they're just going to rotate around as soon as they take this one down. And Dignitas are going to be 2 inhibitors down and in dire, dire trouble.
And only 23 minutes into the game. It's a total regroup right now. The confidence is through the roof at the point for Alliance. Dignitas is trying to chase through. They're on as fast as they can. I don't think they can finish off anybody.
I don't think they can either. They slice and dice away from Wicked. We saw Tabs getting caught out, but the speed boost from Kazmich straight away. Shoot thrown out. There's spiders, and honestly, Crumbs, if he keeps chasing this one, I think they may turn around on him. Already Wicked, that big front tank-loaded Renekton will just turn back on towards him, force them away. They force them far enough outside the base that they could actually fight.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to initiate if you're Dignitas, but I don't know if they can get anywhere close.
Shook's just off at the side. He's waiting to try and land one of those cocoons. We see the ward coming down from Crumbs. He's actually passing straight by a ward. The cocoon will be thrown out, but he will not find its target. And Dignitas back away.
I'm really trying to figure out here what Dignitas does in the next matchup. Because Scar was on his Gragas. Froggen's Nidalee isn't something he's even played too much of. The spears have obviously been huge for him. I think you actually throw in a Nidalee ban just because it kind of gets rid of the poke. And then if you're Dignitas, you just try and pick stronger early game laners. Because Alliance has proven in this game how well they can really choke out Dignitas once they get an early lead.
I was just wondering, Crumbs in that top lane was pushing through, and he's actually 4 levels behind Wicked now. Wicked doing a fantastic job in that top lane, been charging up on his own, been doing a fantastic job, pretty much free farming that top lane as well. 231 CS to 170 now, so he's a long way ahead in terms of farm and has got the tank build required, the Sunfire Cape, the Randian's Omen, and now the Hex Drinker. There's no lot that's going to stop Wicked jumping on them.
And let's not forget the gold value of the level advantage and how much that is being aided by Kazmich's 8% experience boost on Zilean. Every level you get on a champion is worth somewhere between 500 and 700 gold. And the level advantages across the board on Dignitas are about 2 levels per role. So it's not just the 12,000 gold, it's all the levels and experience too.
Well, Froggen's running interference, throwing out the spears along with Wicked. It's a 3-man Baron, and really there's not a great deal that Dignitas can do about this. They're trying to get close, but now the Baron already is on them, and they're going to be turning and running from this one because Wicked and Froggen, the old EG partnership, are looking for kills.
Yeah, they're playing this one out right now. They can do almost anything they want. Wicked's going in by himself. Everyone's trying desperately to catch up to him so they can have part of the party.
Pops that Dominus, and it's a 5-man chase. plays from Wicked. He's tanking up 2 turrets as well. The spears keep on coming through, but he is just so strong. It's Cutie Pie they're going to single out. The barrel comes out, but from Skara, already dropped. Tabs gets in there, and Dignitas are just melting away from this one. Alliance have absolutely dominated game 1. Europe will take the first victory here. Alliance, 26 minutes into this game, have looked unstoppable against Dignitas.
Yeah, that's the word for it, D-Man. That could not be a better debut for a new squad there. Froggen is really happy after this one, and they're looking extremely potent coming into game 2.
Wow, what a performance. We weren't sure how they were going to be. We knew they were a new team. We knew there was a lot of hype behind them, but boy, they seem to live up to it against Dignitas there. And Dignitas, well, they're going to have to regroup. You talked about it during the game. They must have been talking about it during the game already. It's like, what are we going to do? We got our picks. That's just devastation and shock on Skara's face.
He's not even talking right now. Usually, that's like the Skara face.
That's the Skara face. Was I just don't know.
Yeah, he just doesn't know what happened. And I'm not really sure what happened either, because games that dominating shouldn't happen for pro teams at that point. You want to figure out where it happened on Alliance. They're obviously really happy about it. But when it's that one-sided, you can't pinpoint one thing. It's like, oh, wow, Shook just did everything in that game. Or Froggen dominated the mid lane and there was no recovering. Because it happened all over the map. That's how it got
It was 3 lanes,
destroyed
all
so
being
quickly.
lost. The first obviously came in, Shook ironically missed the cocoon, but he got the kill regardless. And there was just constant action from Alliance. The blue buff steal from Froggen, the spears, everything, like you said at the time. Skara was very lazy in showing that, and maybe that's just Dignitas needing to wake up coming into game 2.
Yeah, at least they have a best of 3 to play here. It's not like they're one and done, but they got to wake up pretty fast. We got maybe 5 or 10 minutes before that next game. They have to rethink their champion pools maybe. Like, it's so strange because they got what they wanted. They got a tank for Cruz. They got Olaf for Crumbs, who was banned every game yesterday in the promotion tournament. Scar got to play Gragas. I'm a Cutie Pie got to play Sivir. Like, what else are they going to do?
What else
I'm
can
worried
they
for
do?
Dignitas here.
Well, I mean, honestly, this was almost an expected result. This is what
are the
everybody was
underdogs.
predicting. They
Yeah.
are the underdogs coming into this game. So let's not get carried away, because TSM
And it is
Lemondogs
the
could
EU,
be the
it is supposed to be the
reverse.
European super team here. I mean, that was pretty super, as far as I can tell.
That was pretty damn impressive. We're going to have to take a quick break, but when we return, Froggen and Alliance look to end the first fight in the Battle of the Atlantic with one more win. Game 2 between Dignitas and Alliance is going to be coming up right after this.
I think the most important thing in the games are going to be team play and not individual play. And I think we're going to beat them as a team because we've been practicing really hard and I think we got our teamwork down.
Welcome back to the 2014 Spring Split Promotion Tournament and the Battle of the Atlantic. And before we get to the second game between Dignitas and Alliance, I'd like to welcome back Peke to talk about what he saw in Game 1. And of course, I'm joined by Trevor here. And the first thing I actually wanted to highlight is that the consensus between us was, in picks, Dignitas has made a really solid composition.
Yeah, they really got very strong champions. And I know I was particularly terrified of the Olaf-Shyvana combo with the speed up from Zilean, from Sivir, and the speed up from Karma. I mean, that chasing potential in a 5v5 had me thinking this game was basically, on paper, in the bag for Dignitas. But they did need time to get. They needed Shyvana and Olaf to get tanky enough to stay alive while chasing down Alliance, and it just didn't really happen.
Yeah, I think the same. They needed to play the early safe, like really safe. They didn't even need to win it. They could lose by some farm, and they will have a still win mid-game. Because at that point, Shyvana and Olaf are so tanky that Nidalee cannot spear them. She's not going to do anything. So they can just run in front of everyone, rush to Nidalee, rush to Lucian, and who's going to stop them with the 600 movement speed they get or something like that.
Yeah, and there you highlight actually what the big problem was for Dignitas coming in that early game. Shook on Elise just put so much more pressure down, especially on that bottom lane, while Crumbs on Olaf didn't.
Yeah, the first gank from Shook was crazy good. He does the rappel to the creep, and instead of trying to E, he flashed Q out attack to apply the red buff, which means the support was dead, the Kiwit was dead. Even if he flashed, he was dead already, so it was a great gank. They got a kill already, and after that, he kept putting pressure while Crumbs couldn't really do anything. He tried to gank top, didn't do anything. He just walk around and didn't achieve anything.
And don't forget the 2-for-1 as well. You know, a couple minutes later, they just, traded support for a double kill on Tabs' Lucian. I mean, he came back into lane, he had that massive BF sword advantage, the culling timed perfectly, and it was little things that just kept getting Alliance further and further ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. And we actually have a replay that illustrates for me the story of the game really well.
Yeah, actually, the replay that we've got lined up, it is at about 13 minutes on the clock. Let's pull this one up on your screen so you can actually see the lay of the land. And it was this team fight that really sealed the game in my mind as a win for Alliance, because they completely controlled the tempo of it. They stalled out long enough that Dignitas has very little impact. And Peke, talk us through it. Let's start this replay and tell me what you see.
Well, first of all, I feel like Dignitas is not committed enough. They know the Renekton was top. There are 5 guys there, and they are like just trying to poke setup. That's really bad. Like there are 2 guys doing the Drake only. The Gragas is trying to poke a Nidalee that has heal and more poke than Gragas, and they are leaving Renekton time to come back to the fight, which is really bad. So pretty much what they are doing is wasting time, doing nothing, and just wandering around.
So let's carry on with the replay, and as you look in the minimap, you'll see that Wicked with Renekton's coming in very close. And I love this little stall tactic by Shook. He goes in with the revive from Zilean, and again, it just makes Dignitas try to focus him, and it didn't work.
Yeah, I think they just got completely baited. Like he went in on the Cocoon on the Sivir, put her super low, and they use everything on her, and they don't hit anything. They just got kited. Plus, people was flashing away from all their skill shots. They didn't do any damage before the fight started, and Sivir was almost dead. Gragas was half HP, and they just kept chasing now.
There is something I definitely want to highlight at this point in the game, is that it's 13 minutes in, and we see a big 5v5 around Dragon at 13 minutes on the clock. We were talking about how the strength of Dignitas' composition was going to take some time to build up, and was going to take a couple of levels and some items for their big 5v5 to work. But it was like a quasi 5v5. There was 5 Dignitas in the middle. Alliance was spread. They came in and out, and I think they played it very well, considering they had the strength at the early stages.
Yeah, they did. They should. I think no. Dignitas should just go with another mentality. Like we don't have to force objectives. We don't have to do anything. We have to go almost equal until minute 20, and then after that, just beat them in teamfights. That's what they do. But they just fight there early. They got poked. They got outplayed in that Dragon. Like I think they could have played that much better. And after that, it was over pretty much.
Yeah, well, we're going to have to see if Dignitas can bring it back, if they talk about it, and maybe put some pressure on Alliance in the next game. But now that you've heard what we had to say, let's see how you answered our Twitter question of the day. Of course, earlier we asked you which region will win the Battle of the Atlantic and why. And here's what you had to say. Our first tweet is from @Tarasolol, and he says, Europe will win the Battle of the Atlantic. Both regions are strong, but mentally, the EU players are stronger and perform better under pressure.
It's an interesting statement, I think. I think if you're talking about the mentality of players, seeing how many events and seeing how, to be honest, EU tends to want to brag to be the best. Like, whenever we see these events happening, it's always the EU players that are like, we want to beat NA, we want to win, we want the hype.
Doublelift never brags.
You know, but I definitely think when it comes to the regional warfare, EU takes a step up. When it comes to individual warfare, I think the Americans beat us on that front.
And our second tweet is from @ThatRussianLad. He says, NA will win because Cloud9 Medias will carry the first place match up to victory with the new jungle changes. Maybe something for Peke.
I think Cyanide will do a lot better than Meteos. Cyanide is playing really good, and I think he will do a lot better.
All right, looking forward to that matchup. And then the last one is @TheHillionaire. He says, NA, well, they've had a good history versus Europe, and Bjergsen is bringing over his knowledge of Europe, which TSM can capitalize on.
Yeah, but he's just saying NA is going to win because of a European player. That's a quasi-victory for us anyway. But we'll have to see. They are playing Lemondogs tomorrow. I know I'm a little nervous to see how the Lemondogs perform, but that unknown factor could definitely play into their favor as well.
Absolutely. Now keep those answers coming. I love me some good smack talk. And remember, we're @LOL Esports, and be sure to use the hashtag LCS. All right, let's send it over to D-Man and Jad for Game 2 between Dignitas and Alliance. Gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Shock. So, Game 2, Dignitas versus Alliance. Game 1 was a clean sweep by Alliance. There's no doubt about that. 11-2. And I can even remember the 2 kills because one was simply the bottom lane where Kazmich got caught out, hadn't quite got his ultimate.
And they got a
the
double
second
kill
one
for
was
it.
Froggen chasing.
Yeah.
After that, Kazmich pretty much ulted everyone that got killed. There were kills, but they were resurrected by Zilean.
Yeah, you could say that Alliance kind of exceeded the hype after all was said and done. 11 kills. Only 2 deaths, and then 30 assists is really big. That's a very large assist number for how many kills they had. So they roamed around very well. Good roam play from them. And Shook, you got to say, he had a great international debut. It was hard to tell if he carried them because everyone was doing so well, but 5 kills was actually the most of anyone on that team. He was in a lot of places at a lot of the right times, and things are looking up for Alliance right now.
Well, no deaths. That's not a bad start. 5-0-3. That's your first professional debut on the big stage. Technically, he's played for Wolves, of course, throughout the series this season. So they've actually been very clever in picking up a player that a lot of people perceive to be good to start with, has gained a ton of experience playing for Wolves throughout the amateur series for the last 6-7 months, and now comes into the big scene all prepared.
Yeah, he has been practicing for a while. It's just a matter of him finding the right situation and getting to be able to play in the LCS.
Yeah, and the spotlight taken away from Reckless, who's now in Fnatic, of course. We'll see how he does.
Shook was even kind of under the radar on that team, on Copenhagen Wolves.
Absolutely was. So, Picks and Bans about to get underway. Will they adapt? Of course they will. Zilean ban.
Get out of there, man. Also, Dignitas is the blue side right here. I wonder how that's going to affect the top lane matchups. Dignitas very aggressively banning out the things that Alliance used last game, but I'm not too sure how all that's going to work. It's not like Dignitas didn't get what they wanted. They're just more heavily denying Alliance.
One thing with the new team, though, is you can be stuck on one tactic. How have they developed multiple tactics with multiple champions? That's the question. Because a new team is all very good being all hyped up, but if they've only got one way of playing and someone figures it out, it's easy to counter.
Especially because Zilean is kind of Kazmich's thing. As a support, everyone's like, oh yeah, he's the guy who plays support Zilean. Almost like Tabe was the guy who played Annie.
Yeah.
Back at the World Championships. Maybe we'll see Zilean proliferate throughout all of the world now, but we'll see. I'm not sure about that.
Well, Lustboy already played a fantastic Zilean the other day, 108. He went in the OGN Champions just a couple of days ago. But right now, we do see Shyvana once again for Cruise of the Bruiser. So he had a choice of champions. Renekton's out there, went for Shyvana.
He lost, but not catastrophically. It was the game that kind of went down around them. I think Shyvana is still used for their strength, and they want to make sure Wicked doesn't get it. I think that's the one matchup that Dignitas is okay with having. But if Shook just decides to play Eve this time instead of Elise, that would be great as well. He's already known for being a fantastic Evelynn, and it would just bring a whole new dynamic to their Alliance team.
Oh, Shook switching between Elise or Evelynn, gone back to Elise, so sticking with Ronnie Nose, and Froggen, well, he's taking away Gragas from Skara.
But Kha'Zix has not been banned this game.
No.
So he could just go to Kha'Zix if he decides to. Kha'Zix isn't the greatest against Gragas, just because Gragas is a little bit tankier than a lot of the other mid laners, and he doesn't necessarily get assassinated as easily. But it's not like Kha'Zix is a bad pick against Gragas. If Scar wants it, he can absolutely go that direction.
Well, Crumbs and Scar are making the choices. Will Crumbs go for a different jungler? Will Olaf be picked once again? It is available. It is a very strong jungler in 3.14 currently. Ziggs, though. Ziggs is a champion we were talking about off air. Will somebody start locking that in? We were wondering whether Froggen was going to go with it, but it's Scara that's gone that way.
Yeah, because all throughout Season 3, Froggen didn't really pick up the Kha'Zix or the Zed when they were the huge popular mid laners. And the question was, who out of these two classic mid laners who actually have fairly unique champion pools, both Scara and Froggen kind of stick to their own things, who are going to be the ones that pick up the new mid laners? And Scar's taking his try at
One
Ziggs.
thing we've actually discounted is the fact that that could be a jungle Gragas.
It could, but then it would have to be a top lane Elise.
It would.
And then we could see a Sion.
I can't see...
I feel like a
I
Sion
don't know whether
was mainly
Wicked's
just to be
adapted
like
to ever a top lane Elise. I don't think I've ever seen him play in that. But
no, it's not his type of champion.
Taric Jinx, that's a strong lane down the bottom.
But there's nothing that they are picking this for. They're basically just picking this to be different at this point, because they could still pick Lucian if they wanted to. They could
Or
do
Thresh,
Lucian Terror
yeah.
or Thresh or
No,
anyone.
Lucian's already taken.
But the extra wrinkle that this adds in right now is Taric takes it away from Kiwi Kid.
Yeah.
Because even though he played Karma last game, the main things that Kiwi Kid plays in solo queue are Taric and Annie. Seeing that there's a Taric now in Alliance limits the options.
I wonder if they're baited out that Eve, whether they're thinking, yeah, you want to play it? You want to play it? Well, yeah, damn right he does. That's going to be Crumbs on Evelynn and Kiwi Kid once again on Karma.
Yeah, I'm not sure how this one's going to work out. Obviously, the Lucian was already picked for Dignitas, so they have a slightly different wrinkle on that lane. Messed up there. Didn't see Lucian sitting in the Dignitas side. But that's why they decided to go for Jinx. And I wonder what the top lane for Wicked's going to be. I think it's just Renekton again.
Yeah, we'll see whether it is going to be a Renekton once again. It worked so well against Cruiser, so why not? Just go with what worked. He was a good 20, 30 CS ahead for a good portion before the team fights even kicked off. Olaf, we haven't seen too many Olaf's top lanes so far. Mundo's definitely obviously been that flavor up there, but he's been banned out. Nasus is another champion. Malphite is something we have heard about, and Wicked, well, he played it in Season 3, and he's continued to play it in Season 4.
Malphite is the throwback here for Wicked. He has always been the type of top lane player to pick the tanky champions that kind of sit around in lane and then make big plays in team fights. And he's really the only one that's still playing Malphite in the top lane. We've seen a little bit of Malphite experimented with in the mid lane.
Alex.
It's a lot of damage.
Blowing people up.
But I wonder if he's going to be thrown in that teleport as well to try and make some bigger impacts, since Alliance did so much roaming as a team in that last matchup as well.
Well, this is almost a protect the Jinx being set up here from Alliance.
It very well could be. Jinx is definitely a bigger hyper carry than Lucian, and it's one of the things you're able to pick against Lucian because she can lane fairly well against him, unlike a lot of people. So good choice by Alliance. Maybe Tabs will get a chance to do a bit of carrying here.
We'll see how it works out. Of course, Alliance, well, they absolutely dominated Dignitas in Game 1. Can they do it in Game 2? Or have Dignitas managed to regroup? When you put in that situation, what do you fall back on when you've just been absolutely smashed?
It's really hard when you're smashed that much. It's demoralizing for most teams. The thing that you have to think about trying to do, and it's kind of what Dignitas did at the start, is you get rid of as much of the last game as you possibly can. So there's no way they want to deal with Zilean.
Yeah.
There's no way they want to deal with Nidalee. They felt like those were the two most impactful things. Sure, a jungle Elise was strong, but you're used to seeing the jungle Elise. You don't see nearly as much support Zilean. So you try and just wipe the plate clean as best you can and go from scratch. It's strange to think that you shouldn't, make adjustments from the last game, but when that many things go wrong, you're going to overwhelm yourself and just mess up your mind going into the next game.
Yeah, you just start panicking, cutting into panic mode. But we are about to get into the game, ladies and gentlemen. It is Game 2 of the Battle of the Atlantic. So far, Alliance, they've managed to get first blood and first match, but Dignitas are as the blue side right now, and Alliance as the red team. Have they managed to counter-pick them? Have they managed to pull something out? With Scar's Ziggs suddenly turn things around? Will Crumbs' Evelynn suddenly make some plays? Or will Cruiser manage to hold out against Wicked's Malphite? We will find out in a moment. But right now, I'm not expecting a great deal of invades because, well, up against the Taric, you don't want to walk into any bushes.
And in most games I've been watching lately, 2v1 lanes are kind of the norm for people. They seem like it's the safer choice, and people are very used to farming. But just based on how much success Tabs and Kazmich had in a 2v2 lane in the last match, I feel like Alliance is going to be going strongly for a 2v2 lane.
At the moment, Alliance are rotating around. We're wondering whether Kazmich just lingering around that mid lane. Looking like, though, with both AD carries are down that bottom south area. We're seeing QtPie in the middle at the moment, so maybe they're just going to go for a completely different lane setup here, Dignitas. Maybe they're going to go for that 2v1 in the mid.
They could try and 2v1 Agragas, but that would leave Skara in a side lane as Ziggs, and that just seems like an even worse idea than what the mid lane would be. So I think they're just messing around right here, trying to avoid invades.
Well, Kazmich manages to see Kiwi Kid, and Kiwi Kid quickly clears out that ward because Trinket Wars has already begun and managed to get that sweeper to take it down.
Battle of the Trinkets right here. You can see this time Kazmich went for the Ancient Coin instead of the huge ward opening. Look out, Wicked. That's a couple people.
Wicked's trying to take a peek in towards there, and he's actually going to continue and linger. He wants to be a pain in the backside, and he's putting a lot of damage down on Crumbs because the Crumbs was tanking the blue buff as well. So Wicked, well, he's not backing off just yet. Crumbs is trying to do what he can to help out. Cruiser the Bruiser is going to get this one down, but he's not done yet. Wicked is headed back in there. Now he's finally stepping away, but he has slowed down Crumbs there. He took a lot of health off him.
Wow, and the reason Wicked was able to do that is because he paid attention to what happened bottom lane. When Kazmich warded the Triangle Brush and saw it was taken away by Kiwi Kid, they knew that the people coming to aid that wouldn't be enough to kill off Wicked, so he was completely in his own right to be that harassing, and it paid off, I think, great.
Well, Crumbs is going to get that red buff. We see Shook doing exactly the same. Shook, whatever you'd like to call him. It is a red buff for him. So double buffs for both junglers, and both actually down the bottom half of the map. Let's see if they go for any engages. Remember, First Blood came last time. It was on Kiwi Kid.
And Tarek's stun early can be chained with the Jinx traps that she throws down, and could very easily be chained again by an Elise Cocoon if they decide to go for this. So it all only takes one stun, and they could get the kill. There is Eve, though. Here it comes.
Stun goes down, but it's already cleansed off. You can see Tabs is putting the damage down. Kiwi Kid the focus. Crumbs goes back in, though. Could they turn this one around? Crumbs has to back away. QtPie's chasing. That's going to be First Blood, but Shook trying to get away. He gets caught out by Kiwi Kid. Meanwhile, QtPie's in all sorts of trouble. Tabs is going to get himself a double once again. Whoa. Now he's on towards Kiwi Kid. Kiwi trying to back away. And look at Froggen. Froggen's heading his way down there already. He wants to get himself involved in this. It's a double buff up for grabs, ladies and gentlemen, and it's Froggen that gets it.
We thought that Alliance won the first game handily, but the start to the second game is even more impressive. They now have double buffs on their mid lane and their bottom lane. So even though Shook has his first death in the series, it is absolutely worth it because that 3v3 went bad real quickly for Dignitas. Crumbs actually opted in to that counter gank after he saw his team getting engaged on, and ends up getting all three of them killed.
Well, what disasters await for Dignitas after that start by Alliance. It is a 1,000 gold lead already, but that doesn't really matter because it's all about those kills. Pink ward being put down by Shook in that mid lane. River, and now he's actually heading north, so he's already looking to maybe make a play on Cruiser.
He may try because Wicked's not going to be as dominating early on in this lane with Malphite, especially since he hasn't built any mana itemization yet on Malphite. He's not able to harass Cruiser down that heavily. I think it's actually a good time now for Shook to just farm as much as possible. He did lose those double buffs, and he needs to get a little bit of strength back, while the rest of his lanes just do well with the double buffs they've acquired.
There's chompers being thrown out by Tabs, and Crumbs is making his way to the bottom lane, but he's going to step straight across. Actually, he's not a ward, so he's not been spotted. He is trying to go sneakily in there, but Kazmich immediately throwing that Dazzle out on towards QtPie. Tabs with that double buff, he's a target they really want to get.
I mean, Crumbs is hoping right now that Alliance tries to push their advantage a little bit too heavily, but the way that I'mACutiePie and Kiwi Kid are playing right here is giving it away. There's no reason that I'mACutiePie and Kiwi Kid would be up that far if they didn't have backup.
Well, Shook was reading this one like a book, and he's already making his way down there. The minion on the side. The wit or white, whatever you'd like to call it, has been taken down. The dazzle goes on to Cutie Pie. Here they come. Cruiser's coming. Crumbs is going to come around the side. I'm a Cutie Pie already taken very low from this one. The cocoon does not land. That should be the end of this attack.
Yeah, and they just had to wait until Shuk was in range so that the 3v3 would push them back. Alliance knew they were stronger in a 3v3. And like I said, like, I'm a Cutie Pie and Kiwi Kid can't give away ganks that obviously. They know they're down in the lane. The only reason they would be playing aggressive is if Crumbs was there. It's not worth it to have an invisible jungler champion if you're going to give everything away.
It's going to be Crumbs coming in. This time Tabs is in trouble. They're going to slow him down. This will be the first kill once again. It's Crumbs that picks it up for Dignitas. That was an interesting play because it was the mid lane where Shuk had gone away to the mid.
Yeah, and that was a much better gank by Crumbs and the whole team that time because they weren't playing aggressively before the gank happened. That allowed them to turn the aggression around.
And there's the aggression going on to Crumbs. Crumbs trying to dash away from this one. Kazmich is coming close. He has got the dazzle if he can get close enough, but that was a good slow from Kiwi Kid.
Yeah, Kiwi Kid's karma is looking a little better this game. You can obviously see the early game strength coming down when he's able to land those Qs, but they're going to need a whole lot more from him after losing those 3 kills early.
Big minion wave. Tabs is making his way down here. Kazmich throws out the stun on towards Cutie Pie. Blows him back in there. The cleanse was used, but that's not going to be enough. He's going to get taken down. It's Shuk that picks up the kill.
Yeah, and they might just continue on to Crumbs. Let's see if they can spike down.
They're going to try and get it towards Shuk. Kiwi Kid picks up the kill. So that was Crumbs once again on Evelyn turning it back around. This is a much closer bottom lane skirmish.
Yeah, Dignitas has fought back in a couple of big ways right there. I feel like I'm a Cutie Pie dashing in a little bit before that Gragas barrel. At least trapped some of the Alliance guys in, but there's the teleport Malphite.
He's got unstoppable force available, and he catches Crumbs max range. He was leashed out by Kiwi Kid, and now Kiwi Kid's going to get those shards on him. He's slowed down. Kazmich gets close. He's going to have that dazzle available, but can't get close enough.
So that's the team impact that Wicked likes having with Malphite, but he burned absolutely all his summoner spells in that engagement just to get the 1 kill onto Crumbs, who was already struggling. So yes, it puts Crumbs back a little bit, but it enables Cruiser to farm a lot on Shyvana, and that is something he was not able to do in the last matchup.
And actually Tabs farming between the lanes here on Cutie Pie. Cutie Pie having to get back into the lane. He's got a big minion wave. He's already missed out on 1 wave there, so it's, well, in terms of CS, it's swung back in his favor. Shuk goes in towards that top lane onto Cruiser. Cruiser was farming quite happily Freely this time, but ironically, Wicked, despite teleporting down, is still ahead in farm.
Yeah, that's not a good sign early on, and I wonder what Wicked's building here on Malphite. You don't see a Sheen start very frequently from Malphite. A couple of reasons that could be is the Sheen is good for him because he uses so much mana in lane, and because Cruiser is a melee champion, he will be able to actually get Sheen procs off in between some of his spell rotations when Cruiser engages.
That was a cocoon landing. Scar is going to get the bomb down on towards him. Knight is running. One more little bit of damage, but Shuk's going to get drawn into this one. He repels away, but he's got nowhere to go. Crumbs comes in. He can do a drive-by. Flashes in. Will he get the slowdown? The leash is on Frog, and Frog is in all sorts of trouble. He's going to get caught out. Crumbs will pick himself another, but it's Kiwi Kid that takes it.
And this actually draws this game right back to being close. The fact that every lane now has taken some little bit back for Dignitas. Scar getting the kill onto Shuk. Crumbs getting some kills.
Easy for me to say, that's for sure, but the thing for me there is there's 3 kills Kiwi Kid's picked up that Crumbs was about to take. Evelyn getting those kills, it would be such a different game for him right now with those 4 kills.
Absolutely, D-Man. It would be an easier game for him with those 4 kills. Got to get my voice back a little bit. It's a crazy game. 5 kills to 6. Only 10 minutes in. Definitely a lot more action and a lot closer in many ways. I do feel like Alliance took some liberties with their composition and the over-aggression that they've been displaying here, and it's biting them a little bit.
Well, Wicked is back in that top lane, farming away. We'll see how that develops. Froggen is going to take his own blue buff this time away with that Gragas barrel. Not going to manage to get any steals through. Tabs keeping the pressure on the bottom lane, but despite the kills back and forth, AD carries, Tabs is winning out because he's the one that's got the kills. Kiwi Kid's been picking those kills up, not greedily, just simply securing the kills, as it were. But look at these two at the top lane farming between each other, but again, it's the focus on the bottom.
Yeah, and unless Wicked uses that health crystal for something else, it could be a Trinity Force Malphite if he decides for it. That's strange. to say the least. You'd either see the all-AP or the all-tank Magic Pen Malphite. Trinity Force is definitely a new thing, but if he's confident enough, we'll have to wait and see if it works.
Evelynn was spotted out there, and Shook's already possibly coming down to see him. They may try and make their way past that red buff. You can see he's just lingering in that bush, ready and waiting for him to pass on by. Froggen also coming around as well. They have the timing on red buff because it was Shook that was around there last time around. Skara gets ready to get caught out by Froggen, though. Uses that explosive pack, but just gets drawn straight back in by the explosive cast. And that belly just pinned him against the wall. And it was Shook this time that picked up the kill.
And that was really clever play by Froggen. He walked actually through a ward that Dignitas had placed and faked like he was going to gank the bottom lane. So Skara tried to walk safely through his own jungle to potentially support his bottom lane so he didn't get dove, and Froggen just cut him off with some really nice barrel placements.
And now Crumbs has got to be careful he doesn't get spotted out because he's actually between Froggen and Shook. And Shook once again is caught in with that cocoon. The damage coming in. Froggen's chasing in there. Crumbs is going to run towards his support. It's going to be Kiwi Kid just lingering off at the side. He's going to come in, try and slow things down, try and turn the fight around. Instead, Crumbs is going to get caught out. The Dazzle comes in. It's Kazmich actually that gets the kill. Shook is going to survive with that Ignite running.
Slippery Shook right there, being able to just escape over that Dragon Wall. It was the bait and back there because Crumbs actually turned around because they thought they were going to be able to turn a kill. Gives another one back to Alliance.
So kills continue to flow right now. 12 minutes into this game, and well, 13 kills down. Not going to see any more. That's the question. Kiwi Kid locking onto towards Kazmich. Kazmich coming in, throwing the Dazzle back, but this mid lane turret once again is going to be Froggen's to take, and he's letting the minions do it. So again, it's Froggen winning out in the mid.
Yeah, and he's actually got 2 levels on Skara as of now. Obviously, he had a little assistance from Shook, but a lot of this from Froggen has just been him out-pushing a Ziggs, which is no easy task.
Well, Shook just coming in towards that top. He's going to buy time for Wicked to back off. He's going to buy himself a couple of items, so we'll see how he builds this one out. And honestly, Shook actually up with levels on Cruiser. Cruiser's like, I don't really fancy taking on that spider right now.
Yeah, Shook has done a great job of keeping up in levels. He's been participating in a lot of kills, and here's a lot of people coming down bottom.
Teleport coming in. It is a Trinity Force being built up by Wicked. Not ready yet. Froggen joins the party. Unstoppable Force thrown out. That's going to blow Cutie Pie backwards and melt him where he stands. Super Mega Inferno shot coming out from Jabs. And that is a clean sweep once again for Alliance. They're going to take themselves a tower and any more kills if they can find them.
Oh, Wicked does have to flash out because he went a little bit too far tanking that turret. But overall, Alliance collapsed down with both of their solo laners. Dignitas had a false sense of security because they knew where the jungler was. So they assumed that the rest of the team wouldn't just be in the bottom lane, but they assumed wrong, and it cost them.
So the Dragon will be going across to Alliance. First one of the game, keeping that gold ticking in their favor. 5,000 gold is almost the advantage now, and Froggen is making his way up towards the enemy blue buff where Crumbs is standing.
And this could be another steal attempt, but they are playing this a little cautious. There were some mistakes Alliance made in the early game here, going over aggressive at some key moments, which have kind of kept Dignitas in this game for a while. So now that Alliance has gotten that bit of an edge, they're playing a bit more conservatively.
So Trinity Force has been completed now by Wicked, so be interested to see how that's developed. He's not gone tanky, he's gone straight damage, no messing around, no Sunfire capes, no nothing for him. He's just gone immediately for that damage. Those teleports are working out for him. Every time he's come down, a kill has been created.
Well, Trinity Force is a great individual item when you complete it. So even though it's unconventional on Malphite, he's very strong right now. He'll get that on-hit damage right after he slows him. You can see that one Trinity Force proc hits pretty hard, surprisingly. It just doesn't scale that well unless he goes like full AD Malphite, because it doesn't scale with magic penetration or any of that stuff. It's going to be hard to deal with for now, though.
Cruiser is not having fun dealing with that, that's for sure. Absolutely bullied away from lane in that one. Shook once again in his favorite position, seemingly is going to find Cruiser, throws out the cocoon. This time it does not land. Kiwi Kid and Skara and Cutie Pie all around this red buff though, so it's highly contested. Shook's thinking about trying to get in and smite it, but that would be a suicidal approach.
Yeah, Shook does not need to be taking those extra risks because he did get set back a little bit in the early game by giving up those double buffs for the betterment of the team. and he's been able to recover since then, but there's no reason to give away his high level 9 at least right now for just a chance of smite stealing.
One thing that Trinity Force does give Wicked, he's got some tremendous lane push right now. He's actually been down there, but look at it, Cruiser. Cruiser's gone up towards
Where are
the
you
tower.
going?
And where are they going? Skara has to flash away from that one. All of Alliance now closing in around it. Skara desperately jumping away from this one, but he's left that mid lane completely exposed. There's not a great deal of push over coming in because there's no AD carry presence. Unstoppable Force landing off through members of Dignitas, but they do turn this one back around. Froggen running through the mines, but the rest of the lane are pushing along the bottom. Alliance all gathered around the bottom of the map, but Dignitas are safe.
Froggen tunnel visioned right there. That was not a good ultimate to use because no one was in range of following up. It's going to hurt their ability to siege this turret because the threat of Alliance diving is much lower right now. They have to back away because Wicked used that ultimate preemptively.
So everybody stepping slowly into the bush. They haven't gone just yet, leaving that barrel hanging out there, but Dignitas are all gathered. Alliance all gathered. There's no dragon available for a long time. Froggen is actually just going to back away towards that red. He's going to head off towards the top. They're just going to spread across and back away. So, time to take a moment and look across the items. See who's building what, bearing in mind that Alliance, of course, have that 5,000 gold advantage.
Yeah, it does appear like Tabs is going for his Bloodthirster Last Whisper build. That is his AD carry build. It means he's a bit more spell reliant than straight up auto attack reliant. It's just the way he plays AD carry. It combos pretty well with Taric stuns as well. Obviously, you look at Froggen. He's going for the same build he did on Nidalee. He'll rush the Rabadon's Death Cap and then maybe go for a little bit of magic penetration. But he's going to have to focus mainly I'm a Cutie Pie and a little bit of Scar because he's just going for low magic resist targets since he doesn't have magic penetration yet.
Oh, Wicked doing a great job of making sure that tower takes down as many minions as possible before it is dropped. And that will be the third outer turret of the game for Alliance. They're now closing in towards Kiwi Kid. There's Chompers getting thrown out but not finding the target.
Yeah, that was a nice mantra'd Q right there from Kiwi Kid, right in the choke point to completely stop Alliance from chasing through.
Crumbs heading down south, seeing if he can catch in towards them. This three-man terror squad from Alliance has been causing a lot of problems. They're going to try and turn this one around here. They're actually all caught out in a bad place. Mega Inferno Bomb's going to close in. Kazmich has to get out of the way, but it's not far enough. And Skara gets himself the kill. Cutie Pie trying to focus on which target he can go for. He will manage to catch the cooling, but not close enough. And that was a fail flash from Cutie Pie.
He was trying to keep...
No, Cutie Pie. Who was it?
What are you talking about, man?
There was a flash in there.
Well, there's a couple kills.
I was flashed. I was dazzled by Cutie Pie's hair.
We could go run a replay maybe, and then we get to see it again. But I missed it. Anyway, Tabs actually just got the move speed from Jinx's passive to be able to escape that one. Otherwise, it would have been a really good turn from the rest of Dignitas. All said, though, it keeps things about where they were before the fight.
There was some damage put on towards that middle lane turret, and now we see Cruiser just off at the side. Wicked is above him. Wicked did use the teleport somewhere in that fight. I didn't see where he went into. I think he was going down to the
canceled
bottom.
his teleport.
Canceled it, yeah.
Yeah.
No,
I'll tell you who flashed in a second.
You tell me. You tell me. I swear. I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it. No.
Nobody flashed.
Nobody flashed.
There was a bright moment on the screen.
It was a bright
because
light.
Lucian has a lot of bright skills.
I've seen the light. That's what it is. I've seen the light, and it is Dignitas losing.
Maybe. It's looking like it right now. They need to do a lot more to come back.
They do need to do a lot more, but Alliance, you know, have been a lot more shaky in this game. They're obviously dominant in game one, 11-2 if you missed it already, and honestly, that game was over in 25 minutes. But this time, we're already closing in on the 19-minute mark, and Alliance had already taken all of the outer turrets this time around. Skara has the Ignite put on him from Froggen, but Froggen flashing away this time around. Now he finds Cruiser, though. Cruiser popping that ultimate. Froggen in all sorts of trouble. He's running away from this one. Mega Inferno Bomb thrown out, was dodged out, but Froggen, he's still in trouble. He's not done yet. He will get taken down, but now we see Shook coming in. Shook trying to get on towards him, but he's on his own now. Dignitas are turning this around. Coming around the side, he's going to be Crumbs. Crumbs on towards Shook. Shook's trying to get away, but again, Kiwi Kid closing him out. He's got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. He's going to get caught down, slowed down, and dropped by Skara.
Dignitas is doing a really good job at chasing some people down, and the move speed that Kiwi Kid's Karma is granting a lot of his team is what they were hoping from that support Karma in the first game. It's just the game got away from them way too quickly, and they could never kind of get to that. And now, even though they're down 3 turrets, they're fighting a lot better inside their turrets, and maybe they can get something back. Instead, they're just going to try to pull for this dragon while Shook's smite is dead.
5-man group in Dignitas getting this dragon down. This could be their first one of the game as well. Don't forget, he managed to lose the first one to Alliance. Will they try and rotate? Will they try and take any towers from this one, or will they push on immediately. Tabs has responded, realizing he can't go that far down the lane, backing well away.
Yeah, you can definitely see Tabs is trying to farm as much as possible. He's got those 4 kills, but that's a whole squad that wants him dead.
Had to flash away from that one, though. That was a good ability. Kazmich having to try and come in and support him, but KiwiKid is making plays right now on Karma, but Alliance, they're trying to close in. They're coming towards QtPie with the culling landing very nicely, but Kazmich still has that dazzle available. It's QtPie he's focusing on. He is going to land it down, but the rest of the team not on the same page. It's going to be KiwiKid they're focused on instead. He's going to get caught down. Shook's trying to come and catch on towards him. It's going to be QtPie they're focused on. That's going to be the flash away from it, and the bomb doesn't land, but Froggen still picks it up with the second barrel, and now Wicked, he's coming around. Dignitas his own base to catch on this one. Trinity Force is locked and loaded. Will he manage to go in with the catch? Yes, he will. Skara caught out, but there's not a lot of damage on him. Instead, the Mega Inferno Bomb using defensive mechanism. Froggen, can he land the barrel? No! Skara gets away.
Wicked getting a little creative with his gank paths. And that was actually just a really good turn and chase by Alliance. Dignitas overstepped their bounds, trying to get that kill in between the turrets. They hadn't even taken down the other turret when they tried to get Tabs. So the retreat was very long and very dangerous. This is really shaping up to be that protect the Jinx style game. And that's why Tabs is focused so heavily on farming right now, because even if the rest of the game gets away from Alliance a little bit and they're struggling to close as decisively as they did in the first one, they still have that 5-kill Jinx who is keeping up with minion farm and will be a monster in the late game.
And Wicked used that teleport to get into that top to prevent Cruiser from pushing on the lane. And again, once again, you see Cruiser not really interested in that original fight. Wicked is trying to create something. Now he's in a 2v1 situation, 3v1 actually, because Skara's coming in. Wicked has to back the hell out of him, but Crumbs and Cruiser are trying to close in towards him. Mega Inferno Bomb is available any second now, and it's going to be Skara that will be throwing it out. Once he gets close enough, Wicked is running for his life. Not too sure anyone's going to close the gap. Crumbs has got that speed boost, but it's not going to happen. Wicked is safe.
It's that Trinity Force speed coming in with Wicked, as well as his Seismic Shard, which steals move speed from Shyvana. He used it on the fastest member of Dignitas, which let him get away a bit better. And I actually have to comment about his Trinity Force and why it's working so well against Cruiser Shyvana. Normally, if a Shyvana itemizes a Spirit Visage early against Malphite, since almost all of Malphite's spell damage is magical, it will stop Malphite from being able to do damage to him. But the Trinity Force proc is physical damage, and that's why Wicked is beating him down so quickly, because Cruiser hasn't itemized that, and that's hurting him.
Skara just jumping away with that rubber ducky away from Shook's Cocoon. Tabs and Kazmich trying to create some plays, but Alliance, I wouldn't say they've been sloppy, but they're definitely not as clean teamwork as there was in game one. They're definitely creating plays, but Dignitas are reading them this time around.
I think the first game being so one-sided kind of loosened Alliance up a little bit, and they're probably having a little bit more fun with this one, even though Wicked could make an argument about why coming in from the base was the best strategic play. I feel like he was shown off a little bit.
I think so.
And that's bleeding through to make Alliance seem a little more sloppy.
Well, both AP mids have actually built themselves up a lot of ability power. You see the Athenes, Unholy Grail, and the Rabadon's Death Cap on both mid laners. And I am seeing Froggen building up. Looks like the Void Staff's going to be following as well for him. Meanwhile, Ward's getting thrown down towards that blue buff. Skara's already picked that one up, and he's going to be able to get the reset and clear out that ward. Speaking of wards and trinkets, we see a lot of sweepers coming out from Alliance here.
And this is one of the first scrying orbs I've actually seen from Wicked. They went for the Greater Orb because it's been upgraded. Malphite wants that mini CV so he can land his ultimates in, and they're going in fast.
But they're not going to catch him. They did blow Skara away from there, though, and that's going to be 4 members of Alliance if they want to push in. But Tabs, so QtPie is already in place to defend them away. But Alliance, like we were mentioning, this is the first time we've seen Scrying. Well, in fact, this is the first time I think I've ever seen it.
Yeah, usually you'd think that just placing a ward in a spot would be more beneficial than getting that, but it's because Wicked in particular wants to be able to follow people if they go over walls just because he's Malphite. And the 3 sweeping lenses they've gotten so far, or greater lenses, is because they have so much map control right now, and they're looking of ways to really finish it. And if all of them can sweep out the wards collectively from Dignitas, they could maybe make something happen.
Cruiser coming around the backside. He might be in trouble here. Dazzle is available. He does get to use it. Wicked's tanking up this turret. The turret's going to go down. Cruiser has to run away from this one. And that is another turret picked up by Alliance. It's now 5-0 in turrets. They were 6-0 in game one. You said nobody comes back from that. But I feel Dignitas are not out of this yet.
Not yet. They need to get one turret back at least. Come on, one turret for the whole Battle of the Atlantic.
Oh,
America
Crumbs,
right
you are
here.
well out of position. Is he going to try and sneak around them? Alliance are just going to funnel in on towards this inhibitor turret. Dignitas are coming around the back of them.
Not coordinated right now, and this could be an ugly fight. Dignitas is trying to flank it around, but here comes Alliance.
Oh, the tower went down just at the time Crumbs comes in. He managed to get his ultimate in there nicely, but Cruiser's going to get singled out, but he's a tanky mob right now. They are going to force Alliance back from this one. The Culling's going to get used. That's massaging Wicked's back, but Alliance are not done yet.
It's a good way of describing what Cutie Pie was just doing. Nice physical imagery right there. Cutie Pie massaging Wicked's back as he runs away on Malphite. But that's what happened right there. Alliance took a little bit of harass while they finished the turret because they all sat in the Mega Inferno Bomb, and they just decided to disengage. Because the way that Dignitas came into that fight wasn't very good for fighting when all was said and done, and it was an easy disengage for Alliance.
Lots of minions being picked up by Wicked now. 238, highest on the board. Actually, I tell a lie. How can I question Froggen? Of course, 250 CS for him, of course, so he's much higher still. It is the Dragon available, and it's Dignitas that are looking to take this one. Remember, the money, the gold advantage is going to be quite high. You talked about it before. They're not at level 15 yet, so it's not quite at max, but it's definitely going to be a lot of gold on the line here.
And they really need it, too, because Dignitas is down 8,000 gold before this Dragon. You can see it actually jumped. That was a 1,200 gold Dragon they just picked up, which that's pretty much as good as 2 full kills. Maybe 3, depending on who they get.
Well, we are seeing the wards coming out. Dignitas trying to ward up. They're aware that Baron is a possibility now for Alliance. Alliance are already using those sweeping lenses to make sure that those wards get cleared out pretty quickly. Another one goes down. They have full lock and load on these wards placements that Kiwi Kid just put down. Fortunately for him, they have all just been swept.
And there's a bit of a mind game that happens now in the 2014 season when they're trying to use all of these sweeping lenses to get rid of wards. You see wards in some really strange places sometimes so that the default spot to sweep wouldn't be taken. And Alliance is just doing their best to get all of the wards out of the jungle. They've done quite a good job so far getting them out, but you can see all their lenses are on cooldown right now, and Kazmich just can't quite see that ward with the pink they have in the Baron Pit.
Just on the edge of it. Meanwhile, we're seeing the Golems actually being clept away. Wicked now pushing down the bottom lane. He's been used pretty much as the split pusher the entire time. That is what Wicked's been doing. He's got that teleport available if the fight would happen, but he's actually done a very good job at split pushing as well. Now he's completed that Spirit Visage. He's had that tankiness in him from the Warden's Mail for a long time as well, and the Trinity Force to just chunk those minions down and ground slamming, pretty much wiping them out in one sweep.
And the Trinity Force was actually a really smart purchase, as we mentioned earlier, because it allowed him to beat up Crumbs in the split pushing battle, and it gives them so much more freedom for making plays like this since he wins the lane and is free to teleport in whenever he wants.
That Baron is already down to half health and going down very quickly. Crumbs is close by though. He's going to get caught out. Oh, Cocoon lands in there. Dazzle as well. He's already dropped incredibly low and will get taken down. The Mega Inferno Bomb coming in from Skara. Is it going to be enough? Kazmich dropping low. The Culling coming out but not really landing on anyone. Froggen throws out the barrel. Cruiser has to get away. Gets locked up. Tabs takes him down. Now Skara's going to run for his life. The teleport from Wicked was used to catch in there, and Skara is going to have a very hard job escaping from Wicked here. He's just going to get mowed down. One more shot should do it, and that is a 3-kill clean sweep for Alliance as they bait out the Baron.
Yeah, Malphite slapped Skara to death at the end of that one, and it was just Dignitas not quite being in position yet again. It didn't grant a Baron to Alliance, but it did grant them some very key kills.
Well, Cutie Pie fancies a kill here. Kiwi Kid, if he can catch the slow, and in Flash was forced to be used there. So that's a win, a tiny win of that, but it's a win nonetheless, and it's a 9,000 gold difference. Let's look at this replay.
Yeah, you can see that even though Crumbs landed a good ultimate and got a lot out of his shield, it was all for nothing because the team couldn't follow it up immediately. Obviously, Wicked went off to the side in the bottom. He actually just jumps on Skara, and no one on Dignitas participated in that fight, really. You could see Cruiser was all the way in. Wicked actually didn't even get his ultimate on Skara in order to kill him down. Let's see how many slaps he gets. That's at least 2. Would have been about 10 more, and then he finished him off.
Slapping him like crazy. Sweepers being used all over the map. Everybody clearing out those wards that did just get planted, and No one has a good, clean vision right now. There's a pink ward you can see from Alliance just in that bush that hasn't been swept yet. And you were talking about this yesterday. Those pink wards, while they are visibly able to be spotted, now they're starting to use these unusual spots that people just don't check there, and it will stay there forever.
Yeah, they have to make sure the pink wards... Just got to run in some bushes you wouldn't expect, which people have kind of been trained playing League of Legends for so long. Don't run into bushes that seem unnecessary, because that's just going to get you killed now and again. But sometimes you got to take that risk.
Now they're going to go in. Mega Inferno Bomb's not going to find his target. Kasmich is going to get singled out by Crumbs, but Alliance are turning this one around. Good minds being used from Skara to stop that attack in its tracks.
But Malphite is around the side. Who's he going to go for?
Unstoppable Force is available. He hasn't used it up yet. Skara's going to maybe get focused on Cutie-Pie. They're going to get very close together. This could be a prime target, prime candidate. Instead, they're going to single out Skara and just beat him down once again. There's slaps coming in. Froggen with the barrel picks himself up a kill.
And Dignitas tried to engage that fight because they saw that Wicked was in the bottom lane. But throughout this entire Battle of the Atlantic series, Alliance has done an amazing job of disengaging and really picking their fights. They did it again right there. It meant that Dignitas didn't have a real chance to fight. And now Crumbs, he's in trouble as well.
Wicked just tracking down Crumbs like a scent dog there. He knew exactly where he was going. Oh, the Cocoon, no max range. Didn't quite catch on. I did just see someone actually getting caught out as the Baron, obviously causing damage on them. Explosive Cask is definitely going to finish the deal. That's Baron picked up for Alliance.
That was Froggen saying mine as he threw the barrel at it. He knew Wicked would have had it concerned or covered completely, but he wanted to get the kill. He's now 5-2 on Gragas. With the Baron being picked up by Alliance, they have gained a larger stranglehold on the game. At least Dignitas has 2 turrets to the 6 of Alliance, but I think Alliance is in complete control.
It is 18-8 in kills, and of course, you say that gold lead is starting to grow rather exponentially. It's currently at 13,000 gold to Alliance, and they are continuing to drive home their advantage. Big critical shots now coming out from Tab, starting to clear those minions in second, switching across those rockets. There's waves at the bottom and waves at the middle, pushing in towards Dignitas base. The siege is on.
Yeah, they don't have quite the poke they had in game 1, but they still have Gragas and Elise. They'll have plenty if they decide to get a catch early. And Dignitas goes right away.
Kasmich gets dropped there. It's Crumbs that manages to pick up the kill. Culling coming out. Wicked trying to tank that one out. Still not managed to use that ultimate. Wicked's just holding on, holding that trigger. And honestly, I'm not too sure they're going to pull it because, well, Cruiser does get taken down just towards the end there, but that is a close engagement. A support for a top laner, though. You got to feel it's Alliance again on top.
Yeah, they got Tabs extremely low, and it looks like Crumbs wants to finish the job. They're not letting this inhibitor go down without a fight.
He's going to try and sneak around the side. It's Tabs he wants to get in, but that's the inhib going down, and the rest of Dignitas have had to back away and give up this inhibitor. Crumbs is still hanging around the side here. They may try and get some exit kills. It is a Baroned up Alliance, so he has to be really cautious about what target he goes for. That's going to be Unstoppable Force going in, and just like that, Cutie Pie is deleted from the map. Skara's going to get focused on. He gets dropped into double kill, and that could be game for Alliance.
Crumbs never made it into that fight because they were trying to turn it around, but Alliance struck first right there. Wicked turned it, Crumbs never made it in, and this is the game.
This is the game. It's going to be Europe striking first. It will be 1-0 as Alliance take down Dignitas in a clean sweep 2-0. Game 1 was a stomp. Game 2 was much closer. But honestly, it's Crumbs that's just getting beat. Oh, Froggen.
Well, that one he actually had to kill secure. I feel like he may have gotten away. At this point, they may try and get a fountain kill.
I think they're having fun right now.
They've been having fun this whole game.
They've been having fun this whole game. Teleport coming back in. Wicked, what has he been back to buy? It is going to be the Randian Zone, and they're just going to keep poking him on this turret. And honestly, they've got a really good fountain poke team.
Manor.
Dancing
Manor,
from Wicked. Dancing from Wicked. Froggen with big smiles in his face. Not so much smiles from Dignitas as those barrels. Oh! Cutie Pie taken so low there. Those barrels are hurting.
I wonder what Dignitas is going to do about this. They can't get out of their base.
I think it's an interesting dance move that Cruiser's trying to pull, but Crumbs is going to try and come out. Zhonya's tries to bait them in there. Is it going to be enough? No, he's going to back off once again. Now Static Shiv is doing damage.
The Baron regen is keeping them all healthy as well. We did call this game over, but it appears there's still many battles to be fought.
The super minions are going to finish it for us just off the side there. We see the Nexus, Unstoppable Force on the fountain. They go in, finish the game off with 2 kills for 1. And well, Alliance really coming out in style, honestly, at the end of that. The crowd clearly happy with a European victory, as well as Froggen and his new team. This Alliance team, it looks strong moving into 2014 season.
Yeah, this game was a little bit longer than the first, but it was very dominating. Again, there were actually 11 kills onto Tabs, so that was a little bit of the protect the jinx. But across the board, you know, Dignitas played a little bit better than in game one. They still look a little bit devastated, though.
And I have to say, QtPie, while he said, you know, America's known for their great AD carries,
didn't show up that game.
0-6-4 versus a 11-1-3. It's a bit of a difference.
They completely got destroyed there. The ganks from the very start from Shook. He was definitely focusing down that lane and helping out Tabs, and for good reason. AmaQtPie and Kiwi Kid, even though they may get along well personally, did not show up in-game for this series.
I was actually relatively impressed with Kiwi Kid's Karma, though.
His Karma was making some plays. He was basically the bright point of Dignitas for that match. No one else really performed that well.
So what do we make of these teams? This is the first really look we had before the spring LCS begins. Both these teams already qualified, of course. Alliance, pretty much a new lineup coming into Europe, and of course Dignitas with effectively 2 new players, because Kiwi Kid's switch in position makes him effectively new, and of course Cruiser coming in that top.
Well, I think Alliance has definitely lived up to the hype to me so far. Shook as a jungler has made all of the right plays. The synergy they talked about, not even necessarily with Froggen, but with the bottom lane. The bottom lane ganks he did were so spectacular. Wicked looks strong. He's still playing his same champions with a little bit of his own flavor. The Trinity Force on Malphite was a really good sign. I think that team is going to make a lot of noise in the European LCS, and they're definitely a strong contender for Worlds.
And the thing with Wicked, I feel that this patch has actually played a little bit into his favor.
Absolutely.
Tanky champions in that top lane is what it was renowned for.
He loves the tanky champions. I mean, Renekton and Malphite, that's completely fine for him. And if the rest of the team brings so much damage and so much roaming potential, he's free to do his own thing, and that's where he is most comfortable.
So what do we make of the 2014 patch so far? Obviously, there's going to be adjustments. There's going to be changes. This is not a done deal. You know, 3.15 has already been rolled out on towards the live servers. What do we take from what we've seen so far in the promo and the Battle Atlantic?
Well, I'm seeing a nice evolution of the trinkets, the way people have been running them, because obviously the team that was losing here, Dignitas, ended the game with 4 warding totems.
Yes.
But there were 3 sweepers and a blue one on Alliance as well, because they were
or whatever it is.
Scrying orb. Well, it's an orb. They changed it to the greater orb. And
Yeah.
he actually
Farsight
upgraded it.
orb.
He spent the 475 gold to upgrade it to a Farsight orb. But you really actually do want to switch out your trinkets in the mid game, and teams are really starting to adapt to that to kind of suit their needs. I think the rest of it, though, is kind of as planned, right? The junglers are getting a little bit more farm. The supports are having a bit more impact, as we saw from Kiwi Kid. 80 carries are definitely still strong. We've seen multiple 80 carries go off, 11-1, 10-0.
Despite what we're hearing from a lot of 80 carries.
Well, from Doublelift. Let's be honest. He's said a few things
he's not the only
before.
one. Freezer's definitely had a few things to say about this patch. He's not too happy
It's
about
because Hercubot keeps going bot lane and stealing his farm.
stealing everything from him. But for me, what I'm seeing is a lot more kills. Definitely been a lot more entertaining matches. Thinking back to Meteor Makers yesterday, the 4 aces in that game that Meteor Makers had, and the ace for Copenhagen Wolves, all in the same game. A lot of action going on. Copenhagen Wolves sweeping lots of kills yesterday as well. This game, we had 35 kills in, 35 minutes? Fountain diving. Not really something you'd normally see, but they're having fun at the end there. And 11-2 in pretty much a 20-minute game last time.
Yeah, I would say that high kill games are indicative of a new season. We saw it in Season 3 as well, right after the patches hit, when teams are doing most of their adjusting. You just see more bloodbaths, because the way pro players and really good players approach the game is they always test their limits. And when they haven't been playing on a patch or an environment for an extremely long time, they're going to die a lot when they were expecting it to go well. And then they'll adapt and do better next time and always trend towards a slightly more conservative play style. But early on, yeah, it's been some bloodbaths.
And you just got to look at the jungle battle, obviously, that happened with Crumbs there. Crumbs definitely came out a lot more favorable once he played the Evelynn. You think of that duel they had where Shook got away with effectively 20 hit points, was it? I think it was towards the end.
Yeah. Well, we can't give Crumbs too much. He went 3-8 on the eve. He started the game actually 1-5.
3-8-6 as well for Shook as well in that last game.
3-4-11 for Shook. Yeah.
Okay.
He's got him switched around.
Got him switched around.
But obviously the winning team jungler always looks
But
better.
he's always going to have better stats.
I think Crumbs' Eve, if he would have been able to make an early game impact, would have been better. It was definitely better than Game 1, because Game 1 was a disaster. But I have to give both of these games to Shook.
So Alliance do manage to take victory. Now let's send it down, though, of course, to Shocked, who will be standing by with the winners of the first Battle of the Atlantic.
Yes, I'm standing here with Alliance. And first up, an applause for Alliance, I think, might be in place. Because standing here with one of the members who has remained in the lineup, Froggen, and it must be a great weight off your shoulders doing this good in the first international showdown.
Yeah, it's obviously really good, even though we were messing around a bit in the second game. Like, it feels great to win.
I'm sure it does, and of course, we heard you comment before, I really want to win, and I felt like with the old lineup we had, that wasn't possible at the highest level anymore. So what's your impression now of the positions you've changed going off of this first game?
I think, first of all, they're all really, really mechanical good, and they have a good mindset about the game. If they can keep that up, we will see, but no, they're all really, really good.
Yeah, and maybe Shook, I'd ask you, of course, you've had some big stage experience with the Copenhagen Wolves, and now with Alliance, how did the games go for you? Because especially in that first game, you seem to be feeling very comfortable putting the pressure down. Give you the mic.
I missed a lot of cocoons, and that made me sad, and that's about it.
It was still a very good performance. How do you feel that the atmosphere in the team is? I saw you laughing a lot in that first game, especially when you got that first blood down.
Yeah, this team is just great fun playing with them, and you just always have fun, even when you're losing. It's the best team you can have.
Yeah, well, that seems very good. Of course, now you're winning, so you're going to be very happy. We'll see how that is when you're losing, maybe. But I want to ask Wicked, maybe, of course, a great performance by you both games. How was the experience versus Cruiser?
Well, I've been training a lot against Sorcerer, and I kind of got my ass kicked, so I've had a tough opponent to train against, and it was kind of easy because of that.
Oh, okay. But on a more personal level, what I also tried to ask you, want to ask you is, of course, competitive level, you want to win, but how was it for you having to say goodbye to 3 good friends, in essence?
Well, I feel like it wasn't that bad saying goodbye to them because we all had different goals, we all wanted different things, so no one got left while being unhappy. Everyone was happy with what happened, so I think it was all right.
Would you say that difference in goals might have been that you wanted to win more, or?
I think it's just different in goals. Like, for example, Snoopy always wanted to live in America. That's one of his life goals, so he wants to live over there.
All right. Also want to ask Kazimich, of course, coming in here as the solo queue hero, but that's about all we know about you and Zilean, and then you draw a Zilean ban immediately. That must have been a good feeling.
Yeah, I think I'm only one who plays Zilean competitively, so I've tried to play it here, and I think it was okay.
How are the stress levels for you up on this big stage?
Can you repeat?
How are the stress levels for you up on this big stage?
I was kind of shaky the first game, but after we get some easy kills, the stress fell off me and I was playing my game.
All right, a lot of easy I hear here, shots fired. Tabs, and what was it like for you in that lane versus Cutie-Pie, and just a very good debut for you as well in Alliance?
Yeah, I was very excited to play against Cutie-Pie because I always watch his stream, so I was like, wow, I get to play against my idol, you know, so.
It's a lot of mutual respect coming out there.
Yes.
Right, Froggen, I'd like to ask you something we've asked Expeke before as well. How do you think overall Europe versus NA is going to turn out in this Battle of the Atlantic?
EU.
I might want to direct that at Tabs as well, as you come from the Lemondogs organization before. What do you think of this new roster? How do you think they're going to do?
Yeah, I think all of us are just like really good at the game, and if we just train a lot, we have potential to be one of the best teams for sure.
Right. Final question for Froggen: how much potential do you see in this Alliance lineup for you?
Well, hopefully everyone will see once we win LCS, but.
All right, one more time for Alliance, guys. Thank you very much, guys. Fantastic performance here. And we've got to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere because the battles have just begun. SK Gaming and the Super Hot Crew throw down for a spot in the 2014 Spring Split right after this. Stick around.
Welcome back to the LCS studios in Cologne, Germany. Jet and I have lane swapped over to the analyst area where we are joined once again by XPK from Fnatic. So let's start things off. What do you think of that game? How do you think it went? Obviously, Alliance looking very strong, but they're going to be in the league against you guys. You a bit worried?
No, not really. No, they played really good. I still think Dignitas didn't play as good as they should have. So I'm not that scared. I want to face Alliance in a real tournament versus us first before I get scared.
Yeah, and I actually want to ask you a little bit about the Battle of the Atlantic game that is worth the most points, which is you guys against Cloud9. What are your thoughts on Cloud9 maybe coming into this new patch or with the new season? Because how different are they going to be from when you guys beat them at Worlds?
Well, I have no idea how long they have been practicing. I don't know what they are preparing for, but we are preparing a lot. I think we adapted pretty well to this new patch and the meta, how is it going. So I think we are ready for anything. I think the games are going to be close. If they do mistakes in picks and ban again, we might be able to take them. But I think they will prepare a lot in picks and bans, and it will be super close. But still, I think we will win 2-1.
2-1. Well, that's what it was at the World Finals, World Quarterfinals. I want to talk to you a little bit about the World Championships because I've not had too much of a chance to sit down. Obviously, I saw you at Cologne. But, how do you feel it went for you guys? Obviously, it didn't go so great against Royal Club, but there's a couple of games in that matchup in the semi-finals that could have gone your way.
Yeah, during Worlds, it was. I think we played really good. Like overall, we did super good. We scored really high, and it just there were so many games that, of course, you cannot play good every game. At some point, you had to have a bad game, and we had a few games that were not as we normally would play. But besides that, I think we played super good. We had a really high performance. Most of the games we were doing good. Even the ones we did bad, we still managed to not get a stomp or do decent. So I'm happy with how we played.
And how do you feel, obviously, now Reckless stepping into the team, obviously coming to it with all the hype that we saw with Copenhagen Wolves qualifying, yet he's been replaced there and as a new superstar formed. Do you feel he's obviously bringing a lot more than Pushy would have given you?
Well, Pusu was really good. The difference is maybe Reckless is better in the early laning phase. Pusu was great in teamfight. We didn't have any complaint with him in the teamfights or late game. He was doing good. Reckless is just like maybe a bit better in early game, which is really important when you play at the top level. You need to be like good at every stage in the game. So with practice and getting good synchro with Yellowstar, I think it can be even better.
I mean, speaking of this upcoming season, we're about to see who's going to join you guys in the European LCS. Do you have any predictions who's going to win this next one, SK or Super Hot Crew?
It's hard to tell because I haven't seen much of Super Hot Crew, but I will say SK, if they get their comfortable picks and they play how they normally do, I think they will win. Still, it's not like fully sure. I will give them 60-40%. It's not like for sure. And from what is the last team? I forgot.
Super Hot Crew.
No. We want to go all the way tomorrow as well. You want to predict that
I
one?
want to think about tomorrow again.
It's NIP versus KMT.
I think NIP. That one's easy. NIP, I think, is going to win. But yeah, no, today, definitely, I think SK will win. If they don't tilt, if they don't play bad, they are going to do probably just fine, like 3-1 or something like that. Probably like yesterday, but closer games.
Well, it'd be a shame if we don't get to see El Clasico again, because that's what Fnatic SK is all about. Now, let's send it over to Rivington and Quickshot at the Caster Desk for today's Spring Promotion Tournament matchup.
Thank you very much, D-Man. And it is the same faces, just in different places, as Quickshot and I are excited to bring you today's Spring Promotion Tournament Best of 5 series. SK Gaming versus the Super Hot Crew.
And let's get straight into it. It isn't too surprising to see SK in the promotion tournament after the lack of consistent performances throughout the 2013 season. You know, SK as a team, they've always flirted with being at the top. They've had moments of brilliance, but those moments burn out really fast. And SK has always trended towards the middle,
right,
almost bottom of the table.
And if there was one moment that defined SK Gaming's summer split, it was the play that went down against Ninjas in Pajamas. If you didn't remember it, the flash around the world of LoL Esports wasn't solely responsible for sending SK Gaming into the promotion tournament, but it's still fresh in the minds of the fans heading into today's game.
At the end of the Super Week, the last Super Week, in the start we had like our champions, our comfort picks. But since we played like 2 or 3 games, people figured out what we played. They bunted and We had to adapt, but we couldn't really.
He's going to walk back to base. Kevin really wants it, but he's flashed in there. Why did he go for that one at this stage of the game? Turrets are going to come in. He's going to get shut down.
I wouldn't blame it that game. Of course, it was a sad moment because in that game it all come down to that one mistake and everyone was super sad, but we have to blame ourselves before and what we did before.
To be honest, that play was only so important because it was the last game. I mean, of course, it was unlucky that he did that mistake in that game.
If it would have been on a different day, we could have won, but it wasn't, so it was sad, must be sad.
Yeah, it's true that that play is in us relegation, but it's a team game, so if one guy makes a mistake, the rest of the team could have stepped up instead, but we didn't, so it was, in the end, was the play.
Is it going to be enough to do the damage? No, it's not. Gets one, not a single kill, I don't believe it. And that surely is all she wrote for SK Gaming. They're going to be going into the relegation brackets. Alternate are going to be through to Gamescom.
We've been through a lot of things, and I think it helped us as a team, but still there were too many things. Yeah, it was really tough to form a new team. Well, pretty much only Kenny and me left, so we had to find 3 new players, and of course they had to be on the LCS level.
I've been playing on the amateur scene. I guess I just got spotted by NIF and got contacted and just try out with them and joined them.
I'm a little bit nervous since I've been here before and I lost last relegation.
LCS basically means everything to me. I'm very motivated to get back in LCS. I think we're more of a friends team than we were last season. Spending your free time together or eating together or all this kind of stuff makes you a better team, yeah.
Of course, it's the best league in Europe where you can be, and that's obviously where I want to be, and then I want to go to Worlds as well.
And such amazing camaraderie mentality through all the trials and tribulation, and to have those key players that were in that aspect still on the team, it's going to give the new players momentum.
Even more importantly, hearing the players saying, yeah, it was a bad decision, it was a bad call, but it was our fault. Yeah. It's he made a bad call, but we lost the game.
It's difficult to
do,
especially when it means so much, but heads in the right places. Today, SK Gaming will look to put the past behind them. The process of improving on last year's finish started with a switch to their lineup for the 2014 season. Kevin and Herkiba are out, and Ocelot is now a sub.
Yeah, so replacing Ocelot in the mid laner is Jez's. The new jungler is, of course, Sven Skeren, formerly of NIP. And starting up in the top lane is Freddy112, who was a starting member of the LCS Spring Split, and of course against All Authority. To be very honest, the new lineup hasn't had a whole lot more success than the old one. They did win DreamHack, I'm not taking that away from them, but it was a shaky victory, and the majority of the competition was marginal at best.
Right.
In addition to that, DreamHack was run on 3.13, not 3.14, which is what they're playing here. So very good for them to get experience on LAN under a high-pressure environment, but did it hurt them? Because a number of other teams dropped out of the LAN to practice on 3.14. So we'll see how much experience they have on the latest patch.
And we'll absolutely have to see how that affects the decision and the matchups today as they face off against the team that Freddy122 and Sven Skeren know well, the Super Hot Crew. Originally, SK chose KMT as their opponent, but Ninjas in Pajamas also chose KMT, which means SK is playing their second choice in the Super Hot Crew.
Yeah, so just in terms of preference, it just tells you immediately, SK, from a mental perspective, they're playing against a team that there's a lot of history. Freddy and Sven Skeren used to play for Super Hot Crew about 6 or so weeks ago. And in terms of the team itself, Super Hot Crew is very, very young. They formed back in October, and they've had a number of roster swaps. Their top lane and junglers have been moved around quite a lot. They lost Freddy and Sven Skeren. They replaced them. The top laner was then replaced. That was Sorelia. He was replaced by Mima. Impaler's now come into the jungle because their original jungler, Kou, was too young to play. So long story short, they've had a lot of adjustments in their gameplay. And I actually feel like the team they have now, with Mima in the top lane, with Impaler in the jungle, is stronger than we've seen elsewhere. They've got a very strong, aggressive early game. And Mima himself has 4 accounts in a US Challenger.
Just a few.
Just a few. So that tells you a lot about his ability to carry the game. So we'll have to see how he actually lays it down on stage.
So while SK Gaming is counting on their new playmakers to help them get back into the LCS, the Super Hot Crew is hoping to burn their friends and former teammates with some help of inside information.
We know them so well because we had 2 players from they left us and we know perfectly what they do.
Because we spy their screams, because they are really good friends, so we know when they are playing and we watch what champs they play.
We have 2 players from the former lineup, so we have a bit of insight.
I originally got picked up by Superhot Crew.
I was the jungler before SK Gaming picked me up.
Yeah, we know some of their weaknesses.
They got limited champion pools, which I think will benefit us.
Maybe they will ban my main champ, but they can't ban me because I play too much champion, so...
I don't know all the story, but like Freddy and Svenska and the people who I think are going to be the playmakers for their team, they were originally on Superhot Crew, but like I'm there now, so I guess they should just move along. LCS spot's mine.
You know, one thing that amazes me is with everybody being so young, some of the teams having a little bit of maturity or veteran players, they all just, I don't even know how to say it, push each other on to different teams if they know it's the right thing. They know when it's the right move. They don't hold any grudges against each other, and it's amazing to see that camaraderie between all these teams. Even though they're like, we know what you're going to do, but we still love you guys.
The question is, who knows one another better? You know, that's the
true.
prediction. And we'll have to see how it pans out, because these guys, you know, with all the intermingling with having played with one another, you can actually get into somebody's head and predict what they may be going to do.
No, that tilt thing? Yeah. Let's see if it happens. All right, it's time, at that time of the night, time to check out the starting lineups. Spawning on the blue side, it's SK Gaming. In the top lane, as we said, Freddy 1-2-2, with his buddy Svenskeren right under him, Jessus in mid, Candy Panda at ADC, and Nif on support.
And of course, spawning on the red side, it is the Superhot Crew. Mima up in the top lane. Jungler is, of course, Impaler. Moops is in the mid lane with Haydel and Mixer being your AD carry and support.
And coming into this champion select, I am really excited to see what happens with Mimir in the top lane, and especially the bottom lane with the AD carries matchup.
Ziggs is going to be a massive priority for this team. I think SK Gaming for Jessus in particular, he's been playing an immense amount of Ziggs. They actually took place in a challenger event last week against the Red, the same team that played at IEM Cologne. And
didn't go so.
Jessus just played Ziggs phenomenally well. I think it's his strongest champion right now. On the other side of the coin, Moops likes to play Morgana. So we could actually see them playing in that sort of matchup, and it's not too bad of a matchup for the Morgana because the spell shield's just going to block the magic damage and the movements.
I'm sure they saw those games too, and Moops only won on Morgana, so that has to be a target for them to come in.
Yeah, definitely going to be the case. So we'll have to see how picks and bans plays out.
Well, with these coming in, obviously, what lane do they want to focus? Where do you think, because Freddy and Svenskeren being friends could help each other in the top lane. That's not going to be a weakness for them. We kind of saw in the last game that the bottom lane was a huge focus coming in.
I definitely feel like the bottom lane for SK Gaming here is the key factor in this victory. Candy Panda has been playing godlike over the last couple of weeks, and he's averaging above 6 KDA in all of the tournaments that he's played. That includes DreamHack, that includes the WePlay Invitational, with the exception of IEM Cologne, where they crashed out in the quarterfinal. We'll let that go. And as you see there already, Morgana banned out. They don't want Moops playing his strongest champ.
Absolutely. The Lucian already gone. Elise, so much trouble being given from Elise in the early game. A long-range initiation stun, gap closer. Nobody wants that coming into the lane, especially we saw what they were doing last game.
Yeah, exactly.
As I just mentioned.
The thing with the Elise ban as well, that's a pick that Impaler's been using very, very well in the Challenger circuit. Impaler's the jungler that's come over to SHC, actually the old Dignitas UK roster. And I'm very interested about the Lucian and Vayne bans. And the reason for that, SK Gaming have first picked Lucian in a couple of 3.14 games that I've seen him playing. And we actually seen Candy Panda on Twitter saying, when I need to win, when I need to go carry hard mode, I pick Vayne. Now, that is primarily focused towards solo queue, but it's solo queue play that feeds through into competitive.
And he only likes to get that Vayne if they have the support that they can get. Something with that stun.
Yeah, definitely.
Something they can double up, crushing whoever they're in lane against. But speaking, I believe, with Xpeke, they're like, and obviously when you run a Vayne, he's like, maybe they don't want to run the 2v1 lane. Let's see what is going on to the side of SHC, though. Shyvana, Ori pick up quite quick out of the gate, and they're just saying, already controlling some team fights.
So what we're seeing from the Orianna and Shyvana pickup, it's just very strong picks. Renekton is still available if they wanted to go double bruiser, and this is something that SK have done in many of their scrims. I was chatting to Peke about the team and what they like to do. And when SK Gaming can get their hands on two bruisers, like an Olaf and a Mundo, or Renekton and a Mundo, something like that, they like to pair it with a Sivir. Similar composition to what Dignitas ran earlier.
Press our run.
Yeah, but with the idea being it works out better than it worked out for Dignitas.
Yes.
In this time round, though, they have locked in their Eve. You can't deny the power of the vision, and we'll see how well Svenskeren works with it.
Going to be very interesting knowing that Elise is out, the Eve is in, so we'll see if Svenskeren and Freddie can work that together. The Mundo has been picked up. We've been seeing him banned in, played as well. After the first few games, he was completely banned out, and he's been seeing bans, so the late game Mundo to come in would be very nice. And our first Ezreal coming in as well.
Yeah, Ezreal Sona, safe lane.
Yeah.
I think sustaining lane. I don't know if they want to actually go for any sort of head-to-head matchup here. We might see Nif consider going a Karma support if they want to go for the mobility side. Annie, on the other hand, is then they're just that stun. Annie Sivir is a heavy kill lane. If Sona gets caught out, if Mixer is stunned,
that HP.
You add Ricochet and Boomerang Blade, and that is going to be a dead support. So we may actually see SHC trying to go for a lane swap because, you know, Sivir Annie is just going to crush Ezreal Sona in the early game.
Both top laners going to fare all right in that 2v1 as they switch it up. Calling out the Karma. Very nice. They do lock that in. We've been seeing that synergizing with the Sivir so much with the run comps, the chase down. We'll see if they can put that to great effect as they get into the matchup. We have the last pick for Migza coming in here. We're looking for the jungler, and they're going to hover Vi. Vi's seen 2 plays so far, possibly back in the game.
Yeah, Vi's still a strong champion, especially when you consider if you want to lock down a Zed or a Sivir in this regard. Vi's going to be one of the best. The key is that Maimo and Shyvana is going to need to follow it up with an Orianna ball because the Vi-Shyvana combo needs to kill either Zed or Sivir. And if they don't instantly delete them, Dr. Mundo and Evelyn are great at cleaning up. So there's a lot of emphasis here on Super Hot Crew, finding a target, getting rid of them, and then dealing with the rest, because I think the cleanup potential from SK with the Mundo, the Eve, the speed and the mobility they have, they are going to run down Super Hot Crew any day of the week.
They do have the teleports to get in, disengage or engage as you were talking about. We'll have to see. The lanes pretty much need to win. It's going to have to be that, or the Super Hot Crew, I should say, put their name in there. Because if they do get to that point where they want to fight, it's just going to be the runover for SK, it seems.
I also feel like the Super Hot Crew composition, maybe with the exception of Shyvana, is a 2013 season comp. You know, Sona, Ezreal, Orianna.
Yeah.
You've got the ball delivery system with the Vi and the Shyvana. But I feel like on the current patch, SK Gaming have done better during the pick and ban phase.
It's funny you say that is because we almost see that teams are really going and reverting to that since they don't know how to straighten it out yet. So now that the teams are locked in and loading onto the Rift, let's see who you think is going to win this promotion tournament matchup. According to LOLesports.com, 70% of you think that SK Gaming will be back in the LCS this spring. And remember, our broadcast continues tomorrow with Team Solo Mid and the Lemon Dogs throwing down in the Battle of the Atlantic, followed by Ninjas in Pajamas taking on KMT in the promotion tournament.
2 massive games coming up tomorrow, and we'll have to see how the Lemon Dogs perform. The untested squad, as it were. We are, of course, loading up into this matchup. SK Gaming on the blue side, taking on Super Hot Crew on the red side.
And we are onto the Rift.
We are onto the Rift. Game 1, this is a best of 5, of course. Don't forget that fact. They need to get 3 victories under their belt. And as I was saying, in terms of the champion pool, I have not seen much Zed on Jezzes. So this is going to be an exploratory champion as far as I'm concerned. It's not one I've seen too much, but he can instantly kill the Ezreal and the Sona in team fights. We'll have to see how well Moops' Orianna gets in the later stages of this game.
Trinkets, much looking like alliances on SK's side. All those yellows in the beginning, and then they switch to, I don't know if they're going to go for the orb, as Wicked did, but they do get the 3 sweepers out, so keep an eye on those as well. Watching them set up completely safe going into this one, which we've basically seen all the time. In our first game yesterday, we did see that the Eve was knowingly going to be invaded. Doesn't seem like we're going to have any of that.
Yeah, the level 1 fan out is basically what this is. You cover every entrance to your jungle, play it safe, and what we are seeing is a head-to-head matchup. It does look like we're going to be getting those 1v1, 2v2 lanes. And very interestingly, Mixer Sona has decided to go with that Spell Thief's Blade. So looking to put a lot of poke down. And I don't know if this is the best call. Jats actually called this out yesterday for a call, highlighting that when you've got that item, you're quite easy to predict. You know every 10 seconds they want to generate the gold. You know they're coming into you. So you're going to be eating some poke from Karma and Sivir, and Sona doesn't deal very well with high damage early.
We'll have to see how he decides to play that lane. It is going to be the duo matchup. In the bottom, we'll see the junglers starting in their Orthodox. Actually, it's going to be the red buff, so it may be bottom entry coming in for Impaler if he wants to start something soon in that lane. The wards have gone down, so nobody's actually going to have any idea where their junglers are. I think this is the first time we haven't even seen a Wraith ward.
Yeah, not going deep at all, playing it very, very safe. And again, this is another trend that we do see in these promotion matches. With so much on the line, you tend to play a little reserved, a little slower in the early stages. Think back to MYM Copenhagen Wolves yesterday. It took 35 minutes, and then everything just exploded. Then they settled in, and there was back-to-back aces and non-stop fights. And this may be the case in this setup.
Already the pokes coming in from both sides. That level 2 is going to help on sustain, though, so it could shift very easily. Keep an eye on this bottom lane for right now. Big damage onto Nif, and this is only level 1 from both of them. If Haydale had that E, he might have gone in on the shift.
Yeah, very good poke coming down from Mixer and Haydale. Mixer doing the best he can to keep tabs of that gold. We'll keep an eye on how much gold is actually generating and compare it to the Ancient Coin, which Nif has picked up. Candy Panda trades with Haydale, though, and it doesn't look like they're going all in just yet.
They did hit that level 2 quick, and you saw a bit of movement, but nothing else coming from them yet. Finally getting that red buff and the blue buff, one after the other on each side. The junglers, a few more minutes before they poke their heads out into the lane. And the aggression, still, even though they're getting poked, Candy and Nif are trying to hold that strong.
Yeah, but look at the numbers difference already. Because of the emphasis Mixer and Haydale's putting on applying damage to Candy Panda and Nif, he's down an entire wave of CS, 14-8. We'll keep tabs on how that number grows, but he's missed out on 6 lost hits thanks to the emphasis on poking. Svenskeren managed to sneak himself up. He's 50% HP there or thereabouts, and double buffs. So we'll have to see how quickly he can get in and apply that slow.
Svenskeren coming around the corner. None of these wards have been used in the bottom lane yet. We'll have to see if Impaler can read this just as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a 3v3. It does look like
right on the Migza. They go on. It's going to be the double buff onto him. He gets the flash, but they take him down. And it's going to be Candy Panda already. Can he pull up a kill? The Retribution fight to continue. Svenskeren with the red buff proc. He is going to be slowed, but nothing else is going to match it. No, can he get the Q? And he can't get it past Nif.
Great play there by SK. The body block by Nif to make sure that those skill shots were going to catch his backside instead of Svenskeren. And he gets out cleanly. First blade secured for Candy Panda. And Siva is already incredibly strong in this patch without having that additional gold.
See how these guys are playing it. Don't have that Ori leveling E in middle. Oops is actually trying to go for W against Jesses, so this will be interesting for him. We can see him somewhat losing that lane, but already the aggression set into motion here in that bottom lane. And Impaler tried to read that, but took the long way around.
Yeah, just got into that lane too late. He was on the same page. He anticipated that, you know, with SK being overextended, there was a gank opportunity. Unfortunately, he got there about 5 or 10 seconds late, and SK Gaming secure the first kill in this series. In terms of this mid lane right now, we did see Jez going onto Moops a little earlier. A
little tough.
He's had to, you know, burn through that potion that he had in his back pocket, and taking a lot of poke. Jez is doing well at keeping Moops low, but it's not affecting his CS abilities just yet.
I believe it was Charu yesterday taking the exhaust on his Orianna as well. I'm going to have the barrier here on Moops, the more regularly used. We'll see if that works for him. He likes to get low under the turret. He was almost playing it there, as we saw. 5 minutes in. That kill in the bottom lane doesn't seem to slow things down, but nothing yet coming from Svenskeren. He feels like he can work his jungle right now.
Yeah, and Candy Panda and Nif very, very confident with Svenskeren's jungle presence because they've been pushing this lane since the game began. They've been sitting at Super Hot Crew's tower. You can see that Sven was just clearing out his golem camp and got a little bit of vision, but not too afraid of Impaler, not afraid of Vi's pre-6 ganks. And I think that's the right decision. Until that Assault and Battery is there, there's not a lot of CC offered from that Vi's kit. A tiny little knock-up and maybe a slow from red buff. So very good, decisive play here from SK in the opening minutes.
You got to be careful. It does look like Impaler's going to back. He may have hit 6 on that wave, and it wouldn't have turned out so well trying to dive a Mundo. They choose right there. 1-0 is still the kills and a little bit of gold lead just because of that. But it is even more because of this CS. 42-36, 36-30, which is being creeped up on by Haydale. He's not letting that get to him, that they got that kill in the bottom lane against them.
And just interesting note, in terms of the different gold generation, Nif has already earned himself roughly 120 gold with that Ancient Coin. Over on the other side, it's only 78 as Moops has been jumped on.
Going on, he does try to get the death mark down. The barrier will be used. He will be quite safe, and he's just going to take out a few potions. Now that does take out the aggression, so we'll have to see if they try to go on to Zedion.
That's just asserting lane control here from Jez's. It's about a 2-minute cooldown on that Living Shadow death mark going in. And they managed to burn the barrier, and if the death mark comes up again, Moops is at insta-gib range, basically, because he's not going to have that additional chunk of HP.
And we got to look at, also, as you go to team comp, since the lanes aren't really fighting each other, how are they going to be able to mitigate right away? You got 2 hard ADs they're going to try to carry, but then you have a lot of magic damage to deal with coming from SK.
Yeah, it's very difficult to itemize defensive, as right now Mixer does get caught out. Candy Panda decides not to go in, and that's the key to these fights. You have to decide who is the biggest threat,
right.
And judging by the way the game is currently going, the AD damage might be the one that you need to itemize against first.
Okay.
Pick up the likes of maybe not a Frozen Hearts, Randuin's Omen. Get some defense, get some HP in there, slow them down, and that will allow you to kite around Mundo and Eve as well. But it's still a long way away from getting to those items. And you can see with Mima having to deal with Dr. Mundo in the top lane, he's actually picked himself up the Negatron Cloak. There's a lot of magic damage that comes down from Dr. Mundo.
Still Poke trying to go in on a Candy Panda. He gets the shield in. I believe he still has his spell shield up, and he does not get it procced on that one, so it's going to be a cooldown wasted. And they do get a good bit of aggression there on a few tiny mistakes.
Very good play by Hadal and Mixer, just asserting control in that lane, dropping Candy Panda and Nif's HP. The sustain from Karma significantly less than that from Sona.
Yeah.
So that's going to allow them to get some breathing room in that lane, manage to sit back, farm a little bit safer, and now that we're getting to the later stages of the game, that Impaler has Assault and Battery, you can see that Candy Panda and Nif are a little more hesitant at throwing themselves deep down the lane. They don't want to put themselves in a position where Impaler can come in unless they're 100% confident in their play. As you can see, Jesus and Svenskera moving to the jungle, Candy Panda and Nif, they move up the lane as well.
This is what needs to happen. Somebody needs to make some plays. If it doesn't work, you know you tried. If you don't throw the blitz hook, you never get any grabs.
That's the case. Impaler in that tri-bush. I still want to see what Svenskera and Jesus are thinking. They may have mistimed that blue buff. I think they were hoping to intercept
somebody coming over.
Moops or Impaler into the jungle, and they just got there a bit late. The blue buff already been secured, so the attempted gank actually failed there.
Well, with a bit of the lead, they have time to do things like that. Good amount of focus here. Mimer going in, seeing if he can get back for himself. He knows the lane's a bit pushed to the middle. No reason to push that to the turret and wait for it to come back. Svenskeren continuously taking his buffs. Doesn't need to deliver that to any of his other teammates, that is. We'll have to see if he makes an appearance here with a lane gank in the bottom lane.
And you can see here, Candy Panda and Nif still growing this lead in the bottom lane, holding on to a CS advantage. They have hit level 6. Nif is very close to it. As you can see, in comes Svenskeren from the side. He does have the Agony's Embrace available. So if Hadal and Mixer go a little too far forward, they are going to be collapsed upon in this 3v2. And Impaler, once again, he's moving to the jungle, but he's going to get you way too late if a fight breaks out.
Just sitting in the wing like a shark, trying to come out. He is totally predicting this right now. It will save, but he's going to be able to turn on Impaler. Good damage there, down to 50% health. He goes over the wall. Will they be able to continue this? Svenskeren says, Mystic Shot to the backside. Let's pinch him in. They are going to go for the kill. He does go for the flash onto that one, but he's going to be fine in the mid lane anyways.
Yeah, flash isn't going to get you out of the range of that death mark, and Jesus picks up his first kill of the game. That's definitely going to help now. He's got that Brutalizer and the Vamp Scepter already built. That's definitely going to work into his favor. And the early power of the Shyvana working in Mima's favor.
Oh, flash initiates from the Crescendo, the True Shot Barrage to catch it and finish it off. Very nice kills there. I was just about to say, SK has SHC on the mark, reading the book like it is. They found him in the jungle every time and have always been working on where Impaler is.
Yeah, very good play there on that bottom lane by Superhawk Crew. Instantly just reacting to an opportune moment. Nif didn't back after the kill, was a little low on HP, and they managed to burst him down. And that's what Superhawk Crew have to do as we get to this mid game. They have to blow up a squishy so that their tanky champions of Shyvana and Vi can deal with Mondo and Eve. And if they don't blow up a squishy like Zed, Sivir, or Karma, I'm a little bit afraid if the fight prolongs and draws out.
Absolutely. Push mid lane coming in from Zed. We'll see what happens here. Moving his way in. Looks like he could get some damage here. Impaler coming in for the side. They go for the double ultimate. Command Shockwave into Assault and Battery, and they are able to arrest him.
I think that's just a bit of overconfidence from Jesus. I feel like he didn't have a very big minion wave there. He wasn't necessarily attacking the tower. He didn't have vision at the time other than the ward that he put down himself. So ends up giving up a kill. We'll have to play a little bit more defensive. Can't underestimate the damage of your opponents. And thanks to the kill, Superhawk Crew are now starting off the Dragon. They've pulled it out. They've leashed it far enough back. So Karma's Inner Flame's not going to be able to reach. And they're going to secure that one completely uncontested.
Smite was down, so that was, oh, Smite was up. It didn't even use it.
Nope. Wasn't needed.
Wasn't needed.
Played it a bit safe there.
Yeah.
Fast and loose, as it
I
were.
don't know how safe that was, Nif on the other side, but did play it right. 16-7, 16-6, so that's going to help him out with a little bit of that cash flow. 12 minutes on the clock, and it's been, like I said, the rotation. Svenskeren finding Impaler when he's trying to make something work. He's on his clock.
So interestingly, we're 12 minutes into the game, teleport's not been used once. Freddy's had the ability to use it. I didn't see if he'd used it to get to lane in the very early stages, but even so, no aggressive plays. He hasn't used it to get into a lane to try push it down. Didn't use it to try to contest Dragon, decided to play that one safe. So we'll have to see as and when Freddy and Mima decide to get involved in these fights, because they've basically been solo farming, 106 CS to 112. They've basically ignored each other this whole game, and it's going to see who has a greater impact in their opponents.
Can you leave that Shyvana alone? She's just going to go ahead and push you right into your turret.
Does look like the bottom lane, something's going to happen as they've thrown it down. There's Mixer.
Mixer getting taken down quite low. He throws down the crescendo to the left side. The damage is coming from behind, but he just didn't want to get the assist coming in from Eve, and it happened anyway.
Yeah, very well done by SK. Once again, just throwing themselves in, not hesitating. Svenskeren going to potentially have to move up to this mid lane because Jesus is backed. He's very low on HP. He's going to lose a lot of tower damage. Actually, this tower's going to go down. Nobody's going to be able to respond to this, and Super Hot Crew just finding a chink in SK Gaming's armor, secure the first tower of the game.
This is going to be good money coming in for the mid, and that is great pressure towards the side, or side buffs, to the buffs in general. Both red and blue a little bit more accessible now coming in for SHC. We'll have to see if they start to aggress that, because it's Ben Svenskeren taking all of them. So if they can start shutting him down, they start shutting down what the potential for the kills have been.
Yeah, and I want to highlight some differences we've seen from the Evelyns of yesterday. Mokata was actually running that Spirit of the Ancient Golem on Eve. He likes to play the tanky Evelyn, you know, generate some defensive stats. And Eve is not a champion that I feel trends toward that. Play a tanky jungler if you want to play a tank. Yeah. Eve is, in my mind, more of an aggressive jungler, and you can see it now, Svenskeren. He's got the Sorcerer's Shoes completed, he's got the Spirit of the Spectral Wraith. It no longer applies Spell Vamp, but does give you that HP and mana back when you're in the jungle, so you sustain so incredibly well, which allows you to respond to ganks more often, because you don't have to back and heal up. And you can see it, Svenskeren 003 focused all of his attention on the bottom lane, but it's working, and that's the key point.
See what these top laners have put their gold into. The junglers still milling about their jungle. Pink Ward's already coming down here. SHE with a bit of that gold lead wants to grab all of these positions. And we know what Pink Wards mean. It means you feel you have enough control of that area to keep that Pink Ward there. So they feel like they're actually gaining a good lead here.
And you need to have some Pink Wards down just to get at least an idea of where that Evelyn is. The psychological pressure it puts on you is terrifying. And what you're seeing now is that the dragon was down. It will be coming up in the not too distant future. So SK trying to get some control of the dragon area, clearing out the wards, and very, very importantly for them, they want to set up some control. You can notice Nif has changed from the warding totem to now the sweeping lens. So he wants to deny vision as well to gain control of the dragon pit to either challenge for it or secure it themselves. And Mima, once again, with that lane cutting, farming between towers, he's not afraid of anyone, and nobody's even challenging him.
Still taking down the white when he can to get back into lane, usually as it's always reset, so it works for him. He doesn't miss very much. You can see Svenskeren just always being a shark in the wing, and he's again right on top of where Impaler is, but they see him this time. He's able to flash out. Quite a bit was used for him, and they're going to keep going on to this. Mundo with a teleport in. We heard what Alberin said. Arnea says when Mundo's already in the fight, it means it's already over.
Yeah, gonna secure themselves a kill. Candy Panda gets another one. You're actually seeing in the background, Mixer was dropped. And SK Gaming with a clean 3 for 0 as Dragon's coming up in 2 minutes. So they may push this tower down, set up a ring of wards, and then come to re-engage on the Dragon. So great play coming out of SK, and once again, stamping some authority in this early stages of this series.
Small bits of gold going back and forth. Now in favor of SK. Mimir looking to change that a bit for himself as he takes down the turret. Oh, no, that was their turret. Now takes down the turret in the top lane. Thank you, but very good job by SK. They take Dragon, they take another turret. They're getting more than just the kills.
Yeah, SK are definitely working themselves towards a very strong position. They've got 4 kills up. They're still down a tower, but they've generated themselves about 1,500 gold. It's not massive numbers right now, but the way that they're executing their maneuvers just seems to be more coordinated and controlled. And it's what they need to do to actually close out this game. Be the ones to engage, be the ones to shut down your opponents, and then take objectives after it. 1 minute before this dragon respawns, and you can see the bottom lane moving back into lane. This is a very extended laning phase, 17 minutes on the clock, and with the exception of Svenskeren involvement, very little lane intermingling.
We were speaking with Jat about trinkets, and he was saying once they grab that Sightstone, you go for the sweeper, and it doesn't seem, or hasn't been back to it yet. He's got his Ruby, but still sitting on that is Migza, and it's not a problem. A different change of play, though, keeping the jungler on the sweeper. We'll see if they go for any more as the game continues.
Yeah, I definitely feel like once a team starts getting more control over certain areas of the map and certain zones of the map, it's worth in changing to your sweepers, like we've seen Alliance doing in the previous series.
Right.
Once they got control of Dignitas's jungle, then they switched. They had 3 sweeping lenses.
Yeah, they got quite.
And that's it. When you're invading, you deny the vision, get rid of those wards, and just maintain control of the map. But it is, of course, on a time cycle. Dragon's up in 8 seconds, and you can immediately see that Nif wants to get vision. He wants to get wards down, because this is going to be where the next fight will break out.
There's a big item step up for Moops. He does have a Zhonya's finish, so he could negate that damage of the death mark. We'll have to see. They could be going 5-on-5 here, pinching it in. Mundo, no teleport to start this.
Yeah, the rest of SK was not in the right place. Now, Mima is playing zone control. Dragon does get secured by Impaler. Now, Nif is in trouble. Wait for Assault and Battery. If Impaler can get range, Nif's going to be in trouble. Manages to keep out of range.
Oh, looks like they were trying to flex their muscles, but they dropped the dumbbell on that one. It's going to be the command shockwave coming in. A beautiful hit up. Svenskeren goes down. Jezis takes down Haydale. The ADC is out of the fight, but it's going to be the Dragon coming in. Breathing Fire double kill for Mimer as they start to clean this one up. A quadra kill for Mimer coming in onto Freddy. Will they give it to him? The HP is just too much. They're walking away, but he might go down. They tried to leave him for the kill, but they left him for dead.
Unbelievable. Mundo goes where he pleases and denies the pentakill. Super Hot Crew secure the Dragon and win a massive, massive team fight to pull themselves back into it.
Let's see this
Here's a
again.
replay of the fight. Now, initially, SK Gaming are split up. Candy Panda is nowhere near the rest of his team. And as he joins the fight, it's a little bit too late. They do get a very good engage from Svenskeren, thanks to that Agony's Embrace. But fact of the matter is, SK Gaming just grouped up a little too slowly. Candy Panda untouched, but the amount of damage that's coming down from Mimer's Shyvana, he's tearing through absolutely everybody. And some very, very good control coming out of Super Hot Crew allows them to actually win that fight. It was a 5-for-3, if memory serves correctly, and Freddy, too much regen on that Dr. Mundo, does manage to deny the pentakill, gets a massive shutdown gold, and at the end of the day, Super Hot Crew in a very commanding position after the fight, but they didn't convert it to any other objectives.
I don't think Freddy knew he was going to do that. He was lacing up his shoes when he was over by White, and he's like, hang on, guys, just kite the fight, and I'll be there in a second.
So the question that we asked a few moments ago, or a couple of minutes ago, was who's going to have a bigger impact in those team fights? Dr. Mundo and Shyvana are the decisive factors in these fights going forward. You've seen just how much havoc they wreak.
Consistent AoE damage in a small area.
And the problem with SK is you can't invest in trying to blow Mimer up, because you're not going to do it. He's got that Spectre's Cowl, he's got the makings of a Sunfire Cape. It's going to take a lot of investment to blow him up, and it's going to allow the rest of Super Hot Crew to clean up the fight. So SK now need to find a pick, need to find a way to catch SHC off guard and be grouped from the beginning. Make sure that they work together as opposed to a 3-on-1 with, Candy Panda coming in late.
The itemization here of Moobs coming in, helping the team out greatly. The Morello Namicon going to shut down that Mundo under 40% HP, so that could be huge play coming in. Freddy was very low there. That would have been Freddy, or that would have been Mimer's kill, rather, if that was already on the page. Triforce being finished up by the AD carry to an already finished up Bloodthirster and Last Whisper, so a huge discrepancy there.
Now all of a sudden, Super Hot Crew going in, they've caught Nif!
Oh, Nif, a little too far out there. Doesn't look like anybody's going to be able to help him. 9-8 at 20 minutes in.
Candy Panda's left unchecked in the bottom lane. As long as SK Gaming can keep Super Hot Crew a little bit busy and maybe defend a tower, Candy Panda may be able to get an inner tower of his own. Here comes Impaler. They're trying to catch Freddy, but he's just going to throw down that ultimate and get a massive amount of HP back.
See what they can do off of this. The gold's still very close in the game, which is why it seems like it's anybody's game. Didn't stop on the bottom turret. gonna go ahead and trade that one, but he's gonna keep going, and he has a huge wave behind him.
He's going to be able to get a couple of auto attacks down, but will need to back away. So they trade inner turret for inner turret, and nobody's really interrupting the recalls. I think SK could have done a slightly better job at delaying those backs, but they didn't want to run the risk of giving up any more kills. So they trade towers. It's now 2-3, with both teams losing inner turrets in the top and bottom lane, respectively.
Slow things down, because that's what the players are doing. They're kind of taking a breather. Items being finished out, as we said. Not much more for the AD carries after a bit of an engagement. Karma, Sork Boots into the Haunting Guise. Going to be quite a bit of damage coming out from that one, and even helps to make it harder to mitigate that. We see the Spirit Visage and just Tank Mundo coming out. But more Deathfire Grasp on Evelynn is going to be huge.
The scary thing about SK's composition is they're mostly going Glass Cannon here.
Yeah.
There is a little bit of HP on Nif's build, and of course, you cannot deny the tankiness that Dr. Mundo offers, but I feel like Shyvana is going to do a better job at jumping onto your carries and killing them than what Dr. Mundo is going to do. Dr. Mundo runs interference. He disrupts team fights. Right. He's a threat, but he's not necessarily, I'm going to kill your AD carry in a couple of hits, because he doesn't have that twin bite that Shyvana is going to be making use of with the Blade of the Ruined King. So as long as SK can sort of kite around Mima while dealing damage to everyone else, that's the only way I can see them really winning these team fights.
So it's got to be a fight with the split push going on, and you can almost see them grouping up. They're saying, you want a ward? We want to kill here. They're going to save that one out for themselves. Keep pink pressure, and there's the engagement. Karma trying to turn it on. The Zhonya's is only going to last for so long. The crescendo comes out, and it was blocked by the spell shield. Shockwave also trying to deter the fight, and here's Mimer. He comes in and throwing everything out. His ult is up, but he's saving it. They know not to fully engage.
Yeah, there goes Mimer, though. Dragon's Descent down. Jesus is in trouble.
He gets the proc out of the Blade of the Ruined King. Is it enough? The breath and the Q from Haydale to finish it up over the shoulder of Mimer.
Trading 1 for 1, and again, SK not necessarily all on the same page. That fight broke out as SK was trying to move towards Dragon, but they were early. It's only up in 20 seconds. And Jez is running away from his team. He was cut off by the SHC re-engage and ended up costing his life. Still advantage to Super Hot Crew in that fight. Nif and Freddy now, they want to play with Mimer.
Oh, Mimer, that ultimate is down. He doesn't have much to get away right now, except for a team. And that's one of the best things to have.
Definitely going to help him out. He was at about 2,000 HP when that started. They chunked about 1,000 HP off, but he still just, he shrugged it off. He just carried on walking and managed to get out. Now Dragon has respawned. A lot of key ultimates are down, and SK Gaming should be able to pick this up before SHC can even contest.
They are going to need it. The gold still coming very close. Oh, woo, Mooper. I thought he was going to get followed up on there, doing a little window shopping. Got himself hurt.
Yeah, don't window shop. If you press recall,
he was probably
do it somewhere safe.
I like
do
to
it
say
somewhere
window
safe.
shopping.
Yeah, it's a good term. I like that too. I will be using that in future. Thank you, Riv. Right now, Super Hot Crew still maintain a gold lead thanks to the very, very good fights and that Dragon from earlier in the matchup. CS numbers still sitting fairly close across the board, but Candy Panda is really snowballing ahead. He's generated over 50 CS lead at the 25-minute mark. He's sitting very close to that 10 CS a minute. And I still feel like he's the key to an SK Gaming victory. If he can use that on the hunt, the mobility of Siv's ultimate, and allow SK Gaming to run around Super Hot Crew, not stay clumped, not get caught by a crescendo and a shockwave, that to me is the moment to pick up a win. Right now, Candy Panda, split pushing, no reply, picks himself up yet another tower.
Their SHC is just kind of hanging out in middle. They obviously don't have a minion wave, but this is perfect timing by SK. They can't push middle, we'll double split push, and they can't even push us.
Yeah, and the amounts of sort of AoE damage that you have coming out of Jez. Oh, they've caught Mimer again.
Oh, Mimer does try to get out, Dragon Form. He should be okay on this one. Will they decide to continue? You see the ball there for disengage or re-engage, and it looks like it is going to be the back one.
Yeah, Jez and Nif have got very good wave clear, thanks to Karma and Zed having a lot of AoE damage. So that's why they held onto the tower for sort of 1 or 2 waves more. But once Super Hot Crew grouped and had a couple more members, SK were too afraid of a dive under the tower. Now all of a sudden, SK have got position on this mid tower. But look at Mimer. He's coming around from the side if they want to pick a fight.
Doesn't have that ultimate up, but he is still a pretty big dragon right now. That Blade and Sunfire Cape finish, which helps him out with that burnout damage as well. Helps him out, but combines with that burnout damage as well. Freddy looking to maybe start something for the team from the side. You can see him and Svenskeren always roaming together as a pack.
Yeah, whenever you play Evelynn, the best way to engage is from the side. You want to 4-on-1, come in, catch 3 or 4 members with that Agony's Embrace. thanks to the positional play, it's going to allow SK to actually secure this blue buff, steal that away, and I think they donated it to Candy Panda, actually. It's going to allow him to spam out those boomerang blades and those ricochets, and he's actually picked himself up a Black Cleaver. So that's a great pickup in my mind, thanks to the fact that Ricochet bounces infinitely. So every single target it bounces to, as long as there is a new target to hit once, it will shred their armor. Now SK, they're going to jump on this tower. There's not enough members of Super Hot Crew to defend. And all of a sudden, SK just brute forced themselves one tower.
There's the outer three. Trying to go for the Assault Breaker. Couldn't get it in too easily. We're going to see him coming out from the backside. They're trying to press in. Svenskeren just kind of hanging back. They're kind of feeling each other out right now. That mid turret stood for quite a long time, and you have to consider that SHC took down the mid of SK quite a long time ago, but they haven't really gone anywhere since.
Svenskeren's in trouble. He's going to get dived on here.
Oh, there it is. Assault Battery going down. The Vault Breaker to hit. No. They decide to back off of this one again. So much muscle to be flexed from both of these teams.
Yeah, the amount of fear that Candy Panda's ultimate imbued in Super Hot Crew, Nif wasn't there. Nif was running back from the base. So even at a best case scenario, that would have been a 5v4. But luckily, SHC playing that one safe. They backed up. They didn't want to run the risk of losing more members. And to be very honest with you, this has been quite a weird sort of passage of play, because we've seen both teams trading towers and playing a little bit of a split push game, a little bit of an all-in 5v5 game, but they're not necessarily countering one another. They're both playing their own game, getting wins, and not having it be replied by their opponents.
A tit for tat here and there. It's spelled by the gold right now, 45.7 to 45.2. Really nobody's lead right now, and 4-4 in turrets. And it's just been, I feel like SK has actually kind of controlled the game, because they're positioning right, they're moving right, and SHC is able to be in the right spot at the right time, but it's not happening very often right now.
Yeah, and to be fair, you know, to give Super Hot Crew some credit, they've also made some good plays themselves. You know, they won that convincing team fight in the river. They did pick up, you know, mid turret fairly early on. They did shove down the inner mid turret as well. So they have the potential to go do some invades, but I think they need to think a couple steps ahead. For example, with Dragon coming up in 90 seconds, this would be the right time for Super Hot Crew to group up as 5, work through the jungle with your sweeping lens and pink wards, clear out vision, and then set up for Dragon. As it stands, though, it's SK that's doing that. You can see SK grouping up around the blue buff and may try to catch out Mima. You can see Svenskeren coming in from behind. I don't know if they're going to be able to kill him. This is a very beefy Mima, but they're going to go for it. Here comes Agony's Embrace. They're going in.
Oh, that Deathfire Grasp is still going to be doing some pain. They lock it down, but the Burnout is going to be able to help him get out of this one. We can see the mid lane being pushed very hard right now in turn.
Yeah, then this is great from Super Hot Crew, realizing that they've got a 4v3. Teleport comes out from Freddy, so he's going to be able to defend. Are they going to jump in here? On the hunt, not available. Candy Panda actually burned that in what I can only assume was a retreating maneuver in the mid lane.
And I feel for SHC here, every time they're mid to push a turret, the minions are nowhere. They're gone. Their timing just not happening.
I'm going to be a little rude about that, because if you were going to push a lane, push it when the minions are there. Yeah. That's one of the things that we see out of the professional level teams, that these teams like Super Hot Crew and the revamped SK need to make sure they work around.
Right.
Work with the map. You've got to feel the ebb and the flow that's going through the minions and the spawn timers.
Right.
And work around it. 10 seconds on the clock for Dragon. I'm a little disappointed at the lack of vision in this area, considering it's about to come up. But SK are now setting up the vision as they've got, you know, perfect timing for Dragon, and it looks like Super Hot Crew want to contest.
You already got Mundo in the middle of the fight, no teleport necessary. They're going to back off here and say, can feel like you can have it, but we'll be right back to engage on that. Maybe they won't.
Very far away.
Maybe they actually won't. No, they're doing another moves. The barrier goes down, so there's one of the ultimates down. That's going to be quite big.
Now, Hadel is in the fight. Thanks to the decision to try pop Moops, it's bought time for Hadel's Ezreal to rejoin. He's got his Last Whisper, Bloodthirster, and Triforce completed, and that's
Finally.
a lot of damage. No Death Mark, remember that. SK, Howl looking for the engage. No Agony's Embrace yet.
Dragon is not stolen, but here comes the engagement. It only pulls in Svenskeren, and he dodges the crescendo on the way out. Mimer doing damage on the back line, and it's going to be even trades so far. Svenskeren does finally go down to uneven that. Mimer's somehow alive right now, but he goes down. They were waiting to give it to Candy Panda.
Trading 2 for 2, and Impaler gets out with sub 50 HP. One more light breath of air would have taken him out, but he manages to get out. Here's a replay of the fight. Again, SK trying to focus moves earlier meant that it didn't work out for them. Unfortunately, not going to get that replay as we are back into live. And it basically pans out that there was no death mark, so Jez's threat to remove a squishy target was no longer there. And it allowed Super Hot Crew to bully their way onto Dragon and actually get out with an even trade. However, because they got Drake, it ends up being in their advantage overall.
It's always that one instance, too. It confuses me. Why'd they wait for Drake to go down? It's like that was the gun shooting off for them to go. Vi was occupied with Dragon. It should have happened. Maybe I'm wrong. Probably. We'll see what they can do in Taylor, trying to clear out these waves. They are still getting pushed in just about every lane. It's almost crossed the river, except for the top one, and that's already pushed to second tier.
And we have to highlight some very big item pickups here on the side of Super Hot Crew. The Randian Zoman has been sitting with Mima for a couple of minutes. He picked that up a little while ago.
Yeah.
And I love that item against a mobility team of Mundo, Eve, Siva, Karma. Slow down, try to mitigate the power of their abilities through the use of items. And even Mixer's got one. This is a Sona with a Randian Zoman, a Ruby Sightstone, as well as another Ruby Crystal. So that's a pretty beefy target.
He did eventually go sweeper.
Zed and Siva cannot instantly get rid of. So very good item pickup. And as we highlighted, there's now 3 sweepers on the side of Super Hot Crew, 2 sweepers on the side of SK. Now that you're invading and playing the map more, you need to control vision.
The Guardian Angel already coming out here. Well, already. It is 32 minutes in. These guys have put some work in on this map. It is going to be the Rabadons here. Will Haydale be able to get a few more hits in? You can see Freddy taking some good damage there, and now that Ezreal has that Bloodthirster, he can sustain himself and not really have to hug Sona in the fight. It's only getting better for both teams, but that means the fights are only getting harder.
Now, Candypan is pushing bottom lane. He's been shoving that up, and that's signal Baron for Super Hot Crew. The question is, what do you value more, an inhibitor or a Baron? Freddy's gone in. It does look like a fight's going to break out. Mima's dived out.
They still on the inhibitor, but it's going to be no Baron taken as the fight breaks out just below. There it goes. The crescendo across does slow it down, but is there enough damage? They're kind of trading back and forth. Health bars are falling, mitigated.
SK are doing fantastic. The inhibitor's about to fall. Now Impala's re-engaged on the rest of the team. That looked like Agony's embrace. No Baron and an inhibitor. Candy Panda's not stopping.
Absolutely ridiculous. Keeping them occupied. Oh, the shockwave coming down. He tries to keep them in the fight so they can't get over to Sivir. Candy Panda's still going down. A Nexus turret goes down. Vi's the only one to go back. Can Impaler 1v1? I don't see it happening here. They still have the Guardian Angel, and they are now going to try to get back to their base.
Brilliant play from SK Gaming. Candy Panda taking this game in complete control, securing the inhibitor in the bottom lane, and the rest of SK played that fight brilliantly. They didn't allow themselves to get grouped up and completely controlled by the shockwave and the crescendo. They spaced out. They interrupted Super Hot Crew from recalling, and now all of a sudden SK have got a great position to try and focus attention to this Baron.
It's crazy, Quickshot, how much this game continues to show how important the positioning of minions are. If that was in the bottom lane pushed, Sivir couldn't have pushed the turret by herself, and she would have had to been at that Baron, but it's just been crazy in favor of SK, and they're working the lanes as they should.
Yeah, so Super Minions now moving down that bottom lane. And we'll have to see how Super Hot Crew respond. They do have a fair amount of time. If you look at the minimap, it's going to take a long time before those minions actually move all the way up to be a threat to the last remaining Nexus turret. And I think SK are going to try to hold Super Hot Crew at Baron. Even if they do not try to take Baron, if you can allow super minions to deal damage to the turrets, you are gaining advantages that way. So the key here for SK is to play the stall game and to run interference. Hold SHC in the palm of their hand.
And this is crazy, because with this initiation coming in on even gold for both teams, and it is going to be a pushback here, SK knows there is still strength in the hands of SHC. And those turrets are what brought SK back into this goal.
That means there is no Assault and Battery available if a fight breaks out in the next sort of minute and a bit. SK, realizing they have a small advantage in the team fight area, may now decide to apply focus on this tower. If they actually go either the top or the middle lane, knowing that Impaler's hard CC is not as available, is going to allow them to basically win one of these team fights, having more ultimates available. Does look like the decision is to focus top lane as Impaler reveals himself. They have
Haydale, how's it going? But he does get out. The crescendo goes across, and he may be able to drop Svenskeren. Svenskeren may not be able to get hits in. Freddy is just wreaking havoc as well in the fight. Impaler's trying to get out. It is Migza trying to heal his team, but he's out of mana. It is somewhat working for SK, but it shows even if they're making mistakes in these fights, they can still stay to fight.
And the minions are on the Nexus turret. Impaler's forced back to heal. deal. The rest of SK, even though they lost that fight 2-for-1, that's a massive number of minions on the turret. SK need to get this tower to actually come out positive. They lost 2 members to 1, and they want to get this tower down for it to be an overall win for them.
The teleport here becomes very scary from Freddy as well, because if anybody comes to fight, he's on the Nexus turret. We see this second tier top turret going down. We're only 36 minutes into this game, 13-14. Most of these numbers on the top practically even. And it's just been to the positioning and play of what SK's been able to do.
Overall, Super Hot Crew did pretty well defending that top turret. I think SK Gaming opted to go for kills as opposed to focusing the tower down. You know, they got a lot of damage in Haydel and thought, hey, we can take him, and they ended up working to their detriment. Had they just positioned to try to focus on the tower, I think they may have picked it up without losing anybody. Nevertheless, there was some damage applied to that Nexus turret, and Super Hot Crew are a team in the lead as far as kills, a team in the lead as far as gold, yet they are losing on the turrets and the inhibitor front, and that means they have no or less map presence as well.
Dragon now going down to SK. This will be 37, so we'll see that next one at 33-20. Good gold there as it increases as the new Dragon, so they're just giving themselves more and more, but that keeps it even again. They now go to mid lane, and with SHC being able to mitigate everything that's being brought to the table, they have to start working in that positioning game.
Yeah, you can't just give up those dragons. I think Super Hot Crew's had a few good dragon attempts, but you can't afford to give them up. Dragon's worth, I believe, over 1,300 gold now. If my math isn't terrible, once all the average champion levels breaks level 15, it hits its peak cap. And that is a massive amount of gold that you're giving over. Yes, we are approaching 6-item builds, but the first team to hit that 6th item being completed has that power spike plateau window of opportunity where they can, you know, outclass your opponents thanks to additional stats.
Let's see what the AD carries are now trying to put into their belts here. We do have another BF sword coming out, Mercurial Scimitar, and Guardian Angel actually be trying to finish by Haydel here, so he's on a little bit of the catch-up in form of fighting, but he can still put out the damage in form of aggression.
And also very interestingly, Candy Panda relying on his on the hunt plus ricochet attack speed, because he hasn't built additional attack speed yet. This is just really all-in damage. You know, it's really focusing on shredding armor thanks to Black Cleaver, mitigating armor thanks to Last Whisper. And if you look at the amount of armor on your opponent's team, I think it's actually the right build for this situation. And as it stands right now, the super minions no longer spawning in the bottom lane. SK Gaming unable to pick up either the Baron or the top tower once they secure that bottom inhibitor. And we'll have to see how they pan it out. This is the first time they've had a gold lead in a very, very long time.
Mundo still building up on the HP. Giant's Belt coming in for him. Just trying to look around. Everybody stop building damage, at least for the tanks. They are trying to get themselves beefed up for these fights because they are extended. There's more than one spell reel coming out from these guys in these fights now. They're about 10, 20 seconds long.
Third Randian's Omen picked up on the side of Super Hot Crew. They are really, really trying to find ways to control the pace and the tempo of team fights. And I think they need They need to be on point. They can't afford to stack them. You know, they really have to make sure that whichever target's using those Randian's Omens is doing it at the right time. Haydel getting chunked down. That's a support Karma that's hitting that hard. Does have that Aegis of the Legion completed, so also offering defensive stats to the rest of the team. And a stalemate. I think both of these teams trying to figure out how can we make an advantage happen. And it looks like SK wants to do a flank fight.
I feel like SK wants in pretty bad on these fights right now. They are itching. That Sivir ultimate is really going to put them on top with speed and being able to get around, and it looks like the pinch may eventually happen.
Evelyn's the one that you need to keep your eyes on. Agony's Embrace hasn't been used.
Shockwave being locked in on the left side. Mimer's kind of moving in and out of the fight. He's taking good damage, but also wasted a great ultimate there.
Yeah, on the hunt from Candy Panda comes down as well. Crescendo not being used. And look at that, Mixer actually survived that Boomerang Blade relatively well. Still chunked him pretty hard, but not quite as hard as most supports at the 40-minute mark, that's for sure. And once again, Minion Wave pushing top. We talked about how you got to play the map. Now all of a sudden SK feel that maybe they can challenge for it, but they don't have Deathmark, they don't have On the Hunt, and they don't have Dr. Mundo sadism either.
Still trying to get damage onto these turrets. The bottom lane inhibitor has respawned. Forgot to mention that, but that lane won't be pushing anymore. And you can see it's actually helped SHC to guard these turrets. It's a lot slower in damage, but the fact that SK can still get consistent damage isn't spelling good things.
The problem here is that SK is allowing Super Hot Crew to continue to get more tanky and beefy.
Yeah.
While SK has more damage threats, SHC has more tank ability. And the real question is going to be whether or not Super Hot Crew can survive the onslaught of this mostly glass cannon builds from SK Gaming. And the longer this goes, I think the more I prefer Super Hot Crew. We're having the ability to sustain in a tower and lock down with Shockwave and Crescendo.
Whoa,
this may be a fight.
Huge initiation coming in to Deathfire Grasp as well from Svenskeren. The Assault Battery down on the Candy Panda. That is down. They have to focus something else for that rebirth of the Guardian Angel, and it looks like they are going to be able to take him down. Moops is turning tail, but the team now regroups, and he's able to force it back around the flash in. They do not all hit the dissonance, and they can't catch up.
Trading AD carry for AD carry, but now Freddy wants to try and re-engage. Does get into Cleaver or two, but it's not going to be enough. And, you know, SK picked that fight. SK came in from behind, instantly pop Hadel, lose Candy Panda in reply, through his Guardian Angel, I might add, and you end up trading 1-for-1. The fight wasn't the best of circumstances for SK Gaming. They didn't really deal with the tankiness of that Vi and Shyvana, and it cost them.
I'm not sure that they like that fight very much. They see that, as you said, SHC getting a lot bigger here from being able to farm these waves. A Nexus turret went down a good 10 minutes ago, and nothing else has really come of it.
It just feels like SK aren't entirely sure how they can play this game out. And I think if I were in their shoes, what I would be focusing on would be the vision game right now. You can notice a number of pink wards in their inventories, not so many green wards. And there's actually been a lack of warding on the objectives over the last sort of 5 or 10 minutes. And I think vision into plays is what counts. There, SK just ran down the mid lane.
Right.
You know, Super Hot Crew were pushing his 5, and they're like, we can get them from behind. Oh no, and they had to run away. And I don't think that's going to work again. They really need to pick better angles and better ways to engage as Impaler.
No one saw that.
Impaler is a lumberjack and tries to cut the trees down. Not working out this time.
Doesn't work quite well with your fist, but he is going to go around and see that it was for naught. Wouldn't have really had it. And maybe a dragon for them, though, if they can push themselves off, get a little bit of gold there. Nobody has really grabbed a huge gold lead in this game, which completely surprises me, especially with Nexus turrets being down. And it looks like the initiation could come in. The ball is still on Impaler, but they don't want to use too much on Freddy, so it's a stalemate here. They now continue. They find Jez in the back, but will it be enough? He still has the Guardian Angel. Wait to the back line is Mimer. He is on a Candy Panda, but he is in a 3v1 now, and he doesn't like it.
Yeah, they've split up entirely. We do see that Mimer is down, and Freddy has been able to zone with the help of Jez.
Very good job by Moons, a 3-man Shockwave. They could turn it around. Migza trying to put himself in the front. He wants to eat all the damage for his team with that lock it on, and it looks like they're able to pull this one around very well. More kills to come in. Hadel getting himself fed up.
Fantastic turnaround. The power of that Shockwave. SK Gaming did not anticipate that it was still available. Grouped up, got caught. Now Super Hot Crew losing 1 for 4. Should be able to secure the inhibitor now. You actually see Mixer tanking that up with a massive amount of armor that he has, and this is going to allow Super Hot Crew to take control of game 1.
Very nice, very nicely done there. They were waiting, and to be able to coordinate that. Oh, Candy is always going to be in trouble. The Guardian Angel Ezreal chasing, blue buff, red buff. He's going to get out with the use of his ultimate, though. But to be able to coordinate after the chaos of a huge attack like that from Svenskeren was amazing.
Once again, in the promotion matches, we see an Orianna ultimate changing the tempo of a fight. Here's a breaking out, and there's 2 key things to keep note of. Freddy running interference with the help of Jez, and that's the point I want to highlight. That's 2 members of SK holding back Super Hot Crew in the top half of the map. As we scroll to, you see Mimer zoning out the rest of SK Gaming. Jez gets focused down. They've held 4 of them away, but they didn't kill anybody. There was no threat, and this is the fight-changing moment. Shockwave hitting Nif, Svenskeren, and just removing him. Candy Panda no longer has On the Hunt available, doesn't have the movement speed buff, and thanks to the constant movement speed increases of Sona and Orianna, you're not going to run away, you're not going to get away, and Super Hot Crew just chase them down, close out the fight, secure inhibitor, and now they want to try and set up in and around the Baron pits.
That's kind of something to specifically focus on in your games, is closing out the game. How do you do that? You either win the game or the other team makes it hard for you. It's really a hit or miss situation that you're involved in.
Freddy actually burned his teleport for that. I think they're trying to maybe set up a fight or hoping to get in that Volve. And thank you very much, hearing from production that a Dragon was actually secured by Super Hot Crew during the course of that replay, as we did miss that one on stream. And the one thing that I want to highlight here is that Candy Panda's movement speed at default is 380. With no movement speed buff, he can't run away. Now we'll see if this works out as Freddy is engaging on Baron.
Freddy gets hit up quite hard. He's getting pushed around, but they're focusing quite a bit on him for the damage being returned. He tries to get to the back line there. It's going to be Freddy still in the mix. 5 people on Freddy, 1, 2, 2. Finally going down, the double kill coming in. And it looks like they're going to be able to turn a good amount of speed burst steroid coming in from Nith, but will it be able to happen again? The red buff is not on Haydale. He does have the blue to shift in and continue. There it is onto Candy Panda. They are going to force him into their base and probably get something good out of this.
This could be game right now. Super Hot Crew, they're going all in. Haydale is going forward with that arcane shift. They're going to drop down Candy Panda. He actually survives thanks to that spell shield. They're on the Nexus towards. Super Hot Crew have done it. They picked up game 1.
And that's something good is going to be the victory. A very nicely done and played game towards the end. The credit is only given there. Both teams struggling in that first part of the game to figure out what they wanted to do.
You have to call out SK for that final engage. They approached the Baron pit. They had super minions down the mid lane. It was a slightly sloppy engage. Freddy teleported in early. You know, all of Super Hot Crew were grouped up. They had 2 members of SK trying to come from the blue buff area, a few from the river. And it didn't seem like they were all on exactly the same page. And I also feel the lack of movement speed, in addition to those Berserkers groups from Sivir, just allowed him to get chased down so quickly. He was reliant on his team's buffs to keep him out of distance and out of range, and it just wasn't enough.
Sometimes when you see those games, you can almost see that formulate. And you're like, if we can hold out, we can do this. And you're like, yeah, maybe. And then you're like, wow, this is really coming to fruition. Like, everything is actually going to happen. And at that point, I said, 10 minutes ago, we lost the Nexus turret, and nothing happened of it. How is that possible?
The mid to late game decision-making for SK, in my mind, is what cost them that game. They had an inhibitor down. They were pushing on Baron. They had map control. And I feel like they squandered it. I feel like they didn't.
They said that was enough.
Yes, you know, we've seen them try to push the top lane tower. And while doing so, Haydale took damage. They're like, well, we can win this fight.
Right.
Then they went in for the fight. They ended up losing the fight, not getting the tower, and then played passively for another 10 minutes, which just allowed Super Hot Crew to get back in the game. I really feel like they need to have more objective-based decision-making in the 30-plus minute mark to have turned that around.
With that inhibitor coming back up, you thought maybe the focus would go down there. They're not going to go for Baron. They want to guard the inhibitor because that's really when they were getting the damage on that top turret. When Shyvana wasn't there, they were able to spread them thin and just work it to their advantage. But really, in the beginning, SHC, I think, realized themselves. They're like, hey, guys, we have no minions when we're pushing these lanes. We need to regroup, and we need to get the money under our belts to do this without minions, or we need to wait.
The thing I also like about the 2 team comps that we've seen is, you know, we highlighted right at the beginning. I actually said that Super Hot Crew was sort of playing a more 2013 season comp. You know, the Orianna, you know, Sona, Ezreal. But the one thing that was nice is the way that they itemized. You know, Sona with Randy and Zoman, thanks to all the additional gold, you know, picking up that ancient coin, selling the Spell Thief's Edge, held that for 15, 20 odd minutes, sold it in favor of the coin, then working up towards the talisman. I think they itemized very well, and in their team fights, they didn't waste their ultimates. They didn't, it was always calculated, you know, that the very last deciding team fight, Impaler's like, I'm going to use Assault and Barrier, but I'm only using it on chances. He's the dude I want to shut down.
He took him out of the fight. And then how long was Shockwave held for? Maybe it wasn't up in the beginning of the fight, but towards the end of the fight. So it's a lot of coordination, communication that they seem to switch on towards the end of the game there.
This was also a match that many of the public felt SK Gaming were going to win. I think it was a 60-odd percent.
70%?
70%. 70 to 30 in favor of SK. We'll have to see if they go on tilt, because there are some members of the team that have been known to not perform well once the heat gets turned up.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we got to take a quick break, but when we return, it's time for Games Live between Super Hot Crew and SK Gaming. The 2014 Spring Promotion Tournament will be right back after this.
him, in him.
Go.
The mid laner before me was Ocelot. Yeah, he was a great player and a great role model. So I feel like I just have to play my best, and there's not much pressure, in my opinion.
Welcome back to the 2014 Spring Promotion Tournament. We're just moments away from Game 2 between the Super Hot Crew and SK Gaming. But first, I'm very happy to be joined by the Ninjas in Pajamas manager and coach, Defisho. Welcome. Thank you for talking to us. How has it been here with the team coming here to the brand new studio, the adjustment?
It's been pretty cool. It's actually fun also to have a different role on the team where I'm more taking care of everyone and making sure everything is all right. And also showing them a little bit around in the studio and telling them how to behave and everything.
Do you miss being a player, or is this a role that you think, I could do this for a while?
I like this role, but I also miss playing. I will admit that.
Well, I can see that. Now, of course, you guys came here, and you're going to have to play KMT tomorrow. Now, just a while ago, you were playing at IEM Cologne. You lost to the Copenhagen Wolves there. What does that do to you, knowing that 2 weeks later, you're going to have to give your best performance to date?
Losing to Copenhagen Wolves was probably the best thing that could happen for us as a team, because it was like a wake-up call. We realized we really had to work hard for this, and it was not just, free win in the relegation. So we instantly went home. We made like a schedule, get up in the morning at 11, play 10, 12 hours every day, discuss, watch replays, prepare for this, and we've been doing this for 2 weeks now. So losing there and gave us the motivation and like the wake-up call to really prepare for this, so now we feel ready.
So you guys were maybe not 100% then, but still, Copenhagen Wolves very strong. They qualified here. How do you think they are going to do in the LCS?
I think Copenhagen Wolves is going to be top 5 team, probably. I can't really put them like top 3 right now. We've seen Fnatic and Gambit and Alliance also doing really well, so it's hard for me to just put them up there. But they're definitely going to be a strong team. They're very stable. They do very few mistakes, which means that they're hard to play against. If they get ahead early game, they will just snowball the game and they will win. So I see them do pretty well, but also see the European LCS being very close.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, you guys, of course, have to re-qualify for that. You have to win versus KMT. Why the choice for KMT and not versus Super Hot Crew as we see them here?
It was a pretty hard decision because we think both teams are almost equal. But we looked at KMT and looked at their individual players, and we kind of decided that we felt the top laner and the bot laner on KMT was slightly worse than Super Hot Crews, which meant that we would have an easier time using our very strong bot lane and also our very strong top laner, and simply take control of the map like that. Nukelock will hold his own in mid lane against everyone, so we weren't scared about that. So we simply felt that by giving Solar Zero and our bot lane a slightly easier matchup, then we had a better chance of the qualifying.
You, of course, also avoided Mimer, and that's someone you know very well. And as we were watching this first game, you said, I knew that all of these games were going to be incredibly close, as was game 1. What do you think was the deciding factor in that?
I felt that Super Hot Crew had a slightly better teamfight combo. They had simply just better champs for the late game teamfights, and Zed in the late game as he is right now is not able to kill anyone pretty much because it's a tank meta. You cannot kill the top laner, you cannot kill the jungler, and at the same time when Ezreal gets a Guardian Angel and Orianna as Hourglass, he can't even kill the squishies. So I simply felt that the Orianna pick versus the Zed pick made the big, what's it called, like game breaker.
All right, well, thank you very much for your insights here on that matchup. And with that, let's send it over to Riv and Quickshot at the desk for our next game.
Thank you very much, Shox. And she is right. It's time for Game 2 in this best-of-5 promotion tournament series between Super Hot Crew and SK Gaming. And up 1-0 the challengers are looking to take a commanding lead with another win.
Yeah, Moops had game-changing ults with that Orianna. There weren't many of them, but the few that did hit really turned fights in their favor. And as the game went on, they were able to convert those into objectives. Jez's, who did replace Ocelot, had a lot of pressure. And we've seen games where he's done incredibly well. His Ziggs in particular comes to mind. And we've seen games where he hasn't done very well. His Gragas at the DreamHack final comes to mind. And in this match, he had a 0.71 KDA, 3-7-2 as his stats. And I really like the point that Deficio made there, explaining why Zed is weaker in the late game. With all the additional gold in the tank meta, all of the assassins are made weaker thanks to the abundance of tanky items. And then finally, just really want to correct myself there. Impaler is still on Dignitas. He's playing Dignitas UK, but he's playing for SHC until Cowl, their normal jungler, turns 17.
Always seems like you're up in age and always having to wait and somebody, no.
It's because we've got so many stars in the line.
Ooh, we'll have to see tomorrow. Absolutely. But coming into the next Champions, like you actually just said, Ziggs. We didn't even see him last time.
No, completely made it through. Not picked, not banned. I feel like that is potentially an oversight, but I also don't think Ziggs would have suited facing off against the Shyvana, the Orianna, the Vi. I don't think that was the right decision.
Hey,
we'll
man,
see.
the rubber ducky is strong.
We'll see what they decide. This time around, SHC, blue side, they have first pick, first ban.
No, Kassadin ban? You mean every game so far?
So, Pekka made a prediction with me earlier. We were talking about Kassadin ban, and he says he reckons Kassadin will be banned 70%
That's what it was,
yep. So we'll see if it works out, because at the minute, I think we're approaching 100%.
Yeah, it's 100% right now. Nidalee going out. Mundo's found himself on there, I think, played 2 games now with that game and the first game of the promo between MIM.
Yep, that's right.
So let's see what they can do. Kuban was throwing that out there. Vayne going down, so Candy Panda saying, you know, Vayne may not be on the top of everybody's cream of the crop list right now, but when I want to win.
Lucian is available, though. And I think if Super Hot Crew do not take Lucian this time round, I do feel like SK Gaming may decide to lock that one in. It is something that we have seen them do in the past. With the Elise being banned out as well, Renekton is available, which would also be another contested pick. I believe that, you know, it's Freddy's one of his mains, and it is still a very, very strong pick for up in that top lane.
And Morgana is also still open. Mimer with the first pick coming into this game had a quadra kill on Shyvana last game. Almost getting the penta, but taken down coming in very strong by Freddy 1-2-2. So we see, as you said, Renekton being the first one.
Maybe a Lucian Annie might be a consideration here. Svenskeren in the jungle, he likes to run Olaf, Lee Sin, and Eve as the other sort of junglers. So those would be the picks that I think both of these teams are going to be considering, are going to be prioritizing in this matchup. And it's something they have played a lot. If Olaf and Eve get locked in, that means Freddy's probably going to take tanky top lane Olaf. He likes to play those tanks. He likes to play the high hit point champions.
Trying to get the beef in. Svenskeren definitely played quite a good Eve last game. He was getting the initiations in, but we heard, as you said, from Deficio, the follow-up wasn't there in the late game.
Yeah.
So they may try that once again. Or switch. He does quickly lock in the Lee Sin, who has actually been seeing quite a bit of bans.
It's one of Svenskeren's mains. Like, Svenskeren has been playing Lee Sin for the longest period of time. And for quite a long period of time, there's many who've considered his Lee in particular to be one of the best in Europe. So we'll see if he can make a count, because there's a lot of power picks that are going over. With the Lucian being denied, we may see another Sivir, maybe Sivir Annie, Sivir Karma, maybe, if SK feel that it wasn't the champion picks, it was the way they played it. And that's probably what I'd like to see.
Sifir Tarek is being hovered over right now, and it looks like that is what Nif will want. He's been playing a lot of anti-Tarek, trying to come in here with stun aggressive champions and Nif play style. We'll see if it works out for them this game. The bottom lane was a big area of attention in that last game for SK, so we'll see if they continue.
You know what I do like about this? You've got 3 physical damage threats over on the other side. Renekton, Vi, and Lucian. And what's the best way to counter physical damage threats? Armor. And who's going to have the most abundant armor supply on the planet? It's going to be Tarek. So I really like the pick in here. The longer that this game goes on, the more armor Nif will be able to build up. And thanks to the rework kit, the aura it's going to give off. I like that that's going to play into SK's hands. And I actually think that is a very key component to these team fights.
And they do grab the possible Sona for Migza on the other side. He's been playing, or at least played that Karma. Let's see, Nif. Yeah, so he's going to take on to Sona. That's still very much so kill potential. Tarek Sivir used to be a lane of Taster's choice back in the day. You hit one Boomerang Blade, it's over. It doesn't work quite that way right now. You can still take a few, but that is aggression, and you're probably not going to kill them.
And it did go that way in the laning phase of that previous match. Candy Panda and Nif, with the help of Svenskeren, really put a lot of pressure onto Hadal and Mixer. And Hadal and Mixer struggled to deal with it. They didn't necessarily have the counter ganks because Vi's early ganks are not very powerful. The Gragas pick is going to be hit or miss, as is any champion that throws out a skill shot with a time delay.
See what you did there.
And I think that I'm hoping that Jez is practices. It is one of his most played champions. Ziggs, Gragas, and Orianna are his 3 most played champions. But he's decided in this matchup, the displacement power against the sort of all-in comp is more valuable than the long-range boom.
Takes a champion, anything with my Q can go anywhere.
That's it.
Just keeps it fresh. So we are coming into game 2. Like you said, SK does have a few members, and not namely, that can kind of tilt off and maybe go in their own direction. You may see that in the fights. We'll have to see. This is just a prediction coming out. But they're also a team that has been known to just bolster themselves and come back even stronger and wow you in the beginning of the game and take driver's seat right away.
Yeah, once again, the decision-making is going to be the key. In order to be in that driver's seat, in order to come back, they need to make clear-cut calls, act on them together, and move together. If we go back to that first game and go all the way back to like one of the first Dragons, Candy Panda was milling around bottom lane, all the rest of SK was posing for Dragon. You're like, you can't afford that. You cannot afford to be 10 seconds late to a fight, especially with an AoE ultimate like Sivir, like On the Hunt. You need to be there. You need to be ready to start, react, and kite, like we've seen Alliance doing to Dignitas earlier today.
And does SHC play the lanes right this game? Do they figure out pushing with the minions? Obviously, it doesn't help more, but that's what's going to get them that next tower after the kills and not just kind of hanging out.
And of course, the weak early ganks of Vi definitely going to play a case as we are in game for the second match here of the LCS promotion series between Superhot Crew and SK Gaming.
Let's see what these guys have for each other right out of the gate. They're going consumables on Jez's this time. He did play a bit of a Doran's shield on his Zed last game, so he looks to stay in lane and just keep throwing out barrels against a Doran's ringed Moops. I'm gonna keep my eyes on that lane.
So what we are seeing as well with the supports is we do see that Targon's Brace coming down, the Relic Shield rather, for Nif. So he's opting to go for that one as a nice strong play from Superhot Crew very reminiscent of the 2013
Yeah.
season. Group up,
None of that last game.
get that ward down on Wraith and back when, exactly like you highlighted, was not done in the previous matchup.
Both teams looking to go straight ward trinkets out of the gate on this one. Nothing in the jungler's hand, so Impaler doesn't go for the sweeper. SK stays all with trinkets. You're going to see pretty much orthodox buys around. We are staying with Spell Thief's Edge as well for Megza in the beginning of the game.
And it does look like we're going to have straight matchups once again. 1v1s and the 2v2s across the board. So we can most likely expect Svenskeren to once again do lots of early ganks. Lee Sin is much like Evelynn in that regard. Very, very strong in the early stages of the game. And ideally, you want to start snowballing yourself or a lane in order to continue snowballing. Lee Sin is going to become a lot more utility, but as Lee Sin sort of starts to fall off a little bit, Olaf will start to pick up. So it'll be balanced out in the team comp.
These guys are playing songs for us right now in the beginning of this game. Just pinging all over the map. Looks like they are actually going to swap these ones out. They take a little bit of extra time to figure that out, and they get their moves down. So the pings were for the good of it. And we'll have to see what they have for each other here in the start as we get this all fixed up. So we got the swap. We're going to have to see how the 2v1 goes. So we have Renekton in the top lane and Olaf. How do you see that in the 2v1 for these guys?
Olaf is going to have a slightly easier time of it in the early stages, thanks to being able to use that undertow from range. So it's going to allow him to at least CS a little bit more. I think that Renekton's Cold and Meek is better for sustain. So once they get underneath the tower,
right,
Dazzle is going to make Olaf's life such a pain for trying to get those last hits, for trying to CS. And what you'll see Nif doing is just staying at max range, throwing the Dazzle, backing away.
Back and forth.
Not going to take a turret hit, just going to aggravate him.
Being a
and try
nuisance.
to be a nuisance. And with a little bit of luck, we'll actually see him using his heal to actually heal minions and really annoy Olaf, coming from Freddy, of course. Mima, rather.
Right. We're going to do a quick restart on Jez's client, get him back into the game so there's no hitches for him. But looking at these compositions, we said it's going to be Gragas versus Orion middle. A matchup, a skill matchup. Either one can kill each other. But also, who's going to be roaming first? You have the Lee Sin to be roaming with. The lanes, bottom lane, well, I should say top lane now, Candy Panda Nif. Big kill potential, but it's kind of hard to get kill potential with Olaf. You just have consistent slows from a Lee Sin and an Olaf. So
Yeah, it's going to be
might not be a lot of focus there.
It's going to be very difficult to actually secure kills in these early games, but it's definitely in SK Gaming's favor to pick up kills against Super Hot Crew. Knowing that Impaler's Vi is going to have a bit more of a ramp-up time, as it were, because the only hard CC in the lane is Renekton's stun. That's it for Super Hot Crew. The rest of the team is all sort of, a slow here and there. So I feel like Super Hot Crew will play this one very passive, very slow. Wait till they get to the team fights, and then do exactly like they did in game one. Win a couple of team fights, pick up some objectives, and push down the map from there.
And these team fights, as we were kind of describing now, playing out in my head, are going to be ridiculous because with only slows, they go coast to coast. You have the 30-second fights that people just chasing each other. You're going to have Crescendo, and you have Dazzle, and if Shockwave only hits a few people, that's all the crowd control you have.
And there's also something I want to highlight about the two teams that we're seeing. And, taking a step back to the picks and bans, Mima is arguably is best known for his Rengar play. He does it a lot in solo queue. Now, unfortunately, Rengar is banned out for this tournament. And if you were to compare the likes of a Vi and a Rengar, that is an instant deleted target. You know, Rengar can stealth up.
Right.
He can have an invisible ball delivery system and jump onto the Shockwave. So Mima's had to adapt and work around it. And he did very well with Siobhan in the previous game. Because it's a similar play style.
Absolutely.
You are disruptive, you jump in there, and you cause all sorts of problems.
A little bit more team-oriented, like, guys, follow up and help me crush this guy,
Yes.
because I can't burst them out. We'll have to see what they do. Still trying to get Jez's client fixed here, seeing if everything works out correctly. But once they get back into the game, what's their focus? If the 2v1 lane is there, if there isn't much kill potential, do they just farm up and get past that U-curve safely?
For Super Hot Crew, yes. I
Okay.
think for Super Hot Crew, I definitely like the way the champions will scale. I like the options that they have. They've got good engage, they've got good disengage if they want to use it that way. I feel the onus is going to be on SK to create opportunities in the laning phase because the composition lends towards it. Taric and Sivir are big lane bullies. They can get a lot of damage done. And if you combine the Dazzle from Taric in conjunction with the Lee Sin, Sonic Wave in conjunction with the burst from Sivir, that's a dead anyone in the early stages of the game. But the key is finding out when you can do that. In a 2v1 setup, it's more difficult. A gank in a 2v1 is more difficult because you either have to dive or more realistically, we'll probably see the 2v2 junglers helping out their buddies and making sure they don't lose towers.
We'll have to see what they can do with Sona coming back in more.
Yeah.
Why do you think that is? The
I think
enemy's
it's a
being
comfort
banned
pick.
out. You want that 6 stun.
I feel like it's a comfort pick. I feel like you've been playing Sona for such a long time,
Right.
and the versatility and utility that Sona offers you, it works well. And you've also got the setup for a wombo combo. You have the potential of a crescendo into a shockwave,
Right.
etc. So I just think it's the Gambit Gaming motto, where anybody that plays support for Gambit will play Sona, because it's just sort of, it's just the style that they play.
Absolutely. Just coming out, you got to do it.
Yep, basically.
Even Edward. But it makes you good.
It does, especially when you have to deal with a very squishy support. In the early stages, you definitely learn the limits of what you can get away with. Once again, we do apologize about the small delay. We're just working on Jazz's PC, resetting just a couple of the clients across the board. It does look like I'm just getting sure everybody's on the same page here before we get this match underway.
Moops Morgana was also a chance in this one. But looking against the team, you don't really want to try to Morgana, alt, Soul Shackle, and Olaf. It doesn't work. Everybody can pretty much body slam out, run away, stun you back. So they're actually making it hard for these. They don't have to ban it out. They just make it hard for you to want to choose your good champions.
I'm happy you mentioned that, because I think we sort of knew coming into this that Candy Panda placed quite a bit of emphasis onto Sivir. He's playing a lot in scrims. He's been spamming it in solo queue. And you heard from the teams, like, we know that this is what they do, right? If you pick a Morgana into a Sivir, you pop down Soul Shackles, she pops on the hunt, everyone runs away,
Yeah.
and Soul Shackles business. So I think if a Morgana pick were to come out in this series, there'd have to be a different AD carry. And I think Moops and Super Hot Crew would need to know a little bit more information. They would probably have to have a crescendo in there as well, maybe a jungler with a bit more CC as well.
Lucian, Sona. We haven't really talked too much about Lucian. We've talked about him that he's being used, but just why?
He's incredibly powerful right now, and partially because of just how much of a lane bully he is. And it does look like we are going back in, and we are loading up. And one of the strengths of Lucian, he's got great scaling on his abilities, and the amount of pressure you can apply in the laning phase, thanks to that light sling and just the double shot from his passive, is very, very powerful. There, the piercing light, that's the one.
Right.
And it just allows you to really hit hard. In a 2v1, it's less apparent though, because you can't bully out your opponents. You can't deal damage to squishy supports. As Mixon and Payla with a very strong move here against Svenskeren.
Speaking about bullying out your opponent, Svenskeren not able to get the blue buff on the way around, and that leaves him sitting at 2. Impaler, 3 out of the jungle.
Very good decision there from Super Hot Crew, and this is part of the reason I like this Super Hot Crew composition. Impaler has been very active during the We Play group stages, qualifying for this event, and in a lot of the games I've seen them play, just because he's not afraid to roam, he's not afraid to invade.
Just sitting in the face of Mimer, taking some shots on his turret. So HSC, you can see them kind of playing out on blue side what they had intended on the switch. They leave their AD carry bottom. I don't know if that was intended, but I think it happened a lot because that other bottom had switched top. So very well played there. Impaler going to get himself a little bit ahead, but it's so early still. We'll have to see if they make use of it.
Yeah, that's the key. What does Impaler do with this? With the additional buff, he's actually going to hit level 6 earlier, and that's very, very important for Super Hot Crew. It's going to allow them to make ganks with that Assault and Battery, and if you combine Assault and Battery plus the Renekton or the Orianna ultimate, it's going to be very, very strong at securing kills. Mimer does get out thanks to that Dazzle, and Nif just gets away.
Let's see what they do. The Spell Thief's Edge, as we said before, still on the support. I believe our first Targons we see coming in here on Nif, so.
Yeah, I think it's actually the first one of the weekend.
Yeah.
First one of the weekend. What we see from OGN, that the Relic Shield does get upgraded to Targon. They spam some gold as much as possible up until about the 16, 17, 18-minute mark. And then basically once they've generated a bunch of gold back, they actually sell it in favor of the coin. That's the trend that we've been seeing over from OGN, and we'll have to see if Nif is going to mimic it. Right now, Impaler is setting himself up in this top lane, maybe anticipating a dive, as Nif and Candy Panda are just trying to get a lot of damage on this tower.
Going to be a good soak-up of experience here. Ooh, Dazzle on the outside.
That didn't work out.
That didn't work out too well. Impaler should be able to return to the jungle after soaking up this experience, but he's trying to keep himself in here. That will help from that camp that he missed. They do share it, but he can't be afford not to be in lane. There's too much pressure going all over.
Yeah, a lot of tower damage going down in the top lane. Candy Panda and Nif not really gesturing as though they were going to go for any form of dive. It looked like Nif actually wanted to auto-attack the tower. And as we highlighted during those brief pauses, that the junglers were most likely going to go for this defense position. They really want to try to hold on to their outer ring of towers as long as is possible.
And you got to consider how much less of a threat a level 4 Lee Sin coming in without a red buff is. Pretty much getting away, stand behind the minions, nothing's going to slow you down. So he is kind of just forced to stay in his jungler, soak up experience right now with Freddy.
Yeah, and losing that blue buff for Svenskeren was massive early on. That really slowed down his clear speed. Not having the cooldown reduction on an energy-based champion, having the mana regions can be a problem, but the cooldown reduction is just going to allow him to clear those waves out much faster and make sure he can carry on pushing. He is looking like he's going to push it towards this bottom lane again. And if you combine the undertow axes plus the execute damage of Lee Sin, there is kill potential, but I think they both want to hit 6 first. That's the key.
Migza and Haydale know they can be a bit more aggressive with that Sona sustain. They're keeping themselves just about half mana for any tricky engages, but still keeping the pressure on. Even gold across the board here as both of them are trying to, or both ADCs on the sides are trying to keep that 75% push mark, so they're not in too much danger.
Yeah, Haydale's got a lot of damage down onto this tower, and that's what we were talking about. The slow is going to come in, but simply can't trade thanks to that massive burst of damage. Just from the piercing light and the auto attacks, that shredded Svenskeren's HP.
Good to go for a little bit longer. Impaler picking up a pink ward just under 7 minutes here. It seems like they want to grab an area for safety, or maybe start to make some moves, because this top turret taking some big damage and not much Meimer can do.
Now that's actually evening it out. SK were behind in the damage front because Haydale was, I mean, they're going to secure this tower on this next wave. So there's a lot of onus now on Candy Panda and Nif to try to get this tower down in the next wave or two to even up the gold. If Super Hot Crew can move top to defend their tower, that's going to be a great advantage for them.
You got to see that Haydale also doing a lot better in the beginning of this game. He was down in CS from trying to poke so much last game, but is really focused on what they need to do. But it is the 2v1, which even makes you want to poke more sometimes.
But it's great to see, though, in a 2v1, he's still keeping up in CS, and they've actually won the 2v1 matchup because they've secured the first tower of the game. So very good win here for Super Hot Crew. SK Gaming decided to back off the top lane. You can see Candy Panda and Nif have recalled. BF Sword secured there for Candy Panda's Siva. And it looks like they're just going to move down to the bottom lane. So they've basically foregone that top lane tower and said, look, we can't take it or we don't want to take it, so we're going to move bottom.
Freddy taking the long way around to the top side. It looks like he will finally get there to meet a wave at the turret, so that's going to work out nicely for him. They will try to grab, well, they already have control, but Nif wants a little bit more. They start to ward up onto the Dragon, and now with the AD carry support bottom, they might be able to work something out.
That could be the reasoning for the switch.
Yeah, because they haven't taken that yet.
Yeah, nobody's made any sort of moves for Dragon with the exception of those wards now. And if SK have the numbers advantage in the bottom half of the map, that is going to allow them to either challenge for it or secure it themselves. And I think that's very, very key to note. Blue buff has respawned. Remember, the last one was stolen away. Remember, Impaler and Mixer challenged for it and took it. And reading it like a book, Nif knows they've dazzled him.
Oh, they said we're here for our blue buff, and then they said, nope, that was ours. Inside the jungle is going to be the bungle, and it looks like Svenskeren gets on the last tick, takes him down. The ignite from Migza coming out strong, and he is able to pick up the first blood for his team, and they may be even securing the second blue buff.
Now, blue buff is picked up, and that is a monumental failure. They got the jump onto Super Hot Crew and were unable to convert that kill. Oh, the Dragon being picked up as well. This is a big swing in power for the Super Hot Crew. 2 blue buff steals and a Dragon secured. That is brilliant play, plus the tower to go on top of it.
They threw down so many, if you look at that blue buff on the other side, they threw down so many wards, and all the wards that SK had were behind them after the fight was engaged, so they really didn't have much vision of what they wanted. Big fight up here. Freddy forced to ghost from Meimer as he throws down the ultimate. Meimer looks like he's just going to try to get some extra damage down, but that means he could probably take that next engage.
Yeah, Flash and Ignite is available, so the next time Dominus comes up, if Freddy decides to stick away, Freddy is going to be at risk of being taken down. And you know, SK, they read the invade. They knew that Super Hot Crew was going to challenge for that blue buff. They had set up for it, but they just didn't have the numbers. Once again, Candy Panda just arriving a little late to the party. Jez is not getting any of Gragas' damage down. It just didn't work out for them. Freddy's going to be a bit brave here. He's triple Doran's here. Double Doran's blade, single Doran's shield. against a Giant's Belt and 2 Doran's items. So he's a little bit mismatched as far as the HP is concerned.
A lot of these Lucians throwing in that Ruby Crystal as they go along their build for the Bloodthirster into that Trinity Force, keeping himself tanky, and you can see winning the shots versus Candy Panda. That's not giving them too much trouble, but they did push, so they can finally back in that bottom lane. We'll see what they pick up. It's only going to be sustained for Candy, so still that lane seems like it's going to be quite slow between them. Sustain on both sides, poke on both sides.
Yeah, it comes down to, I think, jungler assistance in this case. You know,
right.
Haydel and Mixer actually have potential of killing Candy Panda if they combine the Crescendo with the culling and get every shot to land. But right now, I think Impaler and Mima, they want to set up a dive here. Assault and Battery is available. That's a double buff Impaler. The question is, are they going to go for not enough minions? So, starting to back this one out.
Freddy says, get out of here.
That was a little weird. Walked right up, basically said, hey guys, what's up? And now they've backed away. Maybe this way.
Nobody's come up to help him yet. So he has his ultimate. He's got to call it out, but his ghost is down. He blew his ghost last time because the ultimate wouldn't have saved him. But here, he knows he needs to hightail it out of there.
Yeah, Freddy is going to at least get away a little bit safer this time round, but slightly awkward posturing from Mima and Pela. They want to just try to zone him out. He's losing minions, he's losing experience, he's losing gold, so it is still wins for them overall. And you can see that Candy Panda, and if they're just dealing with the minion wave pushing up towards them, they're not trying to shove the tower down. It actually feels like SK is trying to stall a little bit, buying some time to farm up and power up a little bit.
Do you feel that it's been a mistake that the top turret was left alone after they lost theirs? Do you think that should have been equally traded to keep these lanes flowing?
It ended up being that way because hindsight is 2020. But the decision for that, you see Nif going down bottom, he sets up wards around Dragon.
Right.
They knew blue buff was respawning, and they knew Super Crew was going to challenge for blue.
That's true.
But then they executed very poorly. You know, so the decision-making was good.
It was there.
The execution was poor, and that's why they lost blue buff and lost Dragon, and didn't get the tower at the same time. So, you know, it's only because we can break it down knowing how it planned out. But I think it's good that SK are thinking that far ahead.
Absolutely.
It does show forethought that they were not necessarily doing in Game 1.
So the numbers also spell that out here, 18,000 to 15,500. We got 12.5 minutes in the first blood going over to Migza, so it's not too crazy. He was able to get the Sightstone, which means they can get a little bit more coverage on the map. We'll see if he brings out his sweeper soon.
Yeah, I guess once they start moving around the map, that's the key. You know, once they decide to start pushing into their opponent's jungles, it's about 13 minutes, so unless my math is terrible, in the next sort of minute and a half to 2 minutes, I think, is when the Dragon's going to be respawning. And that's most likely where we're going to see our next fight. Both of the teams are going to be aware of it, know roughly the time frame. And I think SK has to challenge. I don't think SK can afford to give up or give away any more of that global gold.
Good wards in the bottom lane are keeping Candy Panda safe, but they see Migza going around. Will they try to do anything with this? I don't think so, because it looks like Svenskeren is taking his wolves, or wraiths at the moment.
Yeah, Svenskeren feeding the pinch. Double Ruby Crystal in his items at the moment, you know. Over on the other side, Impaler's got that Spirit of the Ancient Golem completed, and it's only being met by a Spirit Stone. So Sven, he is up on CS, but he wants the instant power of those double Ruby Crystals as opposed to investing it into, you know, upgrades along the line. So
that is quite interesting.
It's a little different. It's a little different, but I think it's because he's anticipating a fight and he just wants that right now. Impaler may be the one to pull the trigger.
He's ready to punch.
Up and
ask
decides
questions
to go
later.
away.
3K or 2.5K still sits between these two teams. Impaler looking for his third blue buff that's not really his, but SK says we are going to do everything in our power to stop this one from going to you guys. They have sent 4 now. Coming around the backside is going to be both Moops and Jesus.
Yeah, Jesus is being zoned up. On the hunt comes out. That's Fence going over the wall. They've caught Moops.
Moops is just on the outside. He throws it, but they flash over the shockwave, knock him down. Jesus picks up a nice kill there, and it's going to be 3 on the assist.
That's a great decision from SK, realizing they can forego the blue buff to pick up a kill and the mid turret. If they then roll around to pick up Dragon, this is a great decision from the team. Now we do see Hadal defending it as in comes Impaler.
Impaler trying to do just that, and he gets it back onto Candy Panda, forces the flash. The Sivir ultimate is down, so this is all that they can do for themselves. Clicking away, a nice crescendo going across the team. Nif is going to be the next to fall. Jez is on the outside with the blue buff, is going to be able to body slam away safely if necessary, but the 2 for nothing on that.
Yeah, now Freddy's joined the party. That was a 4v4, really, as they did shut down Moops. This is going to be the tower falling in favor of Super Hot Crew if they can get the minion line to back it up. I keep getting too antsy, actually. SK Gaming end up losing the fight 2 for 0 in that mid lane engage. And a great little cheeky
had
move.
gone down, but
Cheeky move by Svenskeren. Lands the Sonic Wave, kicks Mixer over the wall, and then follows it up to follow him with, but it wasn't enough to get to safety. And this is going to allow Super Hot Crew to actually pick up the Dragon now. So this is their second Dragon of the game, and it's going to give them a nice gold lead. Freddy may want to play, but there's nobody else supporting him, so not really going to work out for them.
Exit stage right, says SK, or rather SHC, as SK comes in from the top side. They get out safely. Starting to get a little bit of a gold discrepancy here, something we did not see in last game. Also in kills, and the turrets right now in favor of SHC. They were able to push down that bottom one quite quickly due to the 2v1 situation.
Yeah, 4,000 gold lead right now is a pretty sizable amount, but the way that it was generated, I think, is more important. SK seem to be reading Super Hot Crew fairly well. They seem to be predicting the movements, but they're not capitalizing. They're not turning it into victories. They're not securing their blue buffs and things like that. So unfortunate for SK, they continue to fall behind. If they don't stop the rot soon, Super Hot Crew may be able to just instantly win any fight they choose because they're going to be able to just engage with Renekton and Vi, and nobody on SK can stop them right now.
No one looking for too much aggression right now. Since the beginning of this game, we've seen the teams feeling a bit more comfortable. There were more early wards. There have been more engagements, but better fights this game. The nerves have kind of been shaken off, and everybody's a bit more controlled. We'll have to see what they can do in this top lane. We talked about the kill potential of the slows. We'll have to see if it works.
We'll have to see if there's any kill potential here onto Mimus. Svenskeren has managed to sneak in from the river, and they booted him backwards.
They haven't hit the Q yet. He still has that to follow, and he does get it after the flash, but is it going to be enough? Where's the cripple? He's trying to keep him in. Oh, the assault battery comes in. The vault breaker. Do they take him down? Freddy in the trade for the retribution kill, and they are both forced to walk away.
Trading 1-for-1 with Freddy being able to pick up that kill is pretty good news for him. He is falling a little bit behind on CS. Now Nif and Candy Panda, they want blood on Hadal.
Hadal throwing out or calling. I don't know if he's going to be able to get out of this one. Oh, he says no, and Nif almost walked in that one.
Crescendo's available if Mixer wants to go in. Are they going to go for it? That's the real question.
Oh, he still had it. He tried to time it. To his credit, he tried to time it, but it does last quite a bit, and he gave his best effort.
Great spell shield there from Candy Pandas. We do see Impaler really bullying Svenskeren around. We do see the sort of matching items as far as the defensive stats is concerned. One additional cloth armor, but it's not a massive amount of armor to rave about. Now, Super Hot Crew continue to extend this lead. It's now 5,000 gold lead. They've got 4 kills to 2. There's still a tower up. Yeah. And I think they're playing this very well. They're playing it patiently, and they're not overcommitting, which I think is what SK's mistakes have been in defense of their buffs.
Yep, it's a good way to put it. Coming up on 20 minutes into this game, kind of see everybody at their lull in power, but at their most to try to get something out of the game. Everybody's trying to finish that last core items. Both Moops and Jazzes have gone for the Athene's Unholy Grail, just favoring that cooldown and magic resistance, because that lane, like I said, it's the kill lane for those two. It's just a skill matchup.
Now, I'm happy you actually talked about them, because I don't think we've seen much of them at all, really.
Yeah.
Moops and Jazzes have just been farming their way up, and it's pretty apparent that Moops is winning the farm battle, thanks to having 40 CS more than Jazzes at this point.
Just a few.
I mean, that's basically 2 kills worth of gold.
Yeah, it's true.
And it's already showing. Athene's completed plus the Blasting Wand. He hasn't completed his Sorcerer's Shoes yet, and even though he's a kill down, it is because 5 members of SK dove onto him. If he can land another good Shockwave, that could be a game-changing moment that could lead to bigger objectives for Super Hot Crew. And with blue buff respawning, it does look like SK may have the fight they're looking for. A little bit of a deep ward there coming out of Hadal. They want to be well aware of SK's positions. And it feels like every fight that's happened has been because of this blue buff.
Impaler wants it so bad that it's the engagements. A little bit of a wall there in front of Impaler. He learned about that. Trying to go through walls doesn't work too well. Svenskeren going to take some damage. Calling all the way to the backside. Actually takes down Nif in the last few shots. A very nice reactive flash there. Trying to get themselves some more engagement, but they couldn't get it down.
Now, Mima was actually going toe-to-toe with Freddy. Freddy did not use his Ragnarok, and it actually looked like he was able to scare Mima away a little bit. Mima's going to carry on farming, but the tower was secured, so even though the top lane fight is swinging a little bit even, Mima's going to be a bit cheeky and get out. Super Hot Crew, they secure the second tower of the game. It's the mid lane tower. That's going to make it even easier to challenge on those blue buffs that we've seen them doing constantly throughout this game.
And I can't help but notice, he does have a kill. Obviously, that's going to help. It was first blood. Moby Boots, Ruby Sightstone, the Edge, and there's no Sightstone yet. The Targon's fully upgraded now, and he's still just trying to go out for consumables.
It's a bit of a risky play from Nif, but on the same token, he's not had any money to work with. There's no global gold coming in. He's got 1 assist to his name.
That's true. They haven't taken down the turrets.
No dragons, no turrets. So there's nothing else supplementing his gold. The Targon's Brace has currently generated about 550 gold. So he's working his way up to breaking even. Over on the other side, the Frostfang, which is, of course, upgrading from the Spell Thief's Edge, is sitting close to 640 gold. So, you know, it actually looks like the poking item is working out in favor of Mix's Sona. Around this time is when he sold it in favor of the coin. So we'll see if the same stays true.
And he's also switched to the red trinket as well. They're getting 2 sweepers out, 1 now on Impaler, who started with 1 coming out of that first game. So we'll have to see if this starts to really play in their favor. They're going to have vision control, and they already have map control.
So 15 seconds for Dragon. The blue buff was stolen by Super Hot Crew, taken by Moops as it respawned after that last team fight. And you can see SK, they're setting up some vision. They don't want to give it away. Mima and Freddy, the slow battle of the tanky top laners, they're going in.
The wet noodle fight continues, and it stops. They need to make some more noodles.
Mima's noodle's bigger, but Freddy's can be thrown. You can see it in their weapons. As it stands right now, SK do have a positional advantage on Dragon. If they want to start it, however, they run the risk of Super Hot Crew running down mid lane to the inhib turret. First tower secured there by a split-pushing Sivir of Candy Panda, which, once again, he did in the previous game.
I love that both of these teams are still trying to do everything they can, in which they should, but they completely there in time. Like you said, SK has been kind of foreshadowing what they need to do for themselves, and they may just get pushed in and out of this Dragon.
They're grouped up. The fight has started. Jesus is in trouble. Needs to do a defensive ult.
It looks like Freddy could be getting hit up quite hard. It does get rocked around by the command shockwave. Everybody trying to regroup from that chaos, and it means flashing out of the fight right now for SK. That was quite a bit for them. And now to turn around, Dragon still very low for SHC to go with that before fighting. This is so chaotic.
Yeah, it's not over yet. Nif's now in trouble.
He could go down at the end of this fight. A final shot from Haydel after the ability. 1-2 on the passive. Is it enough to finally take down Dragon? It is. We see SK backing.
Yeah, there's not much they can do. Jez
oh,
needs to be a little careful here. He is trying to be a bit cheeky. It's not going to work out in his favor. And, he's just got zoned out. Simple fact of the matter is he got zoned out by Super Hot Crew, and because Super Hot Crew could regroup and then challenge as a 5, SK Gaming couldn't use that explosive cask to displace Super Hot Crew and allow their mobility to reign supreme for them.
So 6,000 gold as it ticks up to 37,000 to 31,000 here. 2-1 in turret still, so the objectives have been quite a big focus. If you can say Impaler's been going for blue buff maybe, but the Dragon now being focused and probably some turrets to follow after these next fights.
At least 1,000 gold separates each of these players.
Yeah.
With 1,500 between the supports. It's a big amount of money that Super Hot Crew have already invested into their items. Once again, Wet Noodle fight is barely going on between these top lanes. Spirit Visage and Sunfire Cape. In comparison to the Sunfire Cape and the Negatron Cloak, Freddy is very far behind right now. A completed item difference. And it's going to be a while before he's going to be able to even up that.
Getting that minion with a Sunfire Cape. Just grabbed it right up. 24 minutes into this one, 7-3. It's going to be now another grand. It's like these guys have an investment account or something. It just goes up a grand while they walk around. See what they can do with this. That was the Trinity Force and the Bloodthirster being built out on Haydel, and he's just been having a heyday. 3-0-3, way better than he was performing last game, and it's really their game. They're in the driver's seat. It's no back feet for them.
So two things definitely work into his favor. Number one, switching over to the Lucian has definitely helped him out in terms of damage and picking up the kills in the early game. As you can see, big chunk onto Candy Panda. Just a couple auto attacks. But the one thing that also is very important to note is the 2v1s. Super Hot Crew simply played the 2v1 better. And that one call all the way back at 13 minutes to say, defend Blue Buff from SK Gaming, is what started the snowball, started the spiral.
Blue Buff is like Baron this game.
Oh, it does look like Mimer's going to be in trouble. Dazzle's going to come out. They've jumped on the Crocodile.
Oh, is Mimer in trouble, though? The Croc tries to get out, throws down the Dominus. He is also going to bring Jessus into this one. There it is. Did he get the assist on that? Possibly not, but they know that Impaler is just on the other side waiting.
Yeah, he's going to be able to dive in here. Assault and Battery is up, but he needed to use the Vault Breaker through the wall, so not going to be able to lock anybody up. And Mimer, he basically just pops Dominus to run away from 3. SK Gaming couldn't lock him down, couldn't chase him down, and he gets out cleanly.
Game of mobility here. 3 boots on the board. Impaler trying to chase, Migza trying to chase, and also, obviously, Nith trying to get those dazzles down.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is round 3. SK Gaming have lost 2 previous fights around this buff. They are going to try again, and hey, 3rd time's the charm, right? It worked for Young Buck and the Copenhagen Wolves yesterday.
And is this that big, or are they putting it in their head that it is?
They do not want Jezus to have the cooldown reduction and the spamming ability. And
This is
also,
true.
to maintain map control is working out for Super Hot Crew. Vision is there. The fact that SK is almost playing into Super Hot Crew's hands, this is benefiting them. SK need to push somewhere else, make a play elsewhere on the map. Blue Buff is still alive, and the fight's going to break out at any second, but SK don't want it. They're afraid of the engagements.
SHC has the lead, and like you say, SK can't afford to just keep defending a Blue Buff.
Initially, it was good for SK to respond and try outplay.
Right.
Now they're behind, and SHC's aware of it. I would dare say Super Hot Crew are baiting them into that decision.
Every time.
We're going to challenge your blue. Come play with us. We'll secure your blue. And if you stick around long enough, our toys are bigger than yours, and we're going to hurt you more. It's that simple.
The 26th minute, it has just been a constant knocking on the door at that blue buff. SHC, got to give him credit for sticking with a strategy and not veering off. Freddy going to be engaged on here. The assault battery to the back line, making sure they stop both of them up. The ultimate coming out. Doesn't look like he's going to fall with Ragnarok, but they are going to try to re-engage. Nif, right in the middle of the fight, is going to be going down eventually. Mimer picks up the first kill of this one. Blood will be spilled as he picks up a second kill. Almost up to 10 kills here. Is it going to be going to Hayday on the other side of the map? Throws down the culling. Is it enough? He tries to get the last 2 shots off, but it's not in range.
No, not this time around. I don't think he's been able to dash up. We'll have to see if the cooldown comes up quickly enough. Now, there's no more movement speed
The chase
from
is
Candy
on.
Panda. Trinity Force is giving additional speed. Haydel decides to back away. But another strong win, and Super Hot Crew doing 2 things well. Number 1, proving they're not colorblind and moving to the red buff to challenge for that one. And while they were moving to red buff, found members of SK Gaming, and they managed to pick up a team fight.
They're like, hey, this is familiar.
Exactly. No, hey, we're doing it on that side of the map. Let's do it on this side of the map. And just to go a little further back, when that little duking out was happening at blue, Impaler actually stole blue buff with Smite. Just a nice hint and tip for everyone doing that. If you're invading to take a buff, use Smite. It's safer, it's more secure, you don't run the risk of it being stolen, and donate your blue buff to your mid lane carry, because that's in a lot more controlled, safer environment.
It's a nice thing to do.
Yeah, it's a good guy thing to do.
Come on. Turrets. Turrets not seeing as much attention this game. They've really taken a back seat to the kills. 9-3 now. The gold, much more different. We had up to 58,000 to 58,000, I believe, last game. Something really high. Something really astronomical. 45 now to 37. 8K gold lead coming in. That's items on every single person in the team.
And this is also the biggest gold lead that we've seen yet between these 2 teams.
Right. Or an extra item, I should say.
Extra item in addition, thanks to the bonus gold. But it's just that Super Hot Crew are in control of this one, as they were in the later stages of the previous match. You know, SK tried to make moves, but failed in making them stick. And I hadn't noticed when the Spell Thief, the Moonblade was sold, but Talisman of Ascension has been picked up by Mixer. So the engage potential is even higher now. You know, he can speed up his whole team in conjunction with his Song of Celerity movement speed increase. And it's a very powerful in and out to help counter the power of that on the hunt.
It's always nice to see your Orianna do that much damage. Now already having the Void Staff coming in. Glass Cannon builds quite a bit for these teams here as they may try to pressure this Dragon, but it looks dangerous.
Yeah, I think Moops basically secured it for his team thanks to some great damage. Nobody from SK can challenge because they've lost 50%. So Karen even gets stunned up by Mima. Mima almost went in. He had that second, the dice to go back forward and decided to back away. Now the siege is on. Super Hot Crew with a numbers advantage and an HP advantage will be sitting underneath this tower to try to take it down.
As they look to pressure this one. Nice shots. Haydale getting himself out safely. It really seems that we can almost consider SHC to be a team that loves to play off their momentum because they have not seemed to calm down since the win of last game.
Yeah, that's true. They continue improving on their previous plays, improving on the last moments. You can see that the vision is also being stepped up in this matchup. There's a couple more wards in and around the entries and exits to the SK Gaming jungle, which was anticipation of the Dragon fight. They knew their positions on it. The barrel comes up from Jesus. It's not enough.
It was a good barrel to get in there to stop some damage. No follow-up, as you said, though. Could have been had. Good damage on the turret. Haydale getting in for great shots on that. Eventually going to fall, and this means right now SHC has to realize they could start putting themselves in the position they got put in. So they need to end it if this starts to happen.
The one thing that they are doing right, they're sieging. They're forcing a split push. They're leaving Mima in the top lane. And as you mentioned, SK didn't do this in the previous game. They didn't group up and siege as a team because things were so even.
Yeah,
I think SK Gaming were afraid of it. You know, they were like, well, because we know we're not ahead, we don't want to put ourselves at risk. And it ended up costing them. In this game, Super Hot Crew know that they've got the advantage and they're playing to it. I also want to just touch on the 0-1-5 of Moops' Orianna. He's getting a lot of extra gold thanks to the support's assist scaling gold that we've been talking about in 3.14.
He is also at 308. We saw just his plays in general. If he's not on the map to be alive for the fights, he's stopping the Dragons. He's doing the right things beforehand, and he's kind of seeing that SK is trying to do it even more beforehand, if you will. Taking a bit of damage there. Nicely shielded. Is he going to get it? I think he might get one of his.
Doesn't look like anyone's around. It doesn't look like it's around. This may be the second blue buff of the game. I think you're right that Jez is going to be securing. He does manage to pick one up, and a round of applause here for the blue buff. And you know what? I think that's Super Hot Crew just pushing elsewhere. You know, they sieged up the mid lane. You had Mima up in the top lane, and they weren't necessarily prepared to challenge that blue. And they've got enough of a lead. It's over 10,000 gold now. The question is, how do they push SK into a fight? Because they've got very good tower dive potential. Renekton and Vi, plus Orianna shield. Although, as I say that, the dive's coming from SK.
Oh, Shockwave onto 2. Looks like Jez has wanted out, but the rest of the team wanted in. He comes in back a little late. The cast did hit, but it didn't hit enough. Again, the follow-up isn't there.
Yeah, but here comes Lucian as well as Mima.
No. Dominus goes down. He's hitting 4 people. That is shredding HP right now. Here comes the rest of the team. They are coming out of the woodwork. How is he in the jungle? How is he coming down from the sky? They are being pushed down into the base, and it looks like they're grabbing inhibitor turrets off of this. A double kill coming in as Freddy comes back up. Another double kill. 1-1 for Mima and Haydale.
Massive fight for Super Hot Crew. This is going to allow them to pick up the inhibitor. And like you said, Super Hot Crew coming out of the woodwork. That was a 3-man defense in the tower. Mima and Haydale managed to join from the sides and just clean up. Here's going to be a replay, as we talked about. Now, the tower had already been pushed off. Look at Lucian coming in from the side angle. And Mima just wrecks. Dominus and Sunfire Cape is dealing damage to 2, 3, and 4 members for practically the entirety of that run up the mid lane.
Wow.
And it's just going to allow them to clean up. Mixer with a flash power cord right at the end. He really wanted to get in there and make sure his team secured those kills.
Or is not enough. You got to do more. Got lane pushing going on pretty much everywhere it could happen right now. We had a bottom turret being dropped there by Haydale during the replay, bottom second tier turret. So they just grabbed all that potential gold that was sitting on the map, and it was big.
Massive amount of gold gain. Now all the map pressure is sitting in Super Hot Crew's favor thanks to the minions. Previously, it was being afforded and earned by vision and by challenging on the buffs. Now they can allow the super minions to do a big portion of that job, and they can now start to challenge the Baron or going for the last remaining inner turret in that top lane.
More sweepers, even more sweepers coming out. Haydale picks himself one up. 34 minutes into this one, also picks himself up a red buff. They are very near 60,000 gold to 43. Looks like a forced Ragnarok here from Freddy. 1-2-2 at Mimer. Yeah, that's not going to hurt.
Care.
Not going to hurt at all.
Mimer is just running through everything right now. 5-1-4. Randian's Omen, Sunfight, Giant's Belt, and Spirit Visage. There's a Randian's Omen missing in Freddy's arsenal. That is the difference between these two lanes right now, with the exception of a Giant's Belt. I mean, Mimer's got another Giant's Belt on top of it. If you look at the junglers, the Locket of the Iron Solari sitting in there, you've got the makings of a Randian's Omen. A big, big difference between these two teams. And it's just, it's very difficult to see how SK can come back, with the exception of monumental throws, and this isn't going to help.
That was big right there. Mimer actually can't get through the wall. He did slice through the wall, so he's going to be forced to walk up to this one. And you can see SK doesn't want any of it. Everything is used to disengage. Well, Haydale is just off, having a heyday.
Yeah, we see Candy Panda again with this sort of armor shred build, if you can call it that, as now the wet noodle fight is going to incorporate some additional health. Freddy's been stunned.
Looks like they bring the full dinner to this one. Freddy, oh, there's the disengage, but is it enough? They want right back into the fight. They continue to go. It's going to be the slice. He still has the dice possibly to follow, and he does. Oh, a little bit of a misstep there. They are just pinning him in, but he gets across the wall. This is only going to be for the run. Oh, a flash. That was quite nice. Good dodge. Blue suede shoes from Svenskeren. He gets the clap out of the crowd.
It's not going to help, though, because now all of a sudden...
Right, it's just so chaotic.
Get the tower. They're going to get the inhibitor tower. Haydale has held Candy Panda in place, and one of the keys to these team fights for SK Gaming is the mobility of On the Hunt. It's not doing anything. Mimer taking some turret hits, and he doesn't care. That's going to be a dead Candy Panda.
Sniper. Haydale coming out, goes right past the inhibitor turret, and this one's going to be taken down, not gone past. So they look to get more gold out of this. You can just see them doing everything they have because the surrender vote has come out in this promotion game.
SK Gaming call it. They tap out at 36 minutes, and you know what? When you're 15 kills to 3, you're down. Now they're down 2-0 in the best of 5. They really need to shake off some rust if they want to bounce back.
So much crazy play coming out from these guys. You have to consider the Vise continuously in the game. But we look at SK's side. Last game, I believe it was the Sivir, the Zed, oh no, I'm sorry, the Shiv, Orianna, Sona, Ezreal, Vi, right?
Yeah.
There's a little bit of engage there. But SK's teams now are walk-ups. It's the Olaf, it's the Lee Sin. When you can jump in with an Renekton, you can jump in with a Vi or have the Ori ult do it, it's less telegraphed, right?
So there's two things that does. Number one, having the champions that have that versatility that you can't necessarily read, and the way that you play them. I feel like Superhot Crew had very good use of Vi ultimates in the late game, as well as Orianna ultimates. And I also feel like as a team, their decision-making and ability to execute better. This game, SK read SHC like a book. SK knew what they were going to do, knew where they were going to invade.
That was true.
Knew they were going to push. But reading the book and playing the game after knowing the strat is very different, and that was where the problem was. SK just couldn't capitalize on the knowledge that they had.
And that's different to see as well. When you're set up in that position, then you got to think of the team comps of you were fighting in Sona, and you have Orianna as well. In the jungle, they wanted that every time. You fight that in the jungle, that's why Impaler wanted to be there. Also, that's good focus they put on Jesus, to take that away every time. Why? They knew he wasn't going to be powerful on Zed, so they didn't really focus him. But this time, they wanted it.
I also think because Jesus is a player that does tilt, we've seen him do very well, and we've seen him do very poorly. If you focus him, focus his gameplay, focus his buffs, if you push him into a negative situation, you as a team can gain more than somebody just being under tooled, not having the tools necessary. You can push them into a psychological state that is benefit for your team.
All right, we'll see. We're going to take a quick break, but when we return, the Superhot Crew looks to sweep their way into the LCS. It's Game 3 between SK Gaming and Superhot Crew right after this.
Once you get new teammates, the first thing I would recommend you do is just focus on your own play. And then you can, once everyone is on a good level, you can start seeing what your teammates are doing good, where you can benefit and what you can do together as a team.
Welcome back to the 2014 Spring Promotion Tournament, live from Cologne, Germany. Before we get to Game 3 between SK Gaming and the Super Hot Crew, I want to get your takes on the first two matches, guys, because something that seemed very clear to me is that SK seemed to be one step behind whatever they tried.
Yeah, it definitely seems like SK Gaming just doesn't quite have the right things in motion. Sometimes in teamfights, they're playing it properly, but they fall behind from the laning phase, or they get their blue buff stolen away from them, and they are one step behind Super Hot Crew.
Yeah, and so you talk about that blue steal. We actually have a clip that demonstrates that really well, how they just failed to do anything, practically.
Yeah, let's actually take a look at that clip, because this was very early on in this second game of the series, where Sona is right about to go in and check a brush kind of with their face. Let's just roll this clip right now at half speed. And you think Sona is dead right here because Tarik stuns, but they don't get the kill. Why is that, Peke?
Yeah, you can look at Gragas is there. He could just go and flash over the wall, E over the wall ultimate. He didn't do it. Sivir reacted too late as well. She flashed over the wall and tried to Q her, but she didn't get to land the Q either.
Yeah, and the worst part about all this is not only did they give up the first blood to the person they were trying to kill, but they never got their blue buff back for pretty much the whole game until the crowd like erupted at 30 minutes because he was finally able to get one. It just all slowly went down from that first blood moment.
How much of importance do you give to that fact that Justice didn't jump in when he maybe could and get a good advantage for his team at that point?
I think it's all about the small details. If he actually got that kill, he would have get one kill, a blue buff, and that could have maybe allow him to snowball mid lane after that, to carry the game after that small thing. You never know, but at least for sure it would have been a lot better than getting Sona a kill and escape from that. So.
Yeah, and even though SK is like the incumbent LCS team here, the small things really matter for them right now because they're just as inexperienced as some of the other challenger teams, knowing they've changed out so much of their roster. So like Peke said, those things really matter here, but more so with these teams.
If we look back a little into SK Gaming's recent history, in the DreamHack final, we had Candy Panda stepping up once again, the bottom lane doing very well. They lost 2 games at IEM Cologne, but still the jungler did very well. Do they need someone to really grab the reins here and step up and carry them effectively?
I think exactly that replay we saw is someone needed to take the initiative. Candy or Jessie should just flash instantly and get the kill on Sona and say like, I'm going to get that kill and we're going to win fights. Because if no one does it, they're just going to let everyone go with low HP, and that's what happened, I think.
I was looking later on into the game, and Jess's mid laner, when they were down, I think 13 kills to 3 or something, was 1-0-0. That deep into the game, to me, shows that he's not getting involved. It's almost like he's playing a little bit scared on that, Gragas.
Maybe finally, we were talking a lot about SK Gaming, but for a team that hasn't been too long, for that long, the Super Hot Crew seems to be a very good cohesive unit.
Yeah, they were playing great. Like, they were moving as a great team together. When they wanted to get the blue buff, they had their ideas clear. They were all moving to the blue buff and getting it. They always had good vision. They knew who was from the enemy team there. Sometimes, I think in one fight, we even saw Orianna trying to go from behind to catch them, and then SK just left the blue buff because they knew they were going to lose it again. Like, Super Hot Crew had just perfect vision and map awareness all the time.
What do you guys envision maybe for picks going into the next one? Is there one thing that might be crucial or a ban that might be crucial?
That's the thing about this series so far, is SK's kind of gotten exactly what they wanted. Peke called almost all of their picks previously. Sivir is the biggest one for Candy Panda. And the fact that Super Hot Crew has kind of made it by with the team effort makes me think that any adjustment being made, at least in this series, isn't super picks and ban related. I think it just has to be more with playing with more initiative.
Right. Maybe finally shine your light on Moops. Of course, the mid laner for Super Hot Crew has been doing very well, especially on that Orianna in Game 1. How much of a factor do you think that is?
Well, for sure, it's a lot. Like, Gragas Orianna is an equal matchup, kind of. Gragas can get ahead, but he has to take a lot of risk. He has to go in to try to get a kill, and he didn't do it. He played safe. He got a bit of farm, and like he said, he was not trying to do much with Gragas. I think he should try to take risk. Like, say, okay, I'm going to try to win or lose the game now, get a kill, go in, ultimate the Orianna, bring her to him, and try to get a kill.
Okay, well, we're going to see how he does, of course, in that Game 3 coming up, and we're going to send it back over to Riv and Quickshot for Game 3. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Shocks. And let's get right to it. Game 3 between SK Gaming and the Super Hot Crew. With one more win, the challengers will earn a spot in the LCS Spring Split. And based on how they dominated the first 2 games, they've got to be feeling pretty good about their chances right now.
Yeah, that's the truth. Super Hot Crew have been playing fantastically. They've been in total control of the first 2 games, albeit took them a little bit of time to get there after game 1.
Shake off the nerves.
15-3-36 versus the win against SK in that previous match. The one thing I do want to highlight is Candy Panda. I don't feel like he's had a big impact on this matchup so far. He had a 5.79 KDA at DreamHack. And I feel like he really carried his team to victory, especially against KMT in the finals. He's got a 4.25 KDA today, sitting at 5-4-12 in the 2 games. And even with stats like that, he's not having an impact. I haven't felt his Sivir controlling team fights or mid-game at all.
But that's what you said. How can you when you split push, right? Trying to get on the outside. One big thing for me, and I said at the end of the game, was momentum for SHC. In the fact that they are somewhat of a new team, made up of pretty good players, but are always able to overcome the small things, especially like being pushed back for 40 minutes in a game.
So the one thing that also impressed me about that, the fact that they are this new team, the fact that they're dealing with this high-pressure situation, the way they controlled that blue buff. You know, game 1, they bounced back from being behind, basically, from decision-making. Even though they're even on gold, the game was in SK's control. They bounced back to win that one. Game 2, they come in, they have such a clear strategy to shut down Jez's in the mid lane, steal his blue buffs away, and almost force him to go and tilt, almost force his hand to say, make a risky play like Peke was saying. Flash in, force yourself to go for that all in or die, or lose your blue buff and lose control anyway because I'm always ahead of you.
Well, that's the thing. I think it trickled down all from what happened in the jungle. We finally got these, well, it is the second game that we just saw, but they finally got into ward. They didn't do that the first game. And I don't think they were going to go for the blue buff right away. When they saw that they swapped the lanes, they said, that'll be a great idea.
Yeah, the instant decision making.
Right.
Hey, we can take advantage of your misplay. I use the word a little loose, but we can take advantage of your decision making.
Right. Perfect.
That's a better way to do it. And then once the calls come in from both teams, Super Hot Crew just executed.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't feel that Super Hot Crew made a bad decision, and then it's like the only thing I can criticize them for is playing slowly. Like, that's it. They were coordinated, they had vision, they were decisive, and they deserved that victory wholeheartedly.
It could be game point right now. This is a best of 5 here in the spring promotion tournament as SK looks to defend the spot they want back. SHC looks like they wanted a little bit more. Lucy and Sona on the board already with the 100% banned Kassadin.
So, if they don't ban out Orianna, which they haven't, maybe first pick Orianna. I think this could be possible. Although, Dr. Mundo's up, Eve is up, Elise is up. By adjusting your bans to say we don't want Lucian, Sona, and Vi, this means now all of the power picks are up, and I have to see what they want to prioritize.
Mundo does get locked in. Might see that Olaf in the top lane. Something else, Shyvana still on the board right now. Elise, wow, this is not, they haven't locked it in, but everything so far has been quite speedy through this champion select, and I'm sure that SHG wants to get back in as being the team of momentum.
SK will be happy to get Mundo. They had Mundo in game 1. It didn't work out quite as effectively because they didn't make plays. Now, if they have a champion that can run amok, run around, however Shyvana is open, makes a counter pick, if we do see a repeat of that, what SK will need to do is get themselves into a situation where they can challenge like a blue buff, read Super Hot Crew, and then win the engage, win the fights, be more decisive in their gameplay. And I think Super Hot Crew are having to make decisions now, like who do we want to take because there's so many powerful champions available.
Who else do they have? They lock that in. They just sat on Elise knowing they wanted the Shiv. That's going to be big lane there, especially big fight, because SHG was the one going in that last game over and over and over. The walk-up team, well, no, they did get the Orianna this time, because with the Mundo again, they were going to have the walk-up initiation team that have to teleport in, but now they give themselves a little versatility.
So I sort of expected the Orianna steal. I thought it may have been a little earlier.
Yeah, it was almost first, but
because
they just laid third.
You want to take that away from Moops. This now removes one of the very powerful things. Basically, the entire comp that Super Hot Crew have used to win their games. Sona's banned, Vi's gone, Orianna's stolen. You know, Ezreal's even taken away this time around. Now, Ezreal is one of the champions that Candy Panda has been playing. It's another thing that, you know, being able to talk to the pros, Peke is saying that SK are using it a lot in scrims. But Ezreal's going to have a little bit of a tough time if they go head-to-head in lane with Caitlyn, assuming Hadal plays aggressively and gets in your face.
A lot of kill potential coming from the support. We are going to see the Annie coming in. Caitlyn actually being picked up. Really Forgiven is only the one to try his hand at that this weekend, and he did damn well. So we'll see if Haydale can continue that streak on Caitlyn. Eve has been picked up. We saw all these champions get through Select, and we figured they'd be in the game.
Yeah. Now, I
These
really...
are some powerful comps.
I really like the composition here from SK Gaming, and there's the Morgana we talked about.
Very cool.
Okay, so let's talk SK first very quickly. I like the composition. I feel there's a lot of ball delivery systems there. You can use Eve, you can use Dr. Mundo. Combo that with a Tibbers. In either way, pull them together, then stun them, or stun them, then pull them together.
Yep.
And allow Ezreal, Eve, and Mundo to clean up. I really like that tool. However, once Moops gets to the point that he's got his Zhonya's Hourglass built up, if you combo the Soul Shackles, Zhonya's up the big burst from SK, and hopefully get some stuns, you're going to need Elise and Shyvana to clean up house. And in theory, Caitlyn should never be in range because she's got immense range. So the theory is she can sit on the outskirts and shoot. But it's a very different approach here. SK going with a very much all-in composition.
A lot of them having some quite immense AoE within their compositions. We'll have to see what they have for each other as we get into the laning phase. We saw the SHC was a bit more aggressive in the early part of last game, something we'll have to keep our eye on. Or is it going to be that point where they don't want to give up a 2-game lead and we go back to game 1, just fan out and play it safe?
I think SK will want to play this one safe. I feel like when you are 0-2 down in a best-of-5 series, the last thing you want to do is go for an Invader level 1 and get in trouble, especially against a Dark Binding and a Death Sentence. I think the level 1 potential from Super Hot Crew is a little scarier, you know, to run the risk of that hard CC. What I'm very interested about in this matchup is how Moops is going to deal with Jez's Orianna, because the auto attacks from Orianna and the early level damage does favor Orianna against the Morgana. So these early levels are going to be very important for Moops, and arguably for Jez's confidence.
We'll have to see. He was given a lot of trouble last game. We are now into game 3 and on to the Rift. Super Hot Crew looking to take the spot away from SK that they had in the last split.
2-0 up in a best-of-5. There are 3 match points now that Super Hot Crew have to play with, basically. And it does look like SK are starting to do this level 1 fan, splitting up, covering the entries, and we'll have to see how they respond. Nif is going to be the first one to spot Super Hot Crew as they potentially move in to get some wards down.
Migza looks like he wants more kills. Being the first blood support last game on Sona, he does take Ignite again on Thresh, and he also takes a red pot.
That definitely tells you he wants to have some all-in potential. That's flat out. Dude, we want to brawl, and I want to get down with that bonus attack damage, swinging around and cause problems. In response, Nif has actually picked himself up a Doran Shield.
Yeah.
So again, very different approaches by both of these supports in comparison to each other and from the previous games.
We'll have to see how this one plays out. It's either one of those things where they still feel each other out or say, we now have a strict advantage and we'll do something. I'm going to go with the 4. Maybe the latter will happen, though. It'll be quite exciting. Everybody's setting up towards this top side. Looks like we will get the lane matchups evenly this time. We're going to see if SHC, we have Caitlyn Thresh versus that Annie and Ezreal in the bottom lane.
So we did see the head-to-head matchups in game 1. Svenskeren was also running Jungle Evelynn, and that actually allowed them to get control of the early game.
That was kind of the play where Impaler game is.
Exactly, and I think that Candy Panda got like 2-0-1 up during the laning phase of that 16 to 17 minute laning phase, but it didn't convert to presence in the mid game. And I would expect the same this time around. I would expect Svenskeren to come down. Every time Moops moves forward and gestures this way, have to keep an eye on that red pot. The moment it gets drank, that's probably when the fight's going to come out. Very good flay.
He gets hit up right there. They get the stun out of Annie, which is going to be nice. They try to get more. Oh, my word. Will the lane be pushed as well? They're going to throw him into the turret. Now, the red pop has been popped.
Now, the thing is, there's a time limit on this. I think Mixer maybe jumped the gun a tad early. If he'd waited to get a death sentence, flay into death sentence, that could have actually been enough CC to make it work. But he decided he wanted to get dominance at level 1. It seems to be working. Small CS lead for Haydel, and we'll have to see how it continues before that temporary power buff wears off.
It's interesting they went this way because both of these guys have been going gold generation items, and they're like, boop, nope, 3rd game, not going to do any of it, even before seeing each other.
Definitely showing that But I think they want to stamp authority. That's the key here.
Right.
Is that they really want to, you know, grab the bull by the horns and take charge of the matchup. And at the moment, if Candy Panda and Nif can be patient, wait out the Elixir of Fortitude, then they can start to try get, you know, the Annie stun into early Ezreal burst. Impaler's the first one to make a move towards the lane, though.
Migza playing super aggro right now. It's going to be Elise on the outside. Is Impaler going to be close enough? They do have that shield on. Will he have enough for another Annie stun? No. And the lane aggression actually goes against them.
Yeah, very well played by Nif. He managed to stun up both Mixer and Haydel. Then with just Candy Panda sitting on the sideline auto-attacking, it was enough to scare them away. And that basically is going to kill the time frame of that Elixir of Fortitude. Jess eats a point-blank Dark Binding. Unfortunately, Moops can't follow it up, though.
He answers back with a little bit of damage. He did go 1, 2, 3, so you can shield up and walk through that Tormented Soil if you want to auto-attack. Like you said, it should go in favor of Jessis, but Moop playing it very well as Svenskeren finding himself a little bit of a party member here. Impaler comes down.
So cheeky, even manages to steal the golems away. The thing is, this is still a fairly low health Nif. And Impaler is dancing around the jungle, but it doesn't look like they're going to tower dive. That previous attempt was thwarted thanks to that very good double stun by Nif.
19-6th Impaler, just hanging out. Come get your wraiths, he's saying. But nope, they're going to be his. So he's trying to already deny some resources, keep himself going, knowing that Svenskeren is back right now doing what he can.
This is great play because of the psychological effect it's going to have on SK Gaming. In the previous game, Super Hot Crew didn't necessarily counter jungle. We'll get to that in a second as Svenskeren's rooted.
He's going to take big damage here. 4-3 right now, and the second set of abilities coming out in Spider Form from Impaler. That blue buff is not going to go to much use.
And that's sort of the point. In the previous game, Super Hot Crew challenged for blue buff. Challenge, 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 control blue buff. This time around, we see Impaler controlling the jungle.
Oh,
they hooked Nif!
Pie in the face to Nif as Candy Panda ducks. Good they get the kill on this one. Great focus by Haydel. It was Nif that was locked down, but he wants to damage the ADC.
Now, both of the AD carries below around 200 HP. The thing is,
looks scary.
Mixer's low on HP. He cannot afford to get stunned again. The only thing that's keeping SK in this bottom lane right now is the reactionary stuns by Nif.
Yeah.
But it's Super Hot Crew setting the tempo. If they continue doing this, it's just a matter of time before they're able to land the hook that secures first blood.
32-26 in the CS down there. Much poking and CSing happening between these guys, but they are keeping that farm up, and Haydel now doing a better job. We said he was down, you know, 10 CS by this point. He's going to be the one that's up. Leaving lane, they'll match up, and we'll see what happens when he comes back.
Well, we're now looking at the top lane right now. Freddy and Mima, once again, the tanky bruisers. These are sort of the two priority top laners right now, really. Dr. Mundo and Shyvana. A lot of people fight over them. And, you know, in game one, it was very slow till 20-odd minutes. And then all of a sudden, Mima just went beast mode and started tearing apart SK Gaming. Having an Ezreal this time around will be a little safer because Ezreal can Arcane Shift away and try to play the distance game maybe a little more than Sivir because you're not going to outrun a burnout running Shyvana.
Absolutely not. Still running the flash as well, keeping yourself safe. No ghost on that. We'll see Elise. Impaler spent quite a bit of time up here, and this is going to be a level 6 Mundo, so that just goes to the back. I don't think there were too many other lanes for him to push. You already have Morgana going back, rather, Moops in the mid lane, so they're just kind of biding their time until they can find something. This is the, we don't want to go too much out of our realm of thumb.
And as you say that, Impaler's hanging around this top lane. Now, Freddy does have his ultimate. He's been caught by the web.
There it is. He throws down the ultimate, forced the flash as well. They also throw down the ulties. Had to expect him to get out, but it was a great try.
Very good reactionary flash. That was the instant that Cocoon wore off. He was able to get away. Teleport was also expended by Freddy to get to that top lane, so that is on cooldown. And we did see Svenskeren. Sven was milling around the bottom lane. He was thinking about going in. Couldn't actually get in. I want to highlight the first purchases. Ancient coin secured for Nif as he's caught.
Oh, caught once more. Nif has always been on the outside of these fights. They don't have enough damage to turn back onto Haydel. A good flash from Nif leaves Candy Panda in the fight alone, but he is able to shift out as well. Just great back and forth in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Haydel and Mix are definitely toying. Dark Binding does land. Moops may want to go Soul Shackles. He's gone in.
He says draw, and the 1-for-1. He flashes over the wall. Is it going to be enough, though? Nobody attacked red either, so he's safe.
Yeah, I'm not sure a Chalice, an Amp Tone, and a Doran's Ring was going to 100-0 Morgana, so Maybe a little ambitious coming out of Moops, but again, the fear is there. The psychological pressure that it adds, you cannot be discounted. They've caught Nif once again.
He looks at Candy Panda and throws the hook over his shoulder to Nif. Is the finisher there? Oh, the Caliber net to safety out of turret range.
Unbelievable that Nif got away once again. I don't know if he's trying to play a game of catch the hook. He's pretending to be a fish, but that must be the 4th or 5th time that he's been hooked in the bottom lane. And props to Mixer, because he's really exerting his presence. And now Freddy's in trouble.
He does have that ult again, so he may be able to pop out of this one. The command shockwave comes down, the shield giving him a little bit of resistances, and he does stay alive. Impaler's gonna fall. First blood going to Svenskeren as it happened in game 1, and it looks like they're gonna continue to try on here. The slow onto Moops, the briefcase onto Moops, and the kill to follow up in the hands of Freddy 1-2-2.
Yeah, Freddy says, we have studied the last game. Here's the homework and the review. Throwing the paperwork down and sticking onto the backside of Moops. 2-1 in that exchange. Overall pretty good for SK Gaming, but they need to make sure they respond well, because they're replying to Super Hot Crew's plays. And this was their fault in game 1. They had no decisive moments of their own. At the top lane, there's a fight.
Trying to go off in the dragon form. Shyvana very low. He's going under the turret for this one. Burning Agony, causing just that.
Just as I say, you need to make a decisive play. SK Gaming jump in there.
Yes, Trevor.
And Freddy is able to 1v1 Mima. Now, that didn't happen the last time we seen this matchup.
Right.
It was a farm fest, and I think if Freddy can use this 2-0-1 advantage to actually get control of Mima's Shyvana, that is a very key factor in this matchup.
Blue buff going over to Moops, the mid lane. We only saw that one engagement between Jezz and Moops just at red buff. There hasn't been too much tit for tat between them. Dragon now about to be picked up, and this just shows SHC working off their momentum, but they're down in gold right now, so they're making these moves so they can keep that running.
Yeah, this is a very good call from Super Hot Crew, realizing that they got the numbers advantage. So just taking advantage of the missing opponents, and they're going to secure the Dragon. That was uncontested. I think SK knew it was happening, but they were nowhere near close enough to challenge. Mixer's flashed the hook!
Oh, he does get it on his fence. Karen, they're going to be able to get a little bit of gold off of this one. Yes, they do get a nice amount of assists there as well.
Somebody give Mixer a medal, because his Thresh has been brilliant this game. He still does not have GP10. So that Dragon and that assist has to be invested into some form of, gold gaining item, because he's just a utility bot right now. He is making a count though. So the last thing I want to make a sign is I'm calling him out, because he's doing phenomenal in this game.
Definitely helped to get the lanes rolling everywhere here. He has been just all over the map, at least the bottom half of it, omnipresent. The gold still very close as it was in game 1, and that meant the game went longer. It played on the mentality of the teams, and they weren't even sure about their engagements.
And I think that could be a problem here. SK have got a composition where they need a Flash Tibbers. They need a Shockwave.
Yeah.
They need Agony's Embrace to hit multiple people. And if you don't hit three or more players, 2 very important ones, or 3 in total, minimum, you're not going to have a good day. You're not going to be able to crush these people down. And when you consider the shields, Shyvana, supernaturally tanky. Elise can dodge. You've got Black Shield from Morgana. You shouldn't hit Caitlyn because she's far away. And you've got the Lantern from Thresh. There's a lot of additional HP to burn through.
Looks like there is a bit of a back off here coming in from Migza. They know the wave is against them, so for once in the game, they are not on their back foot, but taking the minions in before. You can see him actually moving to the left side and almost wanting to engage. Heading towards the top side. Svenskeren looks to maybe create something on this side of the map.
We'll see who responds first, because Impaler has made it down to the bottom lane.
Deja vu.
I'm not expecting Candy Panda and Nif to dive, but look for the hook. There's no flash available. Mixer is going to throw the Destiny Knells. That was optimistic at best. And Candy Pan is easily able to get away. Agony's Embrace is up. Mima's the target, and they're going in.
He's got the ultimate, but it's going to be a long chase. Can he get the Flame Breath out? The double bite onto him. Oh, Svenskeren is forced to flash away. Well coordinated there to get out alive.
Good attempt. Almost got it. The Cocoon misses.
Oh, Nif holds the position in the bush. A nice triple true shot barrage goes through. A little less damage along the way, and it looks like they're going to try to get some more auto attacks in, as they say. 3v2, we have the upper hand.
Yeah, and Impaler instantly smiting away Tibbers. They're not available. Look for some CC.
Oh,
Here
man.
comes Jezz from the side. Shockwave is up.
Will they be able to go in? He flashed. Oh, he wanted Andy to go in, but he flashes himself. Gets the ball move. The double kill, and Jezz is doing some work for himself from mid to bottom. Good return kill onto Ezreal.
Yeah, Minion's doing a lot of damage there in addition to Mixer's Ignite stealing that last tick of damage. And a very good roam from Jesus, but now he may be in trouble. Anticipating the move from Moops and actually very cheekily avoiding that, just ducking down to the right in that extended ramp in the river.
Looks like Moops not too happy that 2 kills were picked up by Jesus, so he tries to do something on the way back in. Keeping himself safe on both sides. I mean, it looks like he's trying to just farm his lane, which I think they need a little bit more pressure now that we see Jesus on the move.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. You've got a very good roaming, ganking mid laner in both Orianna and Morgana. And Jesus has pulled off the first successful roaming gank as far as the mid laners are concerned. And they've actually been very passive between themselves.
Yep.
You know, yesterday we seen Kautard, go very aggressive on his Kha'Zix and jumping in time and time again against MYM and Charu. And this time around, it's been a lot more passive. It's been a farm fest until the mid game, which is where the mid laners have been decisive. And Orianna seems to have been the key. Definitely a key in games 1 and 2. Maybe it's SK's key in game 3.
6-3 in kills here as we reach up on to 14 minutes. Haydale returning to the bottom lane. Now that the lanes also have matched up, we didn't have that last game, a much faster game. When we see this, it goes longer. Obviously, the matchups of AD and support going to last longer from the sustain of one side. They just keep it going. These fights have always been in favor in the beginning of Migza and Haydale, but they're able to turn it around now, and this might happen once again.
Yeah, there's the Lantern Gang, but there's 3v3.
Megs taking big damage. Why focus Migza right off the bat? It's because they want the kill. They know they can get it, and if there's more to be had, they'll focus it.
Very good damage. I think, in general, the damage of Eve plus Ezreal plus Annie, that's 3 damage threats. Coming up against what would have been 2 at best, you know, Thresh is more utility than damage. Allowed SK to secure themselves the 7th kill of the game. And look at this. SK Gaming maybe trying to return the favor. They want to set up for a challenge, but Sven's got no support. This is 2v3 at best right now. Jesus is in trouble.
Oh, the Black Shield goes down. That is going to be a heck of a lot of damage. We are going to see Jesus fall here. It was almost not picked up there. The shield almost hit. Moves may be able to make it out alive. The red buff slightly slowing his pursuer.
I don't understand why you try to cleanse the stun afterwards as opposed to cleansing the root and trying to run away from the stun. I'm not sure if that was the best timing on that one. Nevertheless, Jesus gets shut down. Shockwave wasn't used. 2-1-2 and blue buff actually secured by Super Hot Crew. SK, not exactly on the same page. Very good attempt by Candy Panda.
Looking to take those blues away as they lost enough of their own throughout the first game. A good push here by Haydale. Still waiting for these turrets to be dropped. We're 15 minutes into the game. That armor has been gone for some time now. And we're going to see Svenskeren trying to make a move towards the bottom. Very careful play coming in right now. They aren't even getting close to the turret here, Haydale and Mixer.
No towers falling either. You know, you've highlighted and you mentioned it perfectly. When you have the straight-up matchups, the laning phase does tend to get drawn out because you don't have the fast tower-pushing power of a 2v1 lane. So at this point in time, SK Gaming are in the lead. And they were in the lead in the laning phase in game 1 as well. They seem to do a little bit better in these prolonged stages. But they need to transition from here to the mid-game in a powerful position, and Svenskeren is roaming around. Now, they do see it. That was a flash Tibbers, countered by a flash. So, both flashes of support's burned. It wasn't flash Tibbers, just normal Tibbers.
Yep, normal Tibbers coming out. She will have the flash up soon, but we'll be waiting for Tibbers. So, we're going to have to wait for the Combine. The Wombo combo there. With that happening, they say we may have enough to do this dragon, but it's still going to be a heck of a fight.
Got to be a bit careful. Flays come down. Mix is in trouble.
There's the box going down. Jezz is able to find it from the backside. Looks like Svenskeren is going to say, we did enough here. We'll wait for the dragon engage if you guys want it again.
That was a good amount of burst. Shockwave is still available, and this is very brave from Super Hot Crew. They can't get into this fight right now. You see, it's going to be a 4v3. Dragon's going low.
You got to consider the dragon was used, the teleport was canceled in that top. Oh, threading the needle out of that one, and the dragon picked up by Impaler.
Nobody caught that at all, and that just went straight between 2 members of SK. The whole time that fight was going on, you can see Freddy's teleport is on cooldown, and I think Mima interrupted it with his Dragon's Descent, just knocked him up and prevented it happening. Now Super Hot Crew, they got Dragon, now they're going to get Tower, and again, SK Gaming failing to capitalize in a potentially advantageous situation.
Very big play by Mimer in the top lane there, telling his team to go back in and how it happened. One turret now falling there. That was the mid turret. SHC did this in the first game, and it took him quite a long time to get the rest. It's going to be a one-on-one. Impaler may not have wanted as much of this fight as he found until Mimer gets there. They're going to be able to bring this one in and pick up the kill. A rampage for Freddy122.
Very good position to be in, and Freddy needs to now carry some weight on his back in this matchup. He needs to get begin roaming and make use of those teleport ganks to actually impact the game right now. I also feel like Jesus is being very hesitant on his shockwaves. The last 2 times he's been involved in fights, he could have used a shockwave where he got 1v1 by Morgana and at the Dragon Pit. But he hasn't been in a position where it's been effective enough for him to pull the trigger. So we need to keep an eye on how he makes that work from going forward. And also the fact that Mixer, still no GP10. Death Sentence goes out, and Candy Panda just carries on walking.
He used all the good ones already.
Let's hope not, for their sake.
Yeah.
Because if he's used all his death sentences in the laning phase, then that may be sentencing Super Hot Crew to death in the mid to late game.
I see what you did there. Coming up on to 20 minutes. The kills not as fast being racked up as last game here. The gold, even like the first game, these guys just can't decide which one they want. It's going to be hard, it's going to be slow, we're going to go fast. Another death sentence just missing onto that one. We do see focus here in the bottom lane. There are going to be 3 members from both teams.
Impaler and Svenskeren are ticking to the same beat because they're in the lane once again. Same has been happening through many times in this game. They seem to be interpreting the flow of the game fairly well. The question is who's going to win. This time around, Sven's a little further back. Mixer wants to go in. Agony's Embrace has been used.
Oh, Mixer gets hit up quite hard. That is going to be a true shot barrage taking him down. Impaler still taking steps forward. May have solidified his own death. A big hit coming up onto Impaler there. That was the stun. And Moops is going to be coming around the side. Oh, he gets Tibbers with the Dark Binding. And it was actually going to be Jez's there. So I don't know how much of that they wanted.
Oh, my heart skipped a beat with the Tibbers death animation. That was the most dramatic way to go, but it shielded SK Gaming, prevented anyone getting caught out, and that, of course, means that SK, once again, with a successful gank in the bottom lane. They have definitely got the number of Super Hot Crew when it comes to the ganking and the 3v3s, and it's just because of the number of damage threats. Sorcerer Shoes Annie is using her base numbers. Evelyn with a Spirit of the Spectral Wraith, as well as a Haunting Guys and Sorcerer Shoes. They are nomming through the HP bars of Super Hot Crew.
Still building Glass Cannon, as they do, trying to get that damage out before any armor. But they don't seem to play the aggression all the time that way. It's like they don't want the fights all the time. We'll see where the rotation here from Jez's is. He is with Svenskeren just under the Wraith camp. They got the ping down, so I think they're going to know they're on the move here.
Blue buff is up. SK Gaming are now making a play for it. They have vision down the bottom of the river, and that's the first ward they've got in the jungle, and I think they're pretty confident about picking this one up. Nobody from SHC has responded.
I bet they feel good about that.
That is a confidence steal. That is definitely a confidence steal for them. But they need to convert it now into more plays. Once again, Svenskeren smited that one. Don't run the risk of it being nicked away by the dude you're trying to steal it from.
Still in the laning phase, even with mid turret being down. There hasn't been too much aggression. A very nice black shield, but wow, they are sticking on him with the flash, and it's going to be Impaler putting himself a little too deep. A great flash in from Jez's to pick up the kill after keeping himself safe.
That was a confidence flash. He really wanted to get in there and just say, look, I can play Orianna as well. 4-1-2 working out much better for him than Zed in game 1. Right now we see another fight in the top lane as Mime and Freddy go toe-to-toe.
It seems like he didn't totally want that. Tries to bring him back into the minions a little bit and realizes they're trading damage, and it's not equal for Mimer there.
Big chunk onto Candy Panda. It looks like the tower is going to fall. Ooh, that's very big indeed. But now Nip, that's a flash.
Whoa, the teleport coming in as well. Oh, the True Shot Barrage going across, but the Thresh Express saving Haydale.
Mixer is doing such great work on Thresh, albeit he's 1-4-1, but his hooks have been on point for the most part in the early phases, and that was a great lantern. Realizing that the threat, he was running to the river and put the lantern down. Now he's sticking around in that bush, does finally decide to back away as SK secure their first tower of the game. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we've got a game on.
Finally, those turrets do fall across the map, the top for the bottom. A lot of pings are going out, and it looks like they want to set up this engagement. It's going to be 40 seconds on the Dragon. Can they pull
SK don't have the time.
Pull them into this?
SK do not have the timer on this at all. So they are going to have to back away. And unfortunately, this means they're backing away as it's about to respawn. Impaler's going to at least scare them. This should signal to SK that it's soon, but we were just too early. And unfortunately, it means they're going to be way out of position if Super Hot Crew can congregate the numbers. Mimer's even heading down to the bottom lane for this potential dragon fight.
That's big for them. I'm sure they wanted that heavily with the teleport being down, the top wave now far past the river. That's going to be Mundo's job, but they are still going to leave it. The minion wave is big enough, and they want to go back to contest.
Did Svenskeren just walk over that pink ward? He's not killing it out of threat of a dark binding, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
Playing it very, very safely, but Super Hot Crew, they have started off the dragon. Candy Pan is going to arrive here, but they're too late. Dragon is down. Dragon is embraced. They've gone in.
Svenskeren, a quick punch to the jaw there on Impaler, and he looks to get into this one. Can it be the shift over the wall? He just goes to the left, and they save face on that one. The True Shot Barrage passing through, giving a little bit of vision, and it does look like they want to chase.
Oh, that's a flash for Freddy.
It's going to... Oh, very nice job. They are able to take him out at the flash on the wall. Looks like it's going to be Migza throwing himself in. The box goes down and the reinitiation. Dragon's Descent goes in, but Mimer is forced to turn tail and walk out of this one literally.
2 for 1. Svenskeren just getting a little bit surprised by Mimer diving back in there. A good fight for SK after losing the dragon. Now, if they want to at least balance out the global gold, they have to take a tower here and even up the pressure, which does look like what they're doing. Right now, Freddy, he picked up that Warmog's armor on his last back. That is a super beefy, super HP regen Mundo, and I think it's been great shockwave.
That's 100-0. Wasn't 100, but it could have been.
Well, we talked about how he's got to pull the trigger a little bit quicker,
yeah.
And that's exactly what you're going to do. Grab yourself another kill. 5-1-3, they get a tower, and now SK's making plays. You've seen they challenged after losing the raid. They picked the fight. They challenged for the mid tower. They need to keep doing that to maintain this lead and hopefully push it through to take out that Nexus.
This composition now with Orianna instead of Gragas is allowing them to get everything they wanted. Every Gragasol, nobody could follow up on. Nobody wanted to follow up on. It just wasn't right. But
yeah, very little impact with Gragas in the previous matchup. And this time around, Jez is definitely showing that those shockwaves hurt. In terms of itemization, we finally see that GP10 has been secured for Mixer's Thresh. So he has got that ancient coin. It has currently earned 16 gold in comparison to the 550 gold that Nif has accumulated over the course of the game. So got a lot to make up for. Nif pulling his best James Bond impression, 007 right now. And doing very, very well with that Annie. His stuns have also been very good. Reactionary as well as offensively.
So great to watch these guys in the top lane. They're like, poke, run around, poke, run around, poke. They know they're not going to take each other out in the end of it. It's going to have to be the big fight.
Yeah, the temperature is heating up in the top lane for Super Hot Crew. That's 5 members of SK potentially catching them out. Agony's not used there by Sven. I thought he was going to go for the slow. But nobody else from SK Gaming was able to really collapse on them quickly enough. And now the focus seems to be top tower or red buff, thanks to all of the vision. And it does turn out to be red buff here, as Candy Pan is pointing out.
Kiting this fight for about 20 more seconds would be super optimal. That means Tibbers is up. That means Flash is up. And you could see as they were walking around there, Jezz was putting the ball on Annie, And they're looking for that big engage.
They definitely have the power to do so, that's for sure. Got themselves a nice 4,000 gold lead. With all the vision they've granted themselves around the red buff area, going to try to work with the minions in the top wave to push the tower, while Svenskeren and Nif, with the help of Jez, secure themselves another blue buff. It's getting a little bit sweeter here for SK. They're in control of the game, and they just need to find ways to continue pushing Super Hot Crew back. Continue
there was a lull.
Taking objectives.
Once the turrets fell, I was surprised that SK was able to push back on the turrets because that's kind of where they lacked last game. But with Jessis being able to take out people on that Orianna, they found mid, they found top. And I think this is absolutely going to help more, that Freddy can now take out Mimer pretty much in the full one-on-one engage, maybe. And he can keep split pushing that lane. With his teleport, he's back into the fight.
Yeah, it's going to be way more difficult now to take Freddy out. He's got that Warmogs, which I don't believe he built in game 1, if my memory serves correctly. And it's just going to allow him to get through everybody. The burst of the Morgana is not going to be as big of a threat to Freddy. And because he's been really bullying Mimer around, he's now given himself a 20 CS lead. And Mimer's not at risk of killing him. He still doesn't have that Blade of the Ruined King yet. Once that's built up, that'll help shred through that high HP target, but he's still a long way away from completing his big items.
We'll have to see. Actually, right now he sits on 8,700 gold to 10,000 gold in the pocket of Freddy. So the 601 is definitely applying to the bank account on this. And you can see the 1,000 gold now being spent out by Mimer. He actually finishes the Sunfire Cape, knowing that the split push right now is probably going to be a little more formidable because he can't teleport into the fight.
Yeah, and it's an interesting pickup because what that also tells you is if a fight were to break out, even though Mimer does have that Spirit Visage, there's so much more magic damage to deal with. Annie, Orianna, Eve, and Dr. Mundo. So he needs to be able to stick to Candy Panda and disrupt the team fight while the rest of Super Hot Crew can close that one out for them. SK now slowing down. True Shot Barrage goes down. They've stunned Hadel.
That's a bit of damage right there going out. Candy Panda's going to quickly finish, and Hadel had a bit of a second to react, but it wasn't enough.
I don't think he had much time to react at all. Instantly just getting dropped. The thing is now SK have to stick around and take the tower. Getting the kill is fantastic. You increase your gold, you buy more items, but it's the towers that count. It's the objectives that matter. And as it stands, this is going to be a 4-on-2. They may even want to dive. Flash Tibbers is available if anyone wants to go in. You can see the ball being used for zoning potential in the tower. A couple more hits. It should drop. The hook's caught Candy.
Candy gets that cleanse out, and he actually gets out of the fight. Tibbers just kind of hanging out, saying, where are you going to go? And it is going to be able to take down Paler. Very nice job by Candy Panda in the top lane. They're going to go back at it.
Freddy's picking a fight here with Mimer. Ultimate is down. No Dragon's Descent yet. Mimer's holding on to it.
Looks like they will keep going. He has a bit of a minion wave here. He's going to try to slow him. This is all in favor of Freddy right now. The ultimate's on, but the chase is only going to go on forever.
Give you guys a fun mini game to play. Next time you see Freddy using his ultimate, count the HP that he's gaining back. Plus 120, plus 75, plus 50, plus 120, plus massive amounts of HP gain. And it's going to take a lot of focused fire to actually burn through that while it's up. Hadel now with that Static Shiv, Infinity Edge, and the makings of a Last Whisper completed. He's farming up the jungle while SK get themselves a taste of Dragon. Once again, just extending that gold lead, as they still didn't take that inner turret. Keep that in mind.
Right.
They got those kills. It was a one fight, but they didn't get the tower. It's definitely something that SK needs to try work on, because they're just leaving Freddy to split push. They're happy with a 4-1 game right now.
And I actually thought they were going to lose that bottom tower. A good kill on Caitlyn, who has who has purchased the Static Shiv, trying to give the team more siege, stop potential, and lane potential to push. And they weren't able to grab the turret because Impaler put himself out there to save the global gold.
So I question right now SK's decision to play the split push game. You've got a 6-0-1 Mundo that has been terrifying for a while.
Right.
Fair enough, there is a lot of wave clear from SHC, but I'm wondering to myself what the decision-making is as to why they're not grouping as a 5-man and shoving objectives. We're at 30 minutes on the clock. They could start warding for Barons, or in this case, finding Impaler.
And Impaler does get caught out just above Wraiths in between that blue buff on the bottom side. Is he going to be able to get out? Another Thresh Express to safety, and they pull in Nif, who finds himself in a real bad spot. Hadel getting picked up by Candy Panda on the side, and they turn this one around beautifully, being set up for the engagement.
Totally worth it. Shockwave is still available, and now SK Gaming take down the tower on the bottom lane. You see Freddy, he burned his teleport to get into the engagement right now as well. So he's in and around this area, but they have to stack up and press this numbers advantage. It's a 4 versus 3, and they're going to decide to back off and push towards the mid inner turret. I think this is the right call. Get complete control of the map, and then push onto the inhibitor turrets.
This is just a completely different game from SK. Can't be compared to game 1. They're warding way better. They are 110% sure about their engagements. They are all over any engagement and in the right spot at the right time. Backing off on this, you can see they have really nothing to worry about.
Yeah, and you can see that in the form of distortion boots from Nif. You can see this is just Impaler being caught out. And frankly, the vision from SK allowed them to catch him. There was no wait from Nif. He dove right in there, and even though he did get bursted down following that engagement, it was a very good decisive win. And with the distortion boots, the Flash Tibbers is going to come up more frequently, and I think that's arguably the best engage that SK has right now. Land 2 or 3, hit a guaranteed Shockwave and Agony's Embrace, and then clean up.
Now that they're being pushed back, what are we looking for from SHC? Now they're losing their momentum, and it kind of seems like they don't know where to go with it. They've been doing the same thing. Back to the top lane, we see those two going at it. Now to the mid lane, they're just being pushed back.
I feel like Super Hot Crew has to find a pick, and they have to find a pick on their terms, right? Mima cannot deal with Freddy's split push.
No.
So in a 1v1 and a 4v4 situation, you're at a disadvantage. You know, the 4v4 of the bottom 4 SK members versus the bottom 4 Super Hot Crew members will do more damage to you, will kill you quicker, will drop you quicker. We even see a Black Cleaver being picked up by Candy Panda on Ezreal.
It's for himself.
That is an interesting pickup. That's one that we don't see very often on that champion. And I think Super Hot Crew have to get a good Dark Binding and kill somebody. As right now, Freddy122's taking on 2.
They keep trying to go after him with 2, but he is just going to be able to turn it around once again. How much focus can they put here?
Wow.
Will there be a split push? No, they're drawing all of SK up here, so this is the engage. They try to throw down the ultimates, the Deathfire Grasp as well, and Svenskeren is going hard in and out of turret range. Freddy taking up the turret for his team, eats that one. Svenskeren with a very nice block on the ace in the hole, and they are able to go from mid to top in an extended kite fight to come out on top.
Absolutely fantastic. Freddy is so strong right now. He was tanking up 2 members of Super Hot Crew the entire time. That allowed the rest of SK to get into a great position to get the Shockwave to pick up the kill and then kill the tower. Now they are going to start off on Baron. Candy Panda is going to be dealing a massive amount of damage on the background. And Moops on Morgana is basically a null point right now. The time that it takes for Soul Shackles to be relevant, your entire team's going to be dead. It takes too long to channel through. I feel like SK are far enough ahead now with the gold and with the Baron that Morgana is no longer relevant.
No. It kind of comes down to that. It's the same thing that Peke said with the Zed. It's like, you're not going to kill somebody after a point if you're not with the game. So we'll see. Just not the damage there. Morgana could be, but she's just been far behind. Got to get that Rabadon's in there right now. And if you look at it... Oh, go ahead.
The thing that stands out is that if Morgana gets into a fight, throws down Soul Shackles, Mondo's going to run away, Eve's going to run away.
Right, it's just at that point.
Ezreal's going to Arcane Shift away.
Yeah.
And there's not enough damage from an initial burst of that. Plus what? There's no other burst. Like, you don't have a Shockwave to follow it up. You
It's
don't
all
have
constant.
a bursty top laner. The rest of it's standard over time damage.
DPS.
Damage per second. And that's where SHC are just falling behind because they can't kill him quick enough.
And at this point, it has to be SK ending the game definitively. 6-0-3, 7-1-6, 6-1-6. There should be no stalling here. And if it is, it's a damn good job by SHC.
Agreed. And this was how SK Gaming lost game number 1. They had an advantage position. Let's be frank, it was not 13 kills, 4 towers, and 10,000 gold.
It was even gold.
It was even gold then, and that's why they played passive. They cannot afford to do the same right now. It does look like they're going to be pushing the bottom lane. They've caught Nif.
Oh, they locked out Nif. That's huge. Tibbers' flash is down on the initiation, but Freddy is still alive. And is that enough for the team? You can see SHC is running back into their base after getting one of those picks. It was on their terms, but it doesn't seem like they can keep going.
That was a little bit of a meh wave. Admittedly, it farmed fantastically well, but it didn't hit a single member of Super Hot Crew. So because the champions weren't hit, it meant that SK were able to, had to back away. They weren't able to stick to anybody. And just in terms of numbers, as that fight was going on, we took a look at Mundo's HP per 5. It's 346 base before his ultimate. 346 HP per 5 seconds before his ultimate.
It's pretty good.
There's the understatement of the century right now. But if you get caught by a death sentence and can't wreak havoc on SHC's backline,
absolutely.
It doesn't matter how much hit points you're gaining.
Let's see what kind of magic resistance is actually coming out on anybody else, which is none. Abyssal Scepter, Deathfire Grasp, Rabadons, Leandries, another Athenes, a Void Staff, and the magic resistance is Negatron Cloaks coming out on SK, not SHC. They only have one member really formulating that. They do have that Aegis kind of coming out, I'll lock it now, but it's not enough.
No, it's not. And it's partially the reason that SK are winning these engagements so well. You see that when Jesus does hint a champion, it melts their HP bar because you've got armor being built up for Mixer. The only MI he's got is from his Mercury trades, and that's not a whole lot. Heydel has just gone full glass cannon. There's no defensive items at all. And to be fair, Candy Panda doesn't have any either, but he's 616 with a 603 Mundo in front of him. You know, Shyvana is not beefy enough to mitigate that sort of defensive item threat. And right now, SK, they send their focus to the bottom lane. They've got a couple of hits down. They have got Svenskeren, but that's not ideal.
Looks like Freddy is going to put himself out as a human shield here. The damn riot shield for the entire team, but can he take on 5? He is still getting that HP back. Goes in very nicely, coming up huge from Jessis. Will they be able to go? They say forget the turret. Let's get the health bars. A nice Sonya's there, but it's only going to mean they have to retreat even more. A beautiful sniped out Q. Double kill coming in, and SK looks to thwart this, and they are actually going to have to go back on this. The timers could be coming up easy here for Thresh.
The problem is they've got 2 carries they still have to deal with. Impaler's Elise and Heidel's Caitlyn. So you can see them trying to take another tower. Nif, he's tanking this one up. They will take the tower down. Ace in the hole comes out, and that's a lot of damage. And wisely, SK have to back away. 3 for 2, plus 2 inhibitors, 2 towers and an inhibitor. Very good fight for SK Gaming. And take a look at the shockwave that follows here. Freddy is tanking the turret, right? He's tanking the turret this entire time. Mixer goes in, gets a very good flank to maintain the focus, the tower on him, and a massive, massive shockwave. That dropped 60% of Mixer's HP, instantly followed up by the Tibbers, and that just allows Candy Panda to take the tower down and clean up the fight by chasing further on. So a very good play, and more importantly, a play that was on SK's terms. At their decision, they followed up.
You gotta consider, it was something like 1,200 damage from that shockwave. I added up those 3 people's HP. 1,200 damage is hard to do as one person to 3 at one time, so it's huge fight-changing things happening just at the last second. We saw Nif go down last time. SK is not afraid to keep fighting. They know they're ahead. They are not afraid to keep going in. Svenskeren hits up Moops. They know it's a huge factor in the game, but he will be down for this fight. 24-10, coming up onto 40 minutes. SK has had enough of the stalling, and they are going to siege in.
Very good catch onto Moops. Mima even has to use his ultimate just to get out so cleanly. Heidel just gets melted under the damage from Svenskeren. And Mixer, you do not want to hook that even. They turn their focus onto Mima. This isn't going to be enough. Tibbers stuns them.
Going in on the Nexus turrets. Possibly one of the more definitive games we have seen. SHC played a great game, and they won those 2, but SK put themselves in the driver's seat here, being down in momentum, and they keep themselves in this series.
That is a stern look from Candy Panda. That is a very, very stern look.
Wins aren't always, or wins can be stressful, I should say.
That is the truth. And there's no more room for error.
Nope.
That's 1-2 as far as the scoreline is concerned for SK Gaming. And like you said, definitive game, decisive game. SK got the lead early, played it patiently, invaded. They got their blue buffs back, made up for the steals in game 2, and pushed down once they had Baron, once they were confident in their ability to siege under the tower. And I think that had Morgana been a different champion, maybe a Ziggs even, clear the waves, deal damage to the backline, maybe that would have worked out better. Moops did well on Morgana, but just didn't scale well enough into the late game.
And it was interesting, you have Teleport Mundo, you think it's gonna be the split push game against the Shyvana, but he was just in the fights all the time. They were saying, you know what, we're gonna do it. He can actually bounce my teleport, so why don't I just fight with you guys? Maybe that's not the full case, but there wasn't really a split push Mundo there.
Yeah, and not only that, the teleport Mundo was using game 1 and now in game 3.
Yes.
And I don't think that teleport was particularly useful.
It wasn't super huge.
Yeah, I don't think it affected team fights. I don't think it affected, real pushes, if I'm being very honest. And the reason I highlight that is, we had the match yesterday with Chari. Chari stopped using teleport on his mid lane. And I'm happy to see that because there was a lot of times where it wasn't useful. And I just feel like maybe if Mundo, look, they won. He stomped. He went, what, 8? Where's his stats?
6-1 and 9.
6-1 and 9.
Not too bad.
If he had maybe picked even an Ignite, he could have been able to do that even better. But, fantastic play by SK, and they keep themselves in by the skin of their teeth.
We'll have to see what happens in the next games. We've got to take a quick break, but when we return, SK looks to build on their momentum and even up this promotion series. Well, SHC fights to close it out. Game 4 between the Super Hot Crew and SK Gaming is coming up right after this.
I don't know, it's just like understanding how everyone thinks on the team and then how you can work best with them. It's important just to focus on what your team needs from you and then try and facilitate that.
Welcome back to the 2014 Spring Promotion Tournament live from Cologne, Germany. Now, even though the Super Hot Crew is just one win away from taking this best-of-3 series and earning best-of-5 series and earning a spot in the LCS, it's SK Gaming that's coming into match 4 with momentum after a huge Game 3 win. And guys, I just want to talk about a couple of things of that last game. First up, Jess is stepping up on Orianna, even though he was up against Moops' Morgana, which is one of his favorite champions. He played it 3 times in the group stage and did very well. Why do you think that is that he was able to step up here?
Well, I think one of the biggest things was the Orianna was taken away from him the previous 2 games. And this time they picked Orianna before Super Hot Crew would. And I think it's just one of those things of when you failed a couple times, continuing to switch it up until you find the thing you really gel with is just what really helped him with that victory.
How do you think an Orianna-Morgana matchup is supposed to go?
I think it's an equal matchup early. I think it's really hard for both of them to kill each other. Morgana has a seal, Orianna has a seal, and Morgana doesn't have enough damage. So it's going to be like a farm fest, and that's how it was on mid lane. Pretty much they were both farming, and it's going to be up to team fights. Who's going to do better ultimates? Who's going to do better catch with Morgana, if poke with Orianna? Who's going to do better in team fights? What's going to decide the game.
And I think the farm fest that happened really kind of calmed Jess's nerves a little bit because he struggled in the previous 2 games. And one other thing I want to add about the Morgana that was a little bit tricky is even though they picked it last, they picked Morgana into what was really 4 magic damage dealers on the other time. And it affected his build because he delayed his Zhonya's Hourglass and couldn't actually get involved in fights early on, which kind of helped SK pull ahead a bit in the early game.
And then going further into that game, they had a Dr. Mundo, who of course skills very well. And although Freddy played it in game 1, and he didn't play bad that game 1, and how come it worked now and it didn't then? Is that just the team play at a higher level?
Well, it was a bit of everything, but the first game, Sivana got really, really fed. So Mundo couldn't really, like Sivana was going alone and dealing with everyone, while Mundo could handle one guy, so it's not. But this game it was the opposite. He got really fed. He was able to go in and never die, pretty much. They had to ignore him. They couldn't really, if they hit him, they waste their time. So it was a perfect game to play Mundo. You're unkillable, you run in, you do whatever you want, and you go where you please, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, he was really just way too big to fail in that game. The added thing as well was just Jess's was a factor in game 3, where it was not a factor in game 1. If you think way back to game 1, Zed could not make it into team fights once people got the Guardian Angels, but this game was just a series of Orianna ults, it seemed like. Every time he used that thing, they'd swing a team fight and get a bigger advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. And if we look at all this from a psychological standpoint, it's kind of like SK was able to bounce back, as they did in the DreamHack final. They were also down against KMT that one game and came back. But will Super Hot Crew, also a very fairly new team, be able to bounce back from this loss?
Well, I guess it's all about mentality right now. Like Super Hot Crew, I have so many problems pronouncing their name. Super Hot.
I just want to say super hot.
Super hot.
Super hot.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. Super Hot Crew. I don't know. I think they won the first 2 games. They maybe get some pressure, but I think they should feel confident. They still have 2 more games to go. If they lose this one, they just have to win 1 game. They just have to relax, go like, let's forget this game. Let's play like we did the first and the second game. Focus on what we did good or what they did bad those games and make it happen again. And SK has to do exactly the same. Think, okay, we got a fresh new start. Let's analyze why we won this game. Let's make it happen again. Let's work in what we failed the first games.
Yeah, and if at all possible, SK needs to kind of pull back to the last tournament finals they were in where they had their backs against the wall. And if they could somehow pull back from a 2-0 like they did a 1-0 previously, it's going to kind of be a story that they're a bit of a comeback kids. And it's not like we haven't seen teams come back from 2-0 before in a promotion best of 5.
Absolutely. So I'm going to ask you to call it. Is Super Hot Crew going to close it out, or is SK going to take another one?
Yeah, I'm going to still go for SK. This game, SK's going to win it.
All right.
Actually, kind of going to have to go the other way. At this point, I think even though SK adapted well, Super Hot Crew is going to have something back. Sure, the series kind of starts as soon as both teams lose a game. So at this point, we're going to get to see what Super Hot Crew has to adapt to, because we've kind of already seen what SK's secondary hand is.
Yep, very interesting to see what's coming up next. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Now let's send it back over to Riv and Quickshot at the desk for the play-by-play of Game 4 in this promotion series.
Thank you very much, Shocks. And you could hear, Peke and Jat kind of going back and forth on that. I think, not siding with Jat, but it's true. We haven't seen how they would handle a loss. So.
That's the thing. What SK has to do now is they have to come back into this game not knowing what Super Hot Crew are going to do and have to adjust and win at the same time.
It's always fun for us, not for them. It's time for Game 4 between SK Gaming and Super Hot Crew. Quick shot. Before Game 3, you talked about how Candy Panda had not had much of an impact coming in for these guys in SK in the series. Well, he must have heard you, because that last game, he did it. And we actually saw it back and forth. We were talking about it as much as we were like, holy crap, Migza is just in front of them and hooking them over and over. They weren't pushed out of lane.
Yeah, that's the truth. The very early stage of the game was all the Hadel and Mixer show, but it didn't convert to anything. It didn't convert to kills or gold or generate anything more. And, you know, Candy Panda, his split pushing server failed. He switched it up, picked up Ezreal in this previous game, went 9, 1, and 9. Yeah. Interestingly, picked up the Black Cleaver. I'm still on the fence about that item. I don't know if it's the ideal pickup
for the rest of an AP
for an
team.
Ezreal. Yeah, for the rest of the team, it's mostly magic damage, but nevertheless, he made it work. He was in the right places at the right times, and I think more importantly, in team fights, he was present and able to pick up kills, which we didn't see as Sivir. I really felt he was late to the party as Sivir. Maybe overestimating the speed of his ultimate. Maybe, I can't say for him, but that's what it felt like.
Well, I think with the Sivers we've been seeing, there have been a lot of miscommunicated ultimates as well. And that misstep, a team sees that instantly, and they will bite down.
Yeah, you can't afford to time it incorrectly. Similar to like a Mundo ult. You cannot afford to throw down sadism until you're low enough for the regen to make
It's just like, oh, he threw it. Let's just walk away for now, and we'll go back on him. Right through bans once again, seeing, again, Kassadin banned out, and pretty much the same thing across the board. Vi once again finds herself there because it was a huge, huge connect for Impaler to come into these fights, and they don't want that.
And what we are seeing is a repeat of the previous game bans. These are identical bans. Kassadin Vayne Needly for Super Hot Crew and Sona Vi Lucian for SK. And with Dr. Mundo available and Shyvana available, they first picked Orianna and gave 2 bruises away. Now Candy Panda is going to pick Sivir, because Sivir plus the 2 of them, assuming they can kite, we might see a Dignitas S comp. We might see a Dignitas S comp. That's what I'm thinking.
The dip dive comp, you can get out or get in.
Sivir. Karma Sivir is what I'm predicting for Candy Panda Nif.
That would be kind of ridiculous. Right now they have a taster's choice in pretty much the Bash brothers, if you will, at this point. We'll have to see what happens coming in. We do have the Ezreal being taken away, so they're kind of playing this back and forth. They got their Ori.
I love this
pick.
pickup.
But the Ezreal now.
I love the Zyra. Now, Ezreal, safe-ish pick. Yeah. All right, be able to jump
Take it away
away.
from Candy's 9-1.
You know, use range, Arcane Shift, get out cleanly. But the Zyra, to me, is going to be integral to controlling and containing the Mundo and the Shyvana. Because if Mixer can get some good Stranglethorns down and really zone out people, allow them to pick up 1 kill, that can help them out. Not seeing Karma this time around, but I think Nif's Annie was good enough in the last game that I'll forgive him for not picking it.
Ziggs making an appearance as well, and he's actually been available. This is the first time they actually decide to use him. Jez's Gragas wasn't the greatest. Moops could take the Orianna, and he did.
Now, the last time I seen Jez is playing Ziggs was on 3 nights ago at the We Play Invitation we touched on. And he used it to dismantle the red. Absolutely dismantle them, destroyed them. And his ultimates were on point, his laning was particularly strong, and I really thought that his farming was good. If he can channel that performance here and try to shut down Moops' Orianna early, get a lot of early damage down, that's definitely going to go a long way to helping SK out to even up the series.
See where they go. We do see the Jinx pickup coming in, so a lot of that front-end burst to come out for this team. We'll have to see how Candy Panda builds it. We heard a little earlier the Legolas build coming in of just going for a quick Bloodthirster into that Last Whisper to get that pop of damage out. We'll see how he plays it. It is going to be kill potential from a Jinx anyway.
Exactly. and the reason I like that as well, if Jez has managed to get some good poke down, you know, throws out the bomb, somebody goes low on a siege, you then follow it up with the Super Mega Death Rockets. And if that doesn't kill anybody, you then have Mundo and Shyvana running into closeouts. So there's a lot of kill potential and a lot of different ways you can use the same abilities that will synergize naturally with each other. But the onus for me, the eyes have to be on Mixer Zyra. I think that is the key here for Super Hot Crew.
The thing I like about Super Hot Crew's team, we kind of just talked about it, the global ultimates and whatnot. If they start a kill or start aggression on one person, they should be able to pick that person up. There's no reason they should get away with that composition. You can Ziggs bomb them or you can Mega Rocket them.
And if that doesn't work, you have Mundo and Shyvana to run him down. I mean, the
Nightmare
movement,
composition.
the move speed that they get is phenomenal. But, you know, we've seen Alliance do it perfectly earlier. They did it with Elise as well. Shook was playing Elise in that first game. They got cocoons, they got early ganks. They kited when they needed to kite. It was Needly in the mid lane for Froggen. This time around, it's Orianna. And I think if SK don't hit some CC and don't get the kills in team fights early, I actually feel like Super Hot Crew could kite them long enough to pick the kills up themselves.
Hopping onto the map, we are into game 4 here. SK looking to pick up a second game, and SHC looking to take away that LCS spot from SK that they are trying to reclaim as well. 2-1 in the matchup right now as it stands, and we do see a switch up again on the support items buy. Obviously not on an AD support. It's going to be the Spell Thief's Edge again coming in for Migza, but the Doran's stays for Nif, so we'll have to see how that lane plays out. They know where each other are right now, so we don't know where the lanes will be matching up until that happens.
Well, that's the first time we've really seen sort of a grouping from SK. In all the other games, they've sort of fanned out more so than we've seen in this particular matchup. And Super Hot Crew with a Wraith Ward, not deep enough to get it in the bushes, but at least enough to keep an eye on Svenskeren and have an idea on where he's moving around the map, and which ganks or which bushes he's moving towards. We see Nif with Annie once again starting Doran Shield, so he definitely likes that Doran Shield build. Probably because with the Annies, you tend to be jumping in there, getting the stuns, looking for kills earlier on. So the extra health, the regen, the armor, it's just going to make you a little more survivable in those situations.
Very early ward. I don't know how much of that's going to help him. But he knows that Mundo is up top, so at least they have the single lane. That's a lot of information, actually, if you think about it. So they're going to hold out here. Nothing's happening on the blue. They know they're safe. The 2 deep wards are going to give control over the top half of the jungle, so they are safe in the bottom lane to start this one off. And we'll have to see, again, if Svenskeren just is everywhere Impaler is this match.
That's the key. Again, every time we've seen 2v2s, it's been Svenskeren that's helped Candy Panda and Nif win their lane.
Yeah.
And Impaler has not learned or has not adapted to that pressure to actually allow him to counter the ganks. Candy Panda and Nif right now, it's going to be going head to head. Good poke coming out from Mixer. He's once again gone from that Spell Thief. Likes to get the poke, likes to apply damage, and he's zoning well. But if he gets stunned, that's very scary because there's not a lot of additional HP on Mixer Zyra.
Wow, Candy Panda very low right now. Going to be interesting to how they play this. This could be a hard aggression here. Candy Panda very low. The Ignite goes down. The barrier's on. Is it going to be the last tick that hits him? The health potion that he drank as soon as he flashed keeps him alive.
I don't know what he was expecting to do there. Barrier bait to what? The minions weren't at the tower yet. He's now going to miss that sort of first wave and a half worth of creeps. Nif's going to do the best he can to CS while still taking poke from Mixon. Flash and barrier burned for level 1 Candy Panda.
That's going to be big. They could be 3 by the time he gets back to lane. They're trying to push it into the turret, and they actually are trying to pretty much deny everything they can here, as you would when you push an ADC out of lane.
Now, the same thing happened in the previous game. At levels 1, 2, and 3, Haydel and Mixer had Candy Panda and Nif's number. They just seemed to outplay them in the previous matchup with that
It never
Thresh
hit that
Caitlyn.
effect, though.
Yeah, this is the strongest lead that we've had. They've forced Candy Panda back. He's missed a wave and a half worth of creeps. He's burned his summoners.
Yeah.
But they need to convert it to kills. Yes, lane presence is great. It allows you to CS, but Candy Panda still kept up in CS, even with all that pressure in the previous game. So we'll have to see if Mixer and Haydel can actually convert it to kills on the board.
Yeah, the safe play of the bottom lane kind of rolls into effect now. So even the gank coming in from Impaler may be a little bit harder now that they're going to play super duper safe. Already pushing 1 wave there, going back. Candy Panda wants to get some items under his belt. I think he may still be down a level. No, he will be by the time he gets back to lane. But he's got the second Doran, so they could still do pretty well. Mimer and Freddy kind of meeting face to face up top, and already Mimer getting some aggression in.
Yeah, Mimer's got a pretty strong advantage in the early stages, and I think Renekton should be able to control a Mundo, you know, in the first opening couple levels. Once Mundo gets his level 6, once he starts to get some items under his belt, probably level 8, 9 upwards, that's when he should be able to start dealing with Renekton. I'm not sure if there's kill potential between the two, though, because simply put, they're both super beefy. And as we were saying, Impaler and Svenskeren.
Always next to each other.
They're like maybe they're brothers and they don't know it. They think exactly the same. They even going to ward the same bush in that particular instance.
We'll see where they decide to go from here. Both of them on the top side of that map, so it could be possibly that 2v1. Once one reads it, it doesn't look like it's actually going to be Impaler. No, he does decide to come back.
Yeah, we'll see how he decides to jump in. Mimer's actually stunned Freddy up. Svenskeren hasn't engaged yet, but because of the delay, it means Impaler's come in. Impaler's red buff should be wearing off fairly soon, and this does look like the engage.
Mimer played this fantastically, keeping himself out in the open, and they're like, wait a minute, he's way too careful here. Whoa, Svenskeren getting locked up quite hard. The cocoon, and then the stun coming from Mimer. Can they finish the kill, though?
The auto attack hit Freddy.
Wow, the health potion drank just in time.
Impaler switched to human form, and I'm 100% certain the auto attack caught Freddy instead of Svenskeren, so that red buff, just as it was wearing out, means SK get away. Very, very close call there if you're an SK Gaming fan. Teleport coming in for Freddy, so once again, just not wanting to lose CS. While the bottom lane's backed, Hadel and Mixer actually picked up a Fortitude of an Elixir of, Brilliance pot, thank you.
Dun -dun.
An Elixir of Brilliance, that was it. So Mixer has drank that. He's going to have the CDR, and he's going to be trying to once again get control of the lane. It didn't work out in the previous game. And we'll have to see if it works out this time as he's been stunned.
Oh, he may have bought that elixir to take it to the grave. One more shot, and it's going to get the speed up. They're going to make it out. One more attack. Oh, he can't get in range. He got the auto attack, and he goes down without using his barrier.
Barrier was up. Barrier was up during the course of that fight, and Candy Panda did not pick it up. The kill gets picked up by Nif. He's the one that gets the gold. And on the other side, Hadel's the one that picks up the gold in his pocket. So overall, that's in favor of Super Hot Crew. The gold went to the carry, the man who's going to need it more.
Strong plays coming out of that bottom lane. I was going to say, how long can these guys go for fights and have the cookie crumble where somebody gets away with 10 HP? It wasn't very long, quick shot. It was only another fight in the bottom lane. Hadel and Migza finally capitalized on the aggression they've had for 2 straight games.
And that was also the first time we've seen an Annie stun in lane used offensively in a 2v2. Previously, we had to wait for the ganks of Svenskeren before those stuns came in to secure kills. But this time around, Candy Panda and Nif saying, look, Zyra is squishy enough for us to go in. And right now, Mixer just chunked, 40% of Candy Panda's hit points thanks to that elixir. It is helping, but again, it needs to earn its investment back.
Yeah, he's rocking 60 ability power. That's pretty good.
The bomb did not land, and Svenskeren grabs blue thanks to burnout.
I was looking at this inventory.
That's a misplay. That's
a little bit.
Jez is not landing the bouncing bomb, and just unfortunate. And we'll have to see how it affects, because Moops should be able to secure his blue buff very, very soon.
Coming up onto 8 minutes. We could see that siege power, or siege stopping power, you should say, coming in from Jez's in mid. He's not having too much trouble, but Moops is being sure to keep that lane push, so he can't exactly get to either side of the lane to throw that bomb.
It just feels like right now SHC are in the advantageous position. Svenskeren almost bites off more than he can chew. And we do see a fight in top lane.
This looks like deja vu. Back and forth, Freddy and Mimer about to go at it again, but they decide to back off when they put on each other's ultimates for good measure.
Yeah, Ignite was burned by Mimer though, so at least that threat is now mitigated or reduced. And Freddy, of course, will have sadism up before that Ignite is available once more. And numbers are even across the board for the most part in CS, with the exception of Candy Panda, thanks to that level 1. Thanks to him losing that wave and a half 2 waves very early on. He's 15 CS down, and Mixer again, super, super strong in these early phases, but it hasn't translated to extreme control just yet. Although 20 CS lead, that is a noticeable advantage.
Quite strong on the turret in that bottom lane. They really haven't done anything the other side. I don't even think Candy Panda and Nif have been on the other side of the river in this lane.
No, it's too risky. They're too far behind right now. It's double Dorans and a longsword versus Ruby Crystal Sheen Dorans, and the Brilliance part has just worn off there from Mixer, so his ability power is going to be down. Looking at that mid lane for a moment, it's just a farm fest once again. The kill potential between Ziggs and Orianna is somebody has to make a misplay. Somebody has to get chunked
there, but
very low, and it's just being a farm fest, which they're keeping even with one another.
As you oh, we're going to see what happens here. The True Shot Barrage crosses both. You got to remember, it was the Sheen that was purchased first. That does big damage if you're an Ezreal. That feel-good Q coming out in the double. And it looks like Haydale's going to be forced to back off. Ooh, Jez is getting found out as well. So all of SK really being pushed back at the point.
Jesus was trying to move down to get in range for the Mega Inferno Bomb. And I think if Candy Panda had delayed his ultimate by a second more, the execute ability may have helped out pick up the kill on Mixer, but a great turnaround. Mixer and Haydale were able to respond. Ignite as well as Barrier are still available. And also that time around, Candy Panda held onto his Barrier, but didn't need it.
Mimer still at the turret in the top lane. I don't know when anybody from SK has been against a turret of SHC right now. Like you said, they stopped Ziggs because Moves has had it pressed to the turret. They tried for the bomb here. Again, it's not going to be used in a fight. It was tried for blue last time. They are missing things, like I said, by the cookie crumbling, and that's going to start playing on mentality.
Definitely. And if Super Hot Crew can continue to take those little advantages and do them over and over again, those little advantages eventually become very, very big. Svenskeren is just farming. He's 20 CS ahead of Impaler, but he hasn't had the same presence as Evelyn as he finds Mimer.
A quick slice and dice. They will go for the follow. Dominus is on. He could go down here, but they choose to back off. There really isn't that much armor coming out yet from anyone.
Now they decide not to go for the dive, and I think that Svenskeren's early game presence is significantly less on Siobhan. He's playing her very much as a farm jungler. He's trying to just build up items first, and then will most likely decide to camp the duo lane if he wants to try save Candy Panda, because as it stands, Candy Panda still is struggling to catch up as far as the CS is concerned.
Fiend's Unholy Grail just purchased in the hands of Jez's 1,600 gold right now sits on Moves. So he is waiting to go back, and he's had control of that lane, so we'll have to see what he decides. Goes for the same thing, and then some power. These guys have been building glass cannons, so I wouldn't be surprised.
The one thing about the two glass cannons, though, Jez's has way more range with Ziggs.
Absolutely.
So in that previous fight, Jez was actually trying to move towards the river for what I can assume would have been an ultimate on the tower. And that's something Orianna can't do. They've caught Mixer.
Oh, the flash and engage in. It's going to be Mixer going down, and it may be able to finish off another one. Haydale stays safe.
Great play there. Even though Svenskeren, moved in to try help out, he wasn't even needed. Candy Panda and Nif had way too much pain from Mixer's Thresh in the last game, and they're paying it back in kind right now. Because basically, every time Tivus is up, they seem to just be diving onto that Zyra. It's working out, but unfortunately, it's Nif that's actually getting the kill credit and picking up those kills.
Svenskeren actually making his way into the jungle on the back. So, oh, he's going in onto Haydale. Haydale needs the support here of Impaler, and once they see him, he's able to keep it safe. That's very low HP coming in onto Svenskeren, but they don't want any of it.
Not enough armor there from Svenskeren. A little bit optimistic. They did, however, get the flash from Haydale, so that is a win in the sense that if he can repeat the gank in the next 3 or 4 minutes before the flash is up, it's going to be an advantageous position. There's one arcane shift. You can anticipate for it, follow it up with Dragon's Descent, and you should be able to shut Haydale down.
Not too much of a gold lead to really give anybody an advantage here. It's all been the movement. A lot of action by Haydale and Migza in the bottom lane, but we see once they hit that 6, that kill potential went up. Candy Panda and Nif coming up with a kill of their own. Yeah, Svenskeren was there, but that was the flash Tibbers coming in to solidify that kill. Migza is going to be taking some good damage here.
Just to get away, like
or not.
A good grasping.
They stopped.
A good grasping.
Yeah, that was true.
The zoning potential of that meant that Nif couldn't get in range to stun. Candy Panda was just a little bit outranged, but Candy is still very far behind in terms of items. He's got a Vamp Scepter secured, and he's fighting against a Phage and a Sheen. So he really is still playing from behind. The 20 CS is, of course, a testament to that. Now, top lane, we haven't looked at it all.
Yeah.
Because
they're going to go back to fighting again.
The noodle fighting is not the most exciting.
Wait, I'm predicting a fight.
But we've got a difference in items here. You've got Sunfire Cape, because, of course, Renekton deals physical damage against the Spirit Visage.
Right.
Because, of course, Freddy's want to do Mundo deals magic damage. And we'll have to see, who can swing the noodle harder, because it's not the most exciting of battles, as you see Sadism goes down.
Not really, but they have kept it at the same position. Being this close, Freddy's going to have to walk off into the jungle before he teleports. It's going to take a little bit longer, as this turret may go down in the bottom lane, for him to engage, because you can stun him up with that Renekton.
No flash, but they've got Mixer.
Oh, they just go right aggro. They walk out from the range of the turret, and it's just actually what they needed, and they leave Svenskeren to take some Polaroids.
3-0 right now on Nif. He should probably start investing some of that money maybe into some AP. As you can see, Impaler, he wants to look to catch Freddy. He's got the cocoon.
Oh, they go on to him once again. Freddy trying to throw on the ultimate. A great flash over the wall, but it's the repel and the flash coming from Mimer. They are going to be able to solidify that kill, and a very nice job coming in on the top lane.
Yeah. Instant response there from Mimer.
Yep.
He flashed over the wall, very good repel. So Impaler managed to jump over the wall without even needing to blow that flash. So very, very well played by him. We do have a momentary pause here. And a couple of the players do have the headsets off, so I think we're just going to be a little careful with what we're talking about. But a tense game. I mean, this is either the LCS spot secured for Super Hot Crew, or one more shot for both of these teams if SK.
The thing that I think should have happened, and I may be wrong, is when you buy that Sheen, you want to get kills. And they didn't capitalize anything off of it. It's just a lot of damage to push them out of lane. And they got 6, and they're just completely turning it around.
Yeah, I have to feel that levels 1 to 4, Hadel and Mix are stronger than Candy Panda and Nif.
Right. Yeah,
and
yeah.
I feel that
through all the games.
And of course, that's also a testament because of the investment. It was Elixir of Fortitude in the last game. It's the Elixir of Brilliance this time around. You know, so the itemization is going to allow you to have that stronger presence. But now that Candy Panda and Nif have pulled themselves back into it, and you can see itemization, BF Sword just picked up there by Jinx, the kill potential is going to be much higher. And with some luck for Candy Panda, he may actually be able to secure those last hits because it's all been Nif right now. You know,
Lock it down 3 kills with the hat trick. Doesn't help too much.
A lot of it has just been from Tibber's AoE as well. I think the last 2. So you know, it's good play. As I said, we are just trying to watch the words we're saying. This is 1-2 in favor of Super Hot Crew.
Which I don't think a lot of people thought. You look at LOLesports.com, the voting was 70% in favor of SK coming into this matchup, which is very heavily voted. One, because SK has been around forever. They have a huge following, and people are going to stay behind them. And they still have some of the veterans on the team that make it happen. Absolutely have seen that already.
And it's Candy Panda and Nif who I felt were the keys to SK's victory. You know, when I watched them at DreamHack, they dropped the game to KMT. And the reason we've seen Vayne banned in every single one of the games right now is because when they dropped the game to KMT, Candy Panda came back in, played Vayne, and tore KMT apart. I mean, he just went rampage. I think, if memory serves, his final score at the end of the game was something like 10-0-7 or 10-0-11, something like that. And they don't want to run the risk. You can't afford to give somebody a champion that has... that they have the ability to affect the game that much.
When you are on the... You saw kind of what Forgiven did yesterday. He was being mauled by Mundos and Evelyn's, just kiting the fight. They were melee range, and he's like, fine, because I'm 10-0. When you're on a feel-good champion, everything just kind of falls into place sometimes.
Yeah, that's the truth. The moment you have that luxury of playing something that you've done hundreds of times in solo queue, and that, you know, you almost lose the pressure mentality, because it's like, hey, this is my second me.
They say it takes about 2 weeks to be able to play something at this level, right? You practice it and practice it.
2 weeks? I've been playing for 3 years.
No, but those champions, they've played forever. That there's the extension of their arm.
Yeah.
It's always going to be different.
Yeah. You know, and the thing is as well, you don't learn the nuances of a champion.
Right.
You know, everyone knows the theory. You can read about the abilities and you can read the theoretical between them. But until you've played 50, 100, 150, 200 games against all these champions, you don't know the limits and the specifics. No, not Teemo. It does look like we're getting back into the game, though.
Let's rock it out here. The 2014 EU LCS promotion for the spring coming in here. These guys are trying to solidify and lock it in on the side of SK, getting back their spot. But it's SHC right now looking to steal that away, give themselves the limelight of the spring season.
Dragon is spawning in 1 minute. There are a couple of pink wards up and down the river in favor of SK Gaming. If a fight were to break out, it would be at the cost of Dragon, and I think both teams need to be a little bit careful about this. At the moment, SK's got superior vision, and we'll see if they want to capitalize on that by actually challenging for it or trying to secure it themselves, because the previous one went to SHC, if you recall correctly. The Mega Inferno Bomb was not able to steal it.
A little poke damage coming in, allowing them. Mooper's like, hey, there's some wards on this bottom side. And actually, all the wards for Jez's have been put in middle. Bottom turret very low here, as we see. It looks like they're going to say that Orianna's backing, so they may try to do something here.
Yeah, and I just realized that I'm colorblind. The vision is actually in favor of SHC because they're on the blue side.
Oh, fair enough.
You see, I was looking there. What gave it away was the fact that there was red pings on the Dragon Pit. As you can see right now, the fact that you've got Svenskeren in the area, teleport is up and available by Freddy.
Wow.
And they've got a little bit of vision. Flash Tibbers is a very real possibility because Nif has done it plenty of times already. Super Hot Crew have started the Dragon off. This could become a 5v5, but teleport needs to be used. Keep an eye for that ability.
Oh, the Flash Tibbers goes all the way back to the line, and it's going to be able to take down Migza. He falls very fast. Haydale is limping away, but he goes down too. The double kill coming in. The Mega Death Rocket from Candy Panda going to finish one off as well, and they take these guys down. I was just about to say SHC was perfectly positioned. Orianna went back. They brought Mimer in, but SK knew what was going on.
Brilliant play from SK Gaming. The Tibbers, as well as Mega Inferno Bomb, just melted Super Hot Crew. And by the time the teleport had come in from Freddy, Super Hot Crew were on the retreat. They were backing away. Even the Stranglethorns wasn't enough to actually stop them from running them down. So a very, very good play. 2 of those kills going over to Candy Panda. They get the Dragon, they get the tower. And they must be sitting on a massive chunk of gold right now because that is a very big swing of power in favor of SK Gaming.
Good scores around the board for them as well. Really, it's Freddy not picking up the kills. 4 assists coming in for Jez's. He's always been coming into the fight late. Moops is just keeping him on his heels in the mid lane, and we'll see if they can break that. We'll see if they can soon get together as a team and use all this AoE they bring to the table.
Now, I feel like Impaler is struggling a little bit on Elise this game. He's down 30 CS. Yes, he does have a kill to his name, but we haven't seen any form of gank from him. And to be very fair, he's struggled. Impaler may be in trouble. They've bumped into Nif. No stun, though.
They know that he's right on the backside. Oh, they hit off moves. So he's going to be forced back down in the same spot. Right over the wall. Svenskeren comes in as a shockwave, almost takes down Nif. They get out with a sliver of health. It's always a sliver of health. Impaler falls as well. Another double kill consecutively coming in for Svenskeren.
SK Gaming, they don't chase the red mist and decide to turn back to the tower. This cost them in game 1, but this time around, I don't think anybody from Super Hot Crew can challenge him. Another 2 kills, this time being picked up by Svenskeren. He's already got that Giant's Belt, and he's going to start getting even more tanky. And this is what we were afraid of. This is what the threat or the potential was. We are going to see Svenskeren butting heads with Mimer. Renekton versus Shyvana, and it does look like Svenskeren's just going to back away. He was trying to steal a blue buff, but was forced away.
It's cool. He's got 2,200 gold to spend after spending 1,200 last time, so a ridiculous amount of gold just flows into his pocket, and he still hasn't caught up to Jez's at 6,900, who has, I believe, the most in the game.
Actually, that's very interesting, because that's where most of the gold is focused right now. Top laners are even. Mid lane is basically even. There's 900 gold difference between AD carries and 1,000 gold difference between supports, but it's actually the jungler and the supports that's got most of the gold. And when you're 305 and 402, that's obviously why, right? But we now have to see how this impacts the game. As long as Nif can keep comboing his Tibbers damage with Mega Inferno Bomb, it's going to allow the bruisers of SK to help finish off the kills. And Jez is just saying, nope. Not today, buddy.
20 minutes coming up on the clock. 9-2 as SK seems to be falling into the form that most of the fans are used to here. 33,000 to 29,000 on the board. And the potential gold sitting here as they take down Haydale. Possibly the rocket hits, and he's going to get the last attack on. This turret could follow, but I don't think they have the way for it just yet.
I think that's a smart decision as well. Candy Panda and Nif, while they've got great vision with SK, you can see the bottom half of the jungle, the top half of the jungle. There was a couple of members missing from Super Hot Crew. They were actually sitting in base, so they backed away for a little bit. Now the minion wave is up here. They know where Mixa is, and there's Orianna. She's accounted for in the mid lane, so now it's safe to sit around here at the tower. Unfortunately, though, the wave clear from Mix is a little too strong, and they have to be forced to fall back.
It's going to be hard to stay in a fight against Freddy now. And Svenskeren. Double burning AoEs, double Sunfire Cape. There's so much extra damage before they really even start dealing their real damage.
And there's no utility yet to escape, with the exception of Zyra.
Right, yeah.
You know, if Zyra doesn't
You got to
meet them
help
in
yourself,
place,
pretty much.
You've got a movement speed buff from Orianna and an Arcane Shift, but you've seen how quickly they can deal with it. Nif anticipated the Arcane Shift, seen it coming in, and just threw the tippers down at the destination and said, well, now what you going to do? I want to point out the vision once again.
Absolutely.
The amount of wards that SK has over the jungle is very impressive, and that's why it's allowing Svenskeren to go in and steal that white. He does need to be a little careful because he's about to run into 2 champions. He's able to get away, but that's a little brave. He does have a Sunfire Cape, he does have the Ancient Golem, but don't throw away kills that you don't need to.
They have been doing quite well with really not Jezz having too much of an impact, which can't spell good things for SHC right now. Once he is combined into the fight, even more AoE, they will be able to take these fights down real quick. Mimer, Freddy still not doing too much in the top lane, and we still haven't seen that teleport yet.
No, the last one was the dragon, but basically the fight was won already anyway.
Absolutely.
So that was just to guarantee it. The one thing I do want to touch on when you highlighted Svenskeren's strengths, although maybe picking a fight does just get warded and instantly kills it. Thanks to their twin bite. The timing was great. I actually think this is probably the strongest farming jungle game that we've seen all weekend. I feel like at 22 minutes on to have 130 CS, cheeky Impaler smites that one. He's got a 50 CS advantage. He's got 4 kills, 2 assists. He's doing very, very well in securing the last hits. And talking about last hits, Candy Panda was so far behind. He's now caught up and actually overtaken Hadel.
It was just a matter of time when they hit 6 in the Annie Jinx lane. They've been working it quite well, and still, now this time it's being used. They're not as weak as they were when they were trying to Sivert split push, and this is working way better with Jinx.
Yeah, completely agree. And every flaw that we talked about, we highlighted the decision making. Jat even said he doesn't feel that winning for SK is necessarily won by picks and bans. It is a factor, of course, but it's the decision making. It's the how you play the game, how you respond. As it stands right now, Dragon has respawned. SK have timing for it. Teleport is available for Freddy, but this time, Super Hot Crew maybe a little bit of a better engaged potential. Candy Panda soloing it a little down, though.
Candy Panda almost getting the dragon. It will be taken down by Svenskeren, and he goes into the fight for his team, locking it up in the middle. Will there be a teleport in? No, he's already there, and a huge knockup coming in. They will be able to get themselves into this fight even more. Svenskeren gets a kill for himself, but they walk out limping. But now before they pick up more, Jezz finally puts himself on the board, but it is going to be a retribution kill, only one for the team. Going in onto Nif.
The Mega Inferno Bomb just melted Mix's HP. Candy Pan is even going to catch Impaler.
No.
Eventually. Eventually.
It was close. He had a really good cocoon lock up there, just throwing it through the bush, and it was blind.
So right now, Jezz and Svenskeren, they're chasing down the tower. Run out of minions to stick with. Impaler's still trying to escape. Wolves were not aggroed, so Impaler may actually get away. Oh, that's so sneaky. Yep, Candy Panda hasn't found him. Impaler should be able to make it out right now. And, 3 for 1 plus Dragon. Another decisive team fight from SK. Teleport was used by Freddy, so he did join the party and start getting involved. And there's actually a great replay of it. The Mega Inferno Bomb's really what you want to focus on. The timing and spacing there from Jezz was fantastic. Mixer went to 20% HP. And very importantly, the shockwave coming out of Orianna only caught Nif. It didn't hit anybody else. Nif does take a command attack for his trouble as well. It just comes down to the fact that the moment SK engaged, SHC were running back, grouped up, and all got hit.
That pop-up as well, I didn't get to say fully, but it missed.
Yeah.
They were all already past it, like you said, just running through. 25 minutes on the clock. We'll see if they can get it again. It's hard to fight on your heels, though. They got the team to do it. They have to keep it bay, and I think it's going to have to be under a turret now.
Now, I can't remember the timings in Game 2, but this is on a 8,000 gold lead at 25 minutes. I think this is the biggest lead we've had this early in the game. And SK seem to be accelerating. It was a slow start, patient start. It's now growing. Impaler is about to find Svenskeren, and they're trading damage off Cocoon.
Svenskeren not even worried about the situation right now, and you can see he is completely flexing his muscles, standing still, knowing somebody else was coming up. Mix on the other side gets caught, but will Svenskeren initiate onto that because his team is being torn apart on the back line. Nif is going to go down. No, he dodges it out. It actually hits Mayans.
Nif's alive.
Gets some help there. Very nice job. Impaler goes down. The Death Rocket just finding the right through the needle, not hitting anybody. Double kill coming in for Jinx. And it looks like they are going to continue this fight. He gets it, actually walking on the last mine. Unfortunate for Haydel. It's going to be the Baron coming in for SK.
Ace only losing Freddy 1-2-2 during the engagement is a great fight, and that actually started pretty poorly for SK.
Yeah.
You know, they started the fight, got jumped on, almost lost Nif. And thanks to the amount of damage that Candy Panic comes down, I mean, this is the engagement right here. Nif gets chunked.
This is pretty chaotic.
Forced to flash over the Stranglethorns, and Freddy is running interference on the left-hand side in the back line. And thanks to a very good stun from Nif, Candy Pan is able to pick up the kill there onto Mima, even though the rocket runs wide. It's not a big deal, and basically the cleanup potential with Get Excited just allows Jinx to keep running. Just chasing down. They had a 8,000 gold lead in items that allowed them to survive the bad engage, turn it around, get the kills, get excited, get more kills, get excited, get Baron.
I'm sure the fans are excited right now. 18-4, very definitive play coming out of SK. It took a bit for them to find their ground, but it seems like they are running strong now. The game not yet being over, but it is looking grim here, and it looks like SK is going to keep themselves in for another match if they keep this up.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I think SK have a strong enough lead that it's now their game to lose.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
They have to find a way to mess it up, and I think if they push towers like they did in Game 3, using Baron buff, using the siege potential and their kill potential, that they can make themselves in a good position. Mixer, not sure you really want to be picking a fight there with Svenskeren and Nif. A lot of damage as Jez does get caught up by Haydel. The Mega Inferno Bomb's available. We may see if he throws it down. Decides against it. Doesn't want to waste a cooldown without a guarantee of it being a kill. But look at the rest of SK. They're coming in from behind.
This would be a perfect time for SK to fight. Right now, Haydel and Migza are both sitting on over 1,000 gold, not scaled into their inventory. So if this were to happen, just missing Haydel, that would have done huge damage. It probably wouldn't have killed him, but it is going to mean the turret. They got the back vision on. Oh, the bomb taking down Zyra.
It's not over.
Could be going continuously into the fight. Will they be able to take down Mimer? I don't think so. The turret falls, and that's all the aggression that they had. They're going to try to defend this one. Right now, we got Candy Panda in the top lane pushing, but a split push as well. A 3-lane by Svenskeren in the bottom.
That was 3 versus 4 in the mid that SK Gaming won. They got the mid inner turret, they got the top inner turret, they got the bottom inner turret as well, and now they're starting to group up. SK is just so far ahead. 15,000 gold, and they're on the inhibitor.
Continuously going. Nobody's even able to react right now. They were back spending gold, not in the fight. Zyra already went down, so she was gone for the majority, and that's a huge disengage for them. They did not get that Stranglethorn out.
They haven't even stopped. They're just allowing the regen of Baron to work in their favor, and it does look like they now want to focus this bottom lane. Mima is miles away. He's got no teleport. If Mima doesn't get back from the top lane, this is potentially going to be another turret.
This is SK absolutely in full force. They go into the fight. Dragons descend in. Oh, the rocket just missing off to the side. The turret will be theirs, and it's just SHC right now watching their base get run over.
Yeah, there's nothing they can do. Freddy was complete control of that one.
Once again.
Look at the bomb.
Continuing on, they're making it look easy right now with the amount of strength they have given themselves. And to that fact, they deserve the win on this one. 21-4, coming up on 20K gold lead. 30 minutes into the game, they turned this around from game 1.
Yeah, completely different team. You would not say it's the same 5 players if you compare them to game 1, as right now Haydel almost getting the kill on Jez's. Does actually get taken down at the end, but the rest of SK, they're still the Nexus turret. Candy Pan is soloing Mima.
Candy Panda wants a few more for the KDA. He's going to be able to take him down. Very nice kiting. You can see how strong they are right now. They took a beating in the early game, but kept their heads in it.
This game was a message. I think this was the most decisive win we've seen in the series. And Superhot Crew have to shake this off. If they cannot shake off this defeat, they may not be able to win Game 5, and we're going to Game 5 for yet another series in the EU LCS promotion. We're going to Game 5. Happened in spring, going to summer earlier this year, and now it's happening today, going to spring next year.
You know, it's something we haven't talked about throughout this tournament really at all, but it's something that's completely written a book for itself, and that's nerves. Playing on a new stage, playing with a new team, and you don't really have to say much more. It's just been played out in every one of these games.
There is no more pressure than this game right now. Game 5 for a spot to be a professional League of Legends player in the 2014 season. For a shot to start your path on the road to Worlds. Like, I feel sick for them. I'm not even playing.
It's scary.
Yeah.
It's absolutely scary. And then you take into consideration how much want is there. SK has tasted it. They've been in that position. SHC is coming up on that. It's a dream of theirs. Who's going to want it more, the dream or the retaking of that taste you've had before?
I also feel like Jesus has to pick a champion that he can have an impact on.
Yeah,
2 games, he's done well. 2 games,
he wasn't explosive
he wasn't there.
by any means.
He wasn't there. I don't want to say he played so badly that it was a detriment, but he wasn't there. He had no impact. His Gragas game in particular, I just felt like there wasn't much he was doing to sway team fights in his team's favor. And I think Ziggs this time around, he was able to get to a point that his ultimate just melted everybody. And that was super impactful because the rest of his team then cleaned up.
Well, we'll have to see. We have to take a quick break, but when we return, it's time for the 5th and final game of tonight's promotion tournament series. SK Gaming and the Super Hot Crew take to the Rift with their LCS futures on the line. Don't touch that browser.
One more to go, guys.
One more, seriously. Just do the exact same.
Welcome back to the 2014 Spring Promotion Tournament live from Cologne, Germany. It's almost time for the 5th and final game between SK Gaming and the Super Hot Crew. Before we get into that, let's get your guys' take on Game 4. What an amazing series here. And the thing that surprised me, or not surprised me, what I saw in that game mostly is that everything that went wrong for SK in Games 1 and 2, it just all came together. And we actually have a replay that illustrates that perfectly.
Yeah, we can actually take a look right away here because this was a really good embodiment of what happened in the game. It was SK taking initiative and just dominating team fights. So let's just roll this right away. There was no Orianna in this fight, who was the first pick, by the way. And since Nip flashed and got the Tibbers, the fight was almost over before it started. They were so spread out in their dive that Shyvana didn't even get helped up in the Zyra roots. And they just mopped the floor with Super Hot Crew. I mean, after this fight, it did seem like it was kind of over because they had the composition and they clearly had the ability to initiate with it.
Yeah, very clearly. And maybe Peke, maybe you want to shine a light on that composition that worked out so well for SK.
Yeah, I think mostly they have Mundo, Shyvana, super tankies, a lot of damage, but they have Annie, Thix, and Jinx. Those three guys, when Annie has flash, every time she has flash, they can kill anyone they want. She's gonna flash Tiber, Thix ultimate, Jinx ultimate, that guy's dead. Like any squishy they pick up like that, they can kill. And I think they did it perfectly there, and after that, they just had to snowball the game.
Yeah, and I really disagree with Super Hot Crew's decision to first pick Orianna. Even though the games they had Orianna they won, you can't necessarily give Shyvana and Mundo right away back to SK Gaming. There's that whole kind of trinity of top laner things where, oh, we leave 2 up. Then one team with first pick would pick Mundo and they still get Shyvana. They were okay with that trade, if it happened. But they ended up getting both. And that was kind of devastating in my opinion.
Yeah, like, I think because the first game, SK lost with Mundo, they were thinking it's not a big threat. But after the last game, they should have realized, okay, even if the first game it worked out, this game it didn't. Mundo is really strong. We should just not let them have Mundo and Shyvana. Like, what are we going to have? We're not going to have a real tank. And they had Elise, which was good, but she didn't do good enough early. So.
And we were talking about, after Game 2, we were talking about who is going to step up. And it seems that they've all stepped up at the same time. Is there anyone that's particularly been impressive for either of you?
Well, I think the mid laner has stepped up a whole lot. Jesus had such an issue in the first 2 games. And much like he did in the, I believe it was the DreamHack final, he has kind of turned it around. Really slow starter, but he's gotten past his nerves. I think it was 5-0-10 on Ziggs in that game. And even without command of Orianna that time, I think it's a good thing for him that he had success now on 2 champions. And I don't think his confidence is going to waver going into Game 5.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe he's just not that comfortable with Gragas. He wanted to play. Maybe he'd work out for him somehow, but he thought it worked. But it's better that he left Gragas out, went for Orianna, went for Thix. Maybe he will play something different, but it's working a lot better for sure. He's doing good in lane. He's doing good in team fights. He's doing what he has to do.
Yeah, and to answer your first question, I mean, Svenskeren as well has been solid the whole series. But if we remember way back to Game 2, he would initiate, no one would follow up. So now when he's initiating, the rest of the team is following up with him.
Yeah, absolutely. And going into Game 5, as we see how important those picks and bans have been, what is a must ban for you guys for either SK or Super Hot Crew? I feel like Mundo really deserves one.
Yeah, I would probably ban Mundo. I think Annie was a big factor as well this fight. With the team composition, it was really good to have Annie. Wasn't the big problem. If they ban Mundo and pick it a bit better, they don't really need to ban her, but probably Mundo will be banned.
I think the safe ban is Mundo. I think it's very clear. He's dominated most of these games. The last game he didn't dominate because they won so heavily, but he's been a problem in every game he's been a part of. Obviously, they had different priorities, but it's got to be that.
Okay, Game 5. It all comes down to this. Who can keep their heads the coolest? Is it SK or Super Hot Crew? Speke?
Well, I don't know now. Like I said, I'm going to stay with SK still. They have done really good. They are right now feeling really good. Super Hot Crew is like really, probably they are really nervous right now. Like, we don't know what to do. So I think SK probably will win.
It really depends on how Super Hot Crew can now turn back after 2 losses, because SK Gaming just has. That last Game 4 was just like Game 2. So everyone was expecting a 3-game sweep, and now everyone's expecting SK to win 3 games in a row. I'm going to go with Super Hot Crew just to make it interesting, because I think they can bounce back. as long as they do something different, because all their champions in the last game, it felt like they were playing the old League of Legends and just decided to not adapt things.
Yeah, everything is on the line now. A Game 5, which is very entertaining for us, but very nerve-wracking for the guys who have to play. But it's about time we get that Game 5 started. So let's send it across the studio to Riv and Quickshot for the call.
Thank you very much, Shocks. And for SK Gaming and the Super Hot crew, it all comes down to this game. With one more win, they earn a spot into the 2014 LCS Spring Split and take their place among Europe's elite teams.
SK Gaming took advantage of the Mundo and Shyvana. That's the story of this last game. They were given it because of the first pick Orianna. And Svenskeren on Shyvana, with Freddy playing Mundo, they had a massive, massive impact on that game. 7, 2, and 13 combined in their win. It was decimating. But to be fair, it was decimating across the board because Jez's, he had his best game of the night. He went 6, 1, and 10 as Ziggs. And I'm so happy he played Ziggs. I'm sad it took 4 games. I feel like it's his strongest champion. I feel he has that sort of impact every time I've seen him play Ziggs. And I think he may go to it again.
Possibly. They have been doing quite well. You can see they're a little stressed. They have the hand warmers, but they're pretty much stress balls right now. They look like they've been torn apart. I'm sure these guys on the edge of their seats, just as the fans are as well. And we'll have to see if they can bring out the momentum they had again. Because if they do have the Ziggs, is it going to be continuously pushed back in the lane and not be able to help?
Yeah, and you know, in this situation, it was Orianna versus Ziggs. It was a farm fest. And once all the farming had been done, who had the bigger impact? It was Jez's by a landslide. He moved more efficiently. He used his ultimate more efficiently. And as it stands right now, it looks like SK are banning the exact same bans that they've had in their 2 victories.
And as these bans come out, I just want to, mention Migs a little bit. We've been talking about him, bought a red pot in Game 3, which is a little different, and he bought a blue pot in Game 4, and it has not worked out for SHC. Do you think he'll change it up for this game?
I think he has to. I think Mixer in those 2 games, once again, they've shown how strong, how strong they were in lane.
Yeah.
Early game, but it didn't translate to advantages. And I think Mixer has to adapt, otherwise he's going to give Candy Panda another free ride into the next stages of the game. And after all the talk of Mundo, they've given it away.
They do, but as Jat and Peke have been saying, that trinity of top laners won't get banned out. This time it goes on to either side, so there's a bit of evenness to the balance there. But who is going to be on it more? Freddy has been comfort picking on Mundo more, trying to get that when he can. And he has been winning against the Shiv lane.
He has, and I also think that taking Elise away from Impaler is a great move as well. It fits Svenskeren's playstyle. It fits early ganking. It fits mobility.
Right.
And it suits his type of gameplay. I also think Ziggs is probably going to be the pick. Because Orianna's locked in, the Ziggs versus Orianna matchup, it went well for Jez's. He played it in the previous game. He's going to be comfortable doing it now and looking to have the same impact. We may even see like a Jinx Taric if you want to go for a slightly different version of that all-in. Or we could also see Candy Panda going to the Sivir fallback. I mean, 2 AD carries banned here as well. They also took away Nif's Annie.
It's funny, Sona getting banned out after being played, just seeing that poke, the cold income, the sustain. Played very well in lane. We'll see if the Zyra comes out once again. The Annie, as he said, was banned. Could be that Taric. Could be something else. These guys have been pulling out.
I was excited about the Zyra pickup, but Zyra never got a chance to have an impact in the game because Super Hot Crew just got blown up before any counter engage could even get into place, So I don't think Zyra is going to be the pickup. Mixer might go back to Thresh. It was pretty effective for them. I think he had landed a lot of good hooks in lane, but they just didn't coordinate well enough to actually close them out.
Been nice moves coming in with a pickup on Lee Sin, so that'll be going to Impaler. I haven't seen him on that yet.
First time this series.
Yes.
Also, so they're swapping junglers. All right, so that's an interesting thing here. Sven has played Lee, Impaler has played Elise. Now they're swapping to see who's impactful. The thing is, Impaler's early ganks have not been impressive, albeit the champions he was running may be a factor in that. Now he's on an earlier ganking champion. If SK Gaming do not adjust to that, do not wrap their minds around, hey, Impaler and Svenskeren are always in the same area at the same time, but now he's got a champion that can have an impact pre-6. It's something we have to keep our eyes open for.
All right. Very interesting what they may decide to pick up here. With the way that they played it before, you also said that Jez's didn't have much of an impact. So is that going to be okay, or does he have to step up this game?
He has to. He has to play exactly the same way he did in the previous game. And
wow.
Now, this is two reasons I like this. Number one, the all-in potential plus the damage combined with Mega Inferno Bar Mundo Release is great. It also forces Mixer to basically avoid Sona, because you don't want to pick a Sona into a Leona. That's going to be hard insta-give. So I really like that pickup. So I also think it rounds out the composition really, really well. You've got a lot of hard CC in conjunction with the soft CC and slows, as well as the bursts.
So without as much of a team that really represents tanks, you think SHC is going to be able to stop what happens coming in from SK? The games have been going late. Last game was super definitive because of having both Shyvana and Mundo. But if this one goes longer, do they have that potential still?
In terms of scaling, I feel like SK Gaming probably will outscale Super Hot Crew.
Okay.
However, the Mundo versus Shyvana matchup from game 1 still rings true because Mima really made a very big impact. So I think what we're going to see in this matchup is Svenskeren putting some additional love and time in the top lane to try and get Freddy on a roll and try to control Mima, because I feel like that's probably the key. That's the hinge in this match.
Right.
If you can have Shyvana running through a fight, landing a shockwave, SK are in trouble.
And there's SK on your screen, poised and ready. We heard very calmly at the end of last game. One more time exactly like that, but there was also stress in that voice.
Yeah. Candy Panda was very quiet. Now, he's a fairly quiet guy anyway, but when he was sitting there saying, "Well done, guys, well done," that was introspective talk going into game 5, the deciding match of who earns a spot in the LCS.
It all comes down to this, the nerves to be shaken off for Game 5. Looks like we are on to the Rift and about to get this Game 5 underway. It is going to be SHC versus SK Gaming. These two are looking to grab a spot in the spring LCS season.
2014 spot on the line. And it all comes down to this. Effectively, a best of 1 at the end of 4 games. And we'll have to see who's adjusted. I think the biggest change in the compositions this time around is Impaler's jungler. You know, he ran Elise in the previous games, but didn't necessarily have strong ganks early on. He was responding to Svenskeren's. And I think Impaler needs to have a bigger impact if he wants to get Super Hot Crew snowballing and rolling.
All ward trinkets coming out and all waiting to be used. It looks like human wards for now on the line of scrimmage. They get an idea on Svenskeren.
Yeah, a level 1 fan. Again, with this much on the line, Super Hot Crew, they haven't even grouped up to go for that sort of Wraith Camp ward that they have done 2 or 3 games of the series. You do not want to give anything away. And Mixer, you highlighted it in Champ Select. He went 2 elixirs in games 3 and games 4, lost both of those lanes, even though his presence was good. He's gone for another elixir this time round. And I think Candy Panda and Nif are prepared for it because they've seen it 2 games in a row. And I imagine that with the Leona in there, it could actually backfire if they lock him down, you know, and Candy Panda gets some good auto attacks down.
Could try to bait out that first blood with it and make it look good. Last time, he kind of used it irregularly when he had the red buff, or the red pot on Thresh. He walked into the bush, he used it after a big engage, and it really didn't come out to help them at all going down after that. Looks like a regular setup. No invasions are going to come out, even after non-deep, or not even after, but just the regular wards going on.
Slight difference in the starts here for the junglers. Svenskeren obviously being mana-based, going to get a little bit of assistance on that blue buff and gets a very good leash. Whereas Impaler on the other side, playing Lee Sin, he's gone for that red buff. I also like the adaptation here from Nif, almost anticipating the Thresh. If he gets hooked as Leona, he's almost a little happier. We do see
Migs already throwing it down. He's trying to get that aggression. He throws the red pot on, and it's going to be the auto attacks already to push them back. So a little bit more effective this time, but can they hold it? Because this is now going to just be farming.
Yeah, Candy Panda's got to be a little bit more aware of those. He can't afford to get caught again. If they can stall for the pot to wear off, then obviously SK are going to be in a much stronger position, but they cannot afford to get caught. And again, Mixer going for the pot on level 1. I really feel like if he waits to get Flay and Death Sentence, the potential for kills is so much higher.
We'll see what he can do. It doesn't cost them the game, but so far it hasn't exactly helped them out all too much. Impaler taking down the blue buff, and he may be towards this bottom lane. We are going to see Svens go back towards mid and help out that mid lane, and a little bit more kill potential coming from the lanes as well. It's not slows on slows. There's some crowd control coming in.
Yeah, and some good damage backing it up.
Right.
You can see Impaler immediately. He's got a faster clear here than Svenskeren. He's got his red buff and his blue buff, and he's made it down to this bottom lane. But the problem is the wave is so pushed, so they're going to have to try to do a dive if they want to go for it now, and I'm not sure that's the wisest decision against the Leona.
At the turret, Will. So he does. They say, hang on. If you can hold your breath for a little bit longer, I will be to the bottom lane. It looks like they waste some good time of Impalers here. He's going to head back off into his jungle. Gold still sits at even as everybody's quite even on CS.
As Impaler backs off, Svenskeren fills the slot. He's a little bit late, but of course the wave was very pushed. And I'm not really expecting him to go in here. He's sitting at the tower. He is level 4, so does have all of his abilities available to him. A little bit of indecisiveness. You can see that he wants to go bottom, but he's like, I don't want to hang around here because it's not guaranteed.
Trying to figure out who's going to play the aggression. Migza and Haydale always trying to pressure that bottom lane. Mimer, Freddy, these guys are going to be up here for a while. Once again, going out for the fight. Probably see them up to 80 farm before they really try to get in each other's face and get those items under their belt.
Yeah, and same situation that we've seen in previous games. Shyvana's going to have the advantage in the early levels. Dr. Mundo's going to outscale and be able to survive and trade back and forth. We'll most likely see, you know, Sunfire Cape, Spirit Visage from both of them as the opening items. But I think that Svenskeren's going to have to start looking to the top lane a little more. There's already a 10 CS difference, and they cannot afford to let Mimer go on a roll. Mimer almost getting the pentakill in game 1.
Yeah.
His Shyvana was terrifying, but it was because he had the ability to go for Blade of the Ruined King as his first item and then build tankiness. So if you can force him to go all tank,
right,
the kill threat is significantly reduced.
Yeah, there were champions picked that have not been played in the rest of the games. We saw the Zed coming in. Nobody really wanted to bring that back out. A lot was learned by these teams and taken into consideration within that first game. And things have been changing from game to game on each one of these matchups. Right now, we're seeing Leona for the first time in this matchup. Lee Sin as well. So we're going to have to see how these champions are utilized.
Yeah, and the key right now is just that it's a very slow start. We're not even seeing Mixer and Haydel. That red pot has worn off on Mixer in the bottom lane, and he didn't go for any more hooks. And even if he did, they didn't connect. So very different from game 3. And Candy Panda and Nif just biding their time, trying to level up, trying to just get to a little bit more powerful. I think once they hit 6, the all-in potential for Candy Panda and Nif is going to be much higher than that of Haydel and Mixer. Haydel needs to land poke before he's got the possibility to burst somebody down.
Again, interesting aggression here from Impaler coming down towards the bottom lane. Haven't seen anything from Svenskeren yet as well. And you can see that this game really, the pace is dictated by the result. It's not really who's playing aggressive. Neither of these teams want to lose, and you can see that right now in their play.
You can't get countered or you can't make a bad call if you don't make any calls.
Exactly.
And I think they're playing it very safely. I also feel like Impaler's gank sense is not quite Peter Parker levels, because he's been in this bottom lane twice now. There is a good flay, and we'll see if Nif's in trouble.
Yep. A good attempt. They were trying to do what they have been, just a minion wave there. Not much you can do.
Yeah, and to just, you know, explain a little more what I was trying to say is that while Impaler's trying to come to these lanes and trying to gank, he's almost anticipating Svenskeren ganks, which are not coming, number one. And number two, he's doing it while his team is pushing under a tower. So he's wasting time, you know, in the attempts. They did manage to get a little bit of damage on Nif, but no summoner spells were blown, with the exception of Mixer's Ignite. You know, he used his offensive summoner for 0 return.
We'll see where their movement goes. It looks like actually power in numbers here for SHC. A little bit of roam coming in. They side against it with the wards going down. The teleport's coming back into the top lane, so Mimer's not going to be able to get too much of a push on. We are 7.5 minutes in, so there's no real threat of Dragon being forced out of that teleport. So everybody back to the lanes, back to slowing things down.
Yeah, so Spectre's Cull is the first pickup here from Freddy. A little bit more afraid of the mixed damage from Shyvana. That burnout really making his life difficult, but the CS numbers sitting close, still sitting 7-8, so he's keeping up. He's not being pushed away, but the fact that he's had to back and teleport is already a bad sign. The fact that Mimer's been able to shove him down, that Freddy felt, hey, I've got to leave now, go spend my money and then come back. The Spectres is going to, of course, help him sustain lane a little bit, but it's not something that you ideally want to see.
Right. So we're 8 minutes in on this one. Moop's going over to get his blue buff in. We'll see what Mimir can continue to do in the top lane. He will finally back for his first purchase. Moop picking up blue. And it looks like he's going to get some control. Where are you going? Oh, he's just setting up wards. Jesus loves the ward. This guy always has at least 2 wards out.
Yeah, it's a good policy to have, and even more so when you're playing against a Lee Sin that has that ability to get in your face and get involved. Approaching 8.5 minutes, and you can really feel a tension building in the game right now as both teams are just trying to find a small chink in one another's armor. There is going to be a 3v3, and there's the engage.
Solar Flare coming down to the scene and played right on top. Are we going to have the first blood? Yes, it is. 9 minutes into the game, it comes into the hands of Svenskeren, and they will continue flashing after the arcane shift. Haydale is forced out of the fight, and the tension was indeed building. Quick shot.
Absolutely brilliant play there, not waiting. Nif throws down the Solar Flare, catches 3 members of HHC, and there was even a Ziggs ultimate coming in for good measure. Thanks to the kills they've secured, plus having Elise and her Spiderlings to tank Dragon, it's going to allow SK to get the kills and a Dragon at 9 minutes 20 and stamp an early authoritative move on the game.
And that really couldn't have happened any better. Your Mundo used teleport to get back top lane, and you're kind of still safe on that situation. Don't need him. Saving the turret.
And the kill that Candy Panda secured gave him red buff as well. So not only does he have that kill in his back pocket, he now has red buff to make Haydal and Mix's life even more difficult. The range on that switcheroo is going to allow him to apply the red buff stacks really well. As Jesus has caught Impaler.
That is explosive to say the least, and quickly canceled out there by Svenskeren with his last bit of mana.
And I think all he was trying to do was ward. You know, at the time, Mimir was
dangerous.
around the blue buff area. Mimir went down to get a blue buff ward, and it looked like Impaler was trying to get in there. But just a good read from Jesus. He was chilling. He's, come on, I can do it, I can do it. And this time round, they get the kill.
So for 9 minutes, we saw nothing. And in 1 minute, we saw 3 kills instantly. 15,700 gold to 13,200. SK taking a bit of the driver's seat here. They had it from last game. Another Zenith played consecutively now as it comes up onto the traps, putting death sentences in. They could turn this one around very nicely. Candy Panda very low, and they do. Back into the bush, denies vision. A very great play by Migza, knowing they could go offensive even though they were aggressed on.
Yeah, I couldn't burst down Thresh. His shield was too high, plus the additional HP from Ruby Crystal. And that is the reason you never focus the support. If you can insta-give them, I can almost let it slide. But there is a big shield there to burn through. And, you know, as your first move, I guess I didn't want to run the risk of having Haydal, you know, arcane shift away. And immediately that lead is slightly mitigated. Of course, the kill did go to Mixer, so luckily no gold sitting in Ezreal's pocket.
It'll be a little bit of the knock, or a little knock on their confidence in that one. They were kind of getting a little ahead of themselves, so they can see that things can still go wrong, which is also a good thing, because now they won't make the mistakes again.
You've also got to give props to Mixer. He landed a good death sentence there as well.
Yeah.
So that's going to interrupt the number
thought.
of auto attacks that can go down, and that makes your life a little bit better there. So very good reactionary play from him. Bottom lane is even at 1-1. Svenskeren is nowhere near this top lane, but Impaler is. And we see Impaler moving in, maybe trying to jump on Freddy.
And this really doesn't have too much of an effect, but they are doing it more to try and just harass a little bit, figure out if it is going to work. Usually they're ending up backing off like they did this time, but it's more than it has been.
Svenskeren has to visit that top lane more because Mimir has already got that Bilgewater Cutlass completed. He's not had any pressure from a jungler. He's not really feeling the onus that Freddy's getting in his face. And I think that if Mimir gets to complete his Blazing King plus Spirit Visage or Sunfire Cape, I don't know if Candy Panda is going to be able to deal with him. I don't know if Candy Panda is going to be able to survive that sort of damage and that Shyvana getting in his face.
That's all they did that first game. Got the quadra kill on Shyvana, just getting to the back line, making Candy Panda run. And Candy was on Sivir that game, and he still couldn't get away. So Mimir knows what to do on Shyvana. You're absolutely correct. As they come up on 19,000 gold, they're starting to spread that lead a little bit more. 2K in their favor. That's not huge items in the inventories of anybody, but it is what they need to win their lanes, which is what's been leading into that mid to late game win.
Yeah, a very good red buff steal there from Svenskeren. A little bit of help from Jesus, just making sure that he counter jungle safely. And look at this, junglers both getting involved in the mid lane. Ganks coming in, Moops is in trouble.
Oh, there's the gap closer. Flashes the cocoon, playing it very safe, tries to throw it in. Impaler just on the outside, and Nif as well, a little too far behind to help.
Yeah, Nif was roaming up from the bottom lane, really sort of anticipating that fight to break out. And look at all the vision. Look at the number of wards there. I count 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 7 SK wards in the map in comparison to a 5 wards sitting for Super Hot Crew. They really do not want to get surprised. They don't want to get jumped on without being well aware of the situation and what options they have available to them.
Nif still trying to roam. He did the same thing when he played Karma, just a little less speed between the lanes, and he wasn't able to get there in time. We'll see if he does it again. They are trying to hold leads in every lane. They don't try to aggress onto this, but they do have the ward for it. So good vision coming down. Nothing going to come of it just yet. Looking at the items in the inventories and the CS, it's still all very, very close in that aspect.
Even though the score is currently 3-1 in kills, you feel like the lanes are still pretty even.
Yeah.
You know, AD carries and support are not necessarily one-sided as they jump on Mixer.
There it is once again, the Zenith Blade at the Solar Flare, the bomb's coming in from the side, and everybody gets a piece of that one. Haydale's going to be pushed out of lane here, but Svenskeren doesn't make it easy for him.
Wow, Svenskeren may even want to dive this one.
He throws down the barrier. Wow, so tried and true to go for the kill. One last auto attack. The red buff keeps him in range, and Svenskeren had to reconsider that one. Uh-oh, does he have the repel coming up? Oh my gosh, he's able, no, he just gets taken down, but he goes down valiantly, and it's Nif that's able to pick up the kill. Yeah, he ignited him.
Yeah,
he wasn't letting him get away.
Ignite lands that last tick of damage. Nif now gets the red buff. That's going to allow the tower to be secured here for SK Gaming, but great play from Svenskeren. Tower diving to pick that up, and that allowed that passage of play to happen. I don't think giving away the kill was as bad because they were able to secure the tower as well. But Mima is dirty farming again, or whatever you want to call it, farming between towers. And this is what made him so scary in game 1. SK have not even tried to deal with it yet.
It's really creating problems right now. The teleport is up. Dragon is coming up as well in 1 second on this game. So we have to see where Mimir is. Mimir's still at that top turret. Could potentially take it down if we have the teleport. But SK didn't need the teleport last time. They were able to take it by themselves without top lane.
They won it basically themselves. Now, Super Hot Crew, they've started the Dragon off, and they've done this in previous games to their detriment. You know, kicking it off without having control of the area, without necessarily being grouped tightly enough. SK are stood right on top of a ward, so Super Hot Crew are aware of their position, and Jez is not as sneaky as he thinks he might be. As you said, teleport available for Freddy. Mima's making his way down to the bottom lane, and it looks like the standoff fizzles as everyone backs away from Dragon.
We see Mimir picking up his Blade of the Rune King. They're heading down for Dragon, so they're waiting for all the reinforcements here. It's going to be interesting if SHC uses their ultimates before knowing where all of SK is. This could be bad, and they could get kited out of this.
Already. Teleport's coming in already. Let's see what Freddy can do.
That's what RNA was saying. Once Mundo's in the fight, it's already going to be a bad situation. One goes down already. That's going to be Moops. They look for another one, and it's going to be Impaler going down, and the health bars continue to bleed out.
Get excited.
Migs is the last one. He will be falling to the rocket. The double kill is everybody gets excited that's an SK fan, and the double kill as well for Svenskeren.
That's an ace for SK Gaming. Moops was killed before he could cast his Shockwave. The Shockwave was mid-animation as the last tick of damage applied, and he died before it went off. I don't know if that was the right call for Super Hot Crew, because Mima only has a Negatron Cloak. He picked the fight with no tankiness. He was relying on Shyvana's base stats. Pay very careful attention to Moops here. He gets stun-locked, rooted, stunned, and you see the animation starting.
Fizzle.
But it just fizzled because he died. He wasn't able to finish it up. And just very good cleanup play. Get Excited allows Candy Panda to chase absolutely everybody down. And SK with a brilliant fight. 2 kills for Elise, 2 kills sitting there for Candy Panda on Jinx. And you have to feel now, 8,000 gold, 11 kills to 2. SK are once again in the driver's seat.
They are very much in the driver's seat, and all they need to do is the same exact thing to take back that LCS spot. Just continue to do this. They can play it careful, like you said. They possibly and may scale better into the game as they have that Mundo going on. And we've seen the Mundo versus the Shyvana every time. It's that Mundo.
Yeah, exactly. The Mundo really allowed them to clean up, and I think I actually think the itemization from Maimer is a little bit questionable here.
Again.
Another red buff steal from Svenskeren. Nobody from Super Hot Crew really there to contest it. And I just wondered to myself if Shyvana maybe could have run more disruption, but fact of the matter is that, you know, Super Hot Crew, they just got chunked down. Focused Orianna. Oh! Mega Inferno Bomb. Mega Inferno Bomb's coming down!
Oh, no, he
stopped! Oh, my word!
I shouldn't laugh at that.
Haydel stopped. Window shopping kills, ladies and gentlemen. I know it's Christmas season and you're buying gifts, but window shopping kills.
Really, though, by that point, it's like 8 seconds to walk back to base once you're at the inhibitor anyways.
Didn't work out in his favor at all, and Jez with a long-range snipe. Now, the 3-1-1 split is coming up from SK. They've done this a couple of times already. Candy Panda just really likes to, you know, push the lanes, but he does have the support of both Nif and, of course, Svenskeren there, as now they want to go to steal the blue buff. And look at the wards. Look at the amount of vision that SK has on this map. It's complete control.
Looks like they have more turrets just kind of hanging out in the forest here, in the jungle rather. Moobs going back into the jungle. Migza forced to back, but these guys are trying to spend what money they have to continue scaling themselves. And you can see for Migza, it was only a cloth armor. They're just trying to stay alive right now.
Yeah, cloth armor and ruby sightstone in comparison to a sightstone, chain vest, and a giant's belt for Nif. You know, in conjunction to all of the additional stats that he gets from his W, it's a very good position to be in. SK secure the third tower of the game. They're not going to let up because there's no one from Super Hot Crew around. They're going to be able to challenge for a second tower uncontested, basically.
They're just crushing down these turrets. The True Shot Barrage at this point not even holding enough power to come out because he's relying on that burst damage. Mundo Ultimate comes out, and for sure he's going to be able to just come back to this fight.
Yeah, Maimer did very well there. He's still able to 1v1 Freddy, but he's not strong enough to survive Jez's and Candy Panda's damage.
Right. Candy Panda backing up on this one just to grab the red buff, which means everybody is going to slow it down. The 80 carries off and running. They're going to get the blue buff picked up as well, get everybody bolstered up with those resources. They really aren't going to buy too much more right now. That's going to change the fact of the game because they're already ahead. Everything's just going to be adding on to that. It's really in SHC to mitigate what's happening.
10,000 gold difference in 20 minutes. They are generating 500 gold per minute more than Super Hot Crew. And now Impaler's going to get caught. Nif may dive on this immediately, decides against it, realizing there were numbers missing. And of course, Jesus wasn't there either. But again, 3 members of SK in the top lane, 1 mid, 1 bottom lane. SK are trying to play the map here and get the maximum advantage they can.
And I think that was a good hold off. The majority of their wards are in the bottom lane, so that was a little blind for them. They get the turret out of it. 3 people surrounding, going to soak up that golden experience. 20 minutes into this game, and it only gets more definitive from SK.
5 towers without reply. Without a single reply from Super Hot Crew. And I really have to question the red pot starts again for Mixer. You know, you've seen the same thing 3 times in a row. Oh, they've gone in!
Mixer gets hit up hard. Oh, the crowd control is consecutively stacked nicely, and they are able to actually flash out of that. He gets a good hook. Can they turn this around? Maimer coming in is able to pick himself up a kill in the janitor cleanup there, but everybody gets an assist, and that's a shutdown on Svenskeren.
Yeah, very big kill coming in, so that's very good for Super Hot Crew, but they're going to need a whole lot more of those if they want to turn this around. The Shockwave got dodged by Repel. Svenskeren got away from it, and it only caught Nif. But, you know, when you're defending, when you're doing that panicky ultimate, that's basically what's going to happen. You can actually see a great replay of this right now. The only people that are engaged in this right now is Nif and Svenskeren. And the Shockwave only catches Nif because Svenskeren was flying through the air. You actually see the quasi-globals coming in there, of course, the Mega Inferno Bomb and the Super Mega Death Rocket. But it didn't connect the low health. So yeah, there's lots of death in their epic long-range ultimates.
All right, we'll see if this turret will be going down. Maimer getting a bit of gold for himself. A little bit of control over the top lane here. The teleport still available for Freddy. Every fight he's been in is a walk-to fight. So that is just big plays they can create if they need to.
Yeah, and from that previous fight, I feel like Nif has taken it personally that Mixer was annoying him so much in the previous games. Because throughout this game, Nif is just throwing himself at Thresh, just lunging, solar flare, zenith blade, just like, I want to kill Mixer. That's the signal they're sending out. I think they need to play a little bit more patiently. That dive in the jungle of Super Hot Crew was not not necessary. You got a 10,000 gold lead. Group up, push towers, or split push. Don't throw yourself into blind dives just because you're in a strong position, you know? And I think they realize that, which is why now they're grouping up to try and challenge some of these objectives, like Dragon, for example.
Coming up on 25 minutes in the game. Freddy not having too much trouble up top, and 4 position themselves in middle. They disperse now from SK, and it looks like they're going to try to create something that will be useful later in the jungle. A lot of wards being placed out, as we call that security system they're going to use later.
They're trying to make a Christmas tree and get all of the blinking lights being wards in the minimap. The one thing we did see, though, was blue pings on the Baron pit, and you can see with the immense ring of vision they now have, knowing they've got 2 sweeper lenses, they're clearing wards out, and they're putting pinks down. SK wants to pull Super Hot Crew towards them. Jesus is in trouble. They have jumped onto Moops.
There's again, oh my gosh, so much damage onto Moops. So much crowd control. They can't even react. Still into the fight. Freddy finds himself in. This is again a fight without teleport. They are just ready to engage. Going in, they get another kill onto Migza. Finds himself down. Kill death timers are now about 30 seconds. So it doesn't leave them with much, but we'll see what they can do with it.
24 minutes. They've got all the vision they wanted for Baron. They wanted to play the game. They wanted to pull Super Hot Crew towards them. Force them to check the pits. Now there's a bit of trouble as Impaler's close by, but I don't think he's going to be able to steal us away. Look at the body blocking.
Body blocking indeed, but when you're this far behind, what's the chances of not going in? He gets too close to the fire and it burns him. They try with everything they have and all their might, but it's not enough. The ace could be coming in if anybody else approaches this fight, and Mimer very much so hightails it out of this one. Keeps himself safe for now.
Baron secured, got a little dicey there. The True Shot Barrage almost dealing enough damage to secure it. Jesus is now going to try 1v1 Mimer.
Mimer in the I think I can mentality. This is where you try to grab those kills, but the team knows you're going to do it. You're not inside their head. They're inside yours.
Yeah, definitely. And SK are just, they're playing this perfectly now. You know, they realize the advantage they have. They're playing to their advantage. They're playing to their strengths. And there's nothing Super Hot Crew can do. 16,000 gold difference. This is just the insta-gib on Impaler. I mean, this is poke while trying to get in range.
431.
Super Mega Death Roddick plus 1 more auto attack, and that's what I'm talking about. That True Shot Barrage got a little close, a little bit dicey as SK just flash over the wall, clean up the fights. And 16,000 gold, 25 minutes with Baron. I think we're looking at our 7th League of Legends series team for next year.
Possibly. They don't have too much more to go through. We have seen 6 turrets on the map drop, 11 stand for a team, so they have those 5 to go, and not all of them need to be taken down. Just a path to the Nexus turrets, and it's your victory. And at 16,000 of a gold lead, that could be only a few fights from now.
It's an immense amount. If we actually take a look at the difference between the champions of how much gold they've accrued, you know, between the top laners and the bot laners, it's sitting like 2,000 in the top lane, 4,000 in the jungle. 4,000 gold difference in the jungle, 3,000 mid lane. That is massive, massive. That is full, like, tier 3 item differences, and it's nearly insurmountable right now.
So what has it been then? Why the huge turnaround from SK? Was it the chances they took, or did they actually capitalize on knowing what was going to happen, as we were saying?
The team fights, and I think the first ace in and around the Dragon Pit. It's just making the decisions to go in, and right now they're trying to fight.
A huge lockup. Chaos is going to happen on this one. The death sentence goes in, but Jez is dropped 2 in the blink of an eye. They continue on. 40-second death timers sit there for the chambers. It's going to be the first inhibitor turret of the game. Turret number 7 falls with the inhibitor just behind it, and man, they're going for Nexus turrets.
That was 10 minutes late. Super Hot Crew throw themselves at SK Gaming, and they didn't make it work.
The Nexus going down in 500 HP. SK solidifies, holds, and puts themselves back into the LCS.
The 7th place team from the summer split re-qualifies as the 7th team in the 2014 League of Legends Championship Series.
They said it at the analyst desks. Those O2 comebacks, you've seen them before, and they just poured out their heart and soul against an SHC that did the exact same thing.
Broken faces on the sides of Super Hot Crew.
Amazing play coming in.
Loss.
A team put together quite, not recently, but changes. We've said there were so many. 1, 2, 3 to the top lane, a few in the mid lane, here and there for the jungler. That's a lot to work with, and they did a fantastic job with what.
I'm going to be frank. We've seen 2 SK Gaming teams today. We've seen an amateur team in games 1 and 2, and we've seen an LCS team in games 3, 4, and 5. And SK are going to need to find a way to stabilize their performances. Because when they do, my word, do they hit strong. Svenskeren in this series is probably my man of the match. I feel like he had such a big impact. He set up Candy Panda so often in the early stages of the game that then allowed Candy Panda to just tear everybody apart in the later stages.
And we have to remember, going into the LCS, games are a best of 1, so you need to bring it in that first game every time, and that's something that plays on these teams' minds a lot. A lot of teams think they are better in the best of 3 because of the situation, the way they assess things, and the fact that best of 3s were the way it's been done for quite some time.
Yeah, you get teams that are better in series. You get teams where their strengths are the ability to adapt, to learn, to adjust their play styles. And you have to have that strength as well as the ability to show up in game 1.
Right.
You know, yesterday, Copenhagen Wolves dropped game 1. They were all over the place, and they got better and better as the series went on, much like SK. I mean, their first win was okay. Second win, decisive. Third win, there was not even a chance Super Hot Crew could get into that. And I think they just need to find a way to channel that level of play more consistently on point.
And so SK played very strong, but what would have happened in the game that they did get Mundo, they did get Shyvana? Would the results been the same? Do you think SHG would have been able to grab back some momentum, or just was it SK was in the driver's seat too much by then?
I think the problems with SK's game, the reason they lost games 1 and 2 was their decision making. I feel like their composition had strengths. I feel like they could have won those games. On Champions alone, Season 4 meta, you know, 2013 meta, whatever the story is, the decision making was my problem. If you go back and review those VODs of games 1 and 2, game 1 in particular, SK didn't do much.
Right.
You know, they let Super Hot Crew control it, and then as the series
we saw
went
them
on,
trying to do much, but they didn't.
Yeah, you know, they sort of went, hey, we kind of want to do something. Game 2 is like, hey, we want to do this. We want to fight blue. We want to fight blue again. We want to fight blue again. And like, well, we need a different gimmick because it backfired because Super Hot Crew sort of just outplayed them in those instances.
So seeing the changes come in, Jazz is playing very well. It took a little bit for him to find Zig, so obviously going to have to look for that for him in the LCS. A lot of the champions played today are seeing tweaks. Do you think this is going to hurt a lot of people going into the LCS?
I think there's going to be the adjustment period. I think, you know, watching these games, when it starts, it's going to be like, well, ban Ziggs against Jazz. That's number 1. Maybe take Orion away. I know he plays a very strong Neely, and I think his Gragas needs a little bit of work because his DreamHack was a little bit iffy sometimes. But I think that also just comes from like the mentality of I can go in and I can make a play and make it work.
All right, well, we are ready. Let's send it down to the stage where Shox is standing by with the victorious SK Gaming.
Thank you very much. I think an applause is in order. First off for SK Gaming. Now Nif, down 0-2. What do you have to do at that point? What do you tell your team at a point like that?
Well, the thing is, we were down in DreamHack as well, so we kind of had that experience already, so we knew we were good. We knew we can beat them, but in the first games, we were, I don't know, not ready enough, not motivated enough, then did do stupid mistakes, and then in the other games, we just stepped it up, and everyone trusted each other.
For you guys in that bottom lane specifically, as we mentioned before, that a lot of players say that you guys have very good synergy in that bottom lane, but it seemed like you figured their bottom lane out from game 3 on. Is that a right judgment?
Well, the thing is, we in the first games, we didn't want to ban Sona and heroes like this because we were like, oh, we have to ban the OP heroes because we don't want to give them, but on the other side, we ban ourselves because we play other heroes, and then in the third game we were like, okay, we have to change something. We just banned their heroes they're good at, and then we leave everything open. Then we just pick what we are good at, and it's worked out.
Right, now Candy Panda, I also want to ask you, you also really stepped up from that game 3 on. How was the experience for you? How did you mentally make that click and say, we have to win 3 games in a row, guys?
Well, as Nif said, we were like in this position at DreamHack. But I feel like there are 2 kind of losses. One loss where you just kind of lose because you don't have the skill, and then you have the kind of loss where they just surprise you with something you didn't expect. And after we figured it out, after like 2 games, we just beat them, yeah.
I'd also like to point the attention to Jesses if he wants to say something, because we can only imagine the weight that was on your shoulders coming to fill in for the shoes of Ocelot, and then being 0-2 down and knowing that you haven't given your best performance yet. How did you experience the rest of the games?
I'm really happy right now. That's pretty much it. We were down 0-2. It was looking pretty... I don't know if it was looking dark, because like like Nif said, from DreamHack, we turned it around as well. So we were like, I knew we could turn it around, and as soon as we went into the third game, everyone started to just talk a lot, and we focused so much more. And after we won the third game, I felt like we felt so flexible. Like Champions Select was just ours.
Okay, talking about Champion Select, Freddie, your Dr. Mundo was very important in all the games you guys won. How was your experience going up against Mimer in those series?
Well, Mundo's a champion. If you just equal farm, then you're probably going to be stronger than the other guy. So, yeah, I just tried to farm as safely as I could. Like, Mimer tried to stop me farming, but it's not really possible. So,
Absolutely, very good job. Svenskeren, I know you mentioned you didn't want to say anything, but do you want to say anything to your fans? And all? You did an amazing job.
Yeah.
Keeping it real.
Thanks, guys.
Because you're very happy right now. And Nif, I was talking to Kevin before, and we had that feature in the beginning, and he was saying, I was at home, and I actually wasn't going to come down here, but I saw they were losing, and I wanted to go there and help them and stand by them. I mean, that must mean a lot. And for you being on this journey and having those new teammates again, how do you see the future?
I see the future is pretty bright. We make it into LCS, and that's all we worked for, and it worked out. Yeah, that's it, pretty much. I also want to say something about the Leona pick. It was like pretty spontaneous. Like we played against Fnatic like all the time, and they played Leona all the time, and they kind of stomped us every game bot lane. And I was like, okay, guys, they ban Annie, let's pick Leona. So thanks, Bora, for the Leona tip.
Thanks to our scrim partners there. Nif, as one of the most long-standing members on SK Gaming, is there anything you want to say to all the fans here?
Just thanks, guys, for all the support, even though we had a lot of changes lately. But I think the team going to be really good in the next season.
All right, give it up for SK Gaming. What a fantastic best of 5. Congratulations, guys. We'll see you in the LCS. And now let's send it over to D-Man, Jad, and Xpeke for their take on the series.
Thank you very much, Sharks. Of course, I am joined once again by Peke and Jat to take us through exactly what happened in that game. And where do we start? Because from 0-2 to 3-2 in, do we see a pattern in the picks and bans? They just talked about how they changed things up after the second game. And for me, it was the Vi ban. They took Vi away from Impaler, and despite the fact Elise and Lee Sin were supposedly his favorite champions, just didn't perform on them.
I really think it was a lot of Super Hot Crew not adapting in a sense. They banned Vayne in all 5 games, and you could definitely make arguments for a lot of other champions and maybe letting Vayne through, because it's not like Candy Panda was struggling in any of these games without Vayne. I just really think if you're playing a 5-game series, not mixing it up is a pretty critical mistake.
We talk about the Mundo, and I think the Mundo should have been banned. Vayne, they didn't even want to try versus Vayne, not even one game. They were like really confident that Mundo was worse than Vayne or something, but I think they made a mistake on bans. They were always for the same bans, and they left pretty much the perfect setup for SK every game. So I think that was their mistake.
And game 4, going into it, I was sat there watching it with Dignitas, and they were just like, how the hell have they let Shyvana and Mundo go onto SK Gaming? Because it was just so strong, and as they said, it just destroyed it. But for me, I mean, they talked about Svenskeren being the man of the match. For me, Nif. Nif was the man that started everything off, and then every game. Svenskeren came in, Candy Panda, well, we know what he can do, cleaned up. And it seemed to work very well for me. And Nif, seemingly the front man of SK Gaming now, just credited Fnatic. So you guys clearly helping your what used to be El Clasico rivals to get back in the LCS.
I'm glad that the practice worked out for them, actually. Helped them win the last game, so help them qualify. That's really good.
Yeah, I think as soon as Nif got on the hard CC champions as well, when he could play Annie and then Leona in that last game, even though if it was an impromptu pick, it really helped them create things because in the first 2 games, now that we can actually look back on the whole series, they weren't taking any initiative. And by bringing more aggressive crowd control heavy champions, they were the ones really dictating games 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah, and going back to obviously a position where you've been in before, obviously you were up against Royal Club, didn't go so well, but for example, you know, SK Gaming 0-2 down. What sort of mentality, what do you go through as a team? Do you just step back, take a breather, go outside, just take a bit of fresh air, try and get a fresh thought on the game?
I don't even remember being in that situation, like 0-2 down, 0-2 up, and then losing 3 games in a row. I really don't remember being in that situation. I don't know if I have ever been in that situation, but I think that the last game you really have to disconnect from everything. Like you have to be like, okay, let's forget everything. There was not a best of 5. It's just one game. Let's focus on this game and let's win it. But I don't know what was going through Super Hot Crew minds at that point, but they must have been super nervous. In the last game, they must have been like, like this is not gonna work.
Yeah, I mean, one thing with Super Hot Crew is we were looking at the little pip monitors on the screen throughout the entire last game. They weren't communicating. And that is something that if it's going through your minds, the talking is key. We even heard Jez's talk after when Game 3 started. They started talking so much more and communicating an extra bit for their 3 victories. And that was really one of the big keys. And that's something you can't watch on the screen is how well the team's communicating, but it shows in the play.
Yeah, and finally, of course, we want to talk about when a team does come back from 2-0 down 3-2, historically, it doesn't work out well.
Yeah, it's happened now 4 times in LCS history, if you think about it. And the previous teams that have been doing it is Alternate, but then also MYM and Velocity are the 3 teams that have done it so far. So even though SK is looking towards a bright future, they really have to take into account a struggle to get in, and they got a lot more work ahead of them.
Yeah, absolutely. And Fnatic, Peke, thank you very much for joining us. It's been great to have your wisdom throughout the day. We'll see how you guys develop through the season, and best of luck beating Cloud9 over in America.
Battle of the
Atlantic. Got to keep the EU side up, of course. So let's send it back over to Rivington and Quickshot for a final look at the standings and Sunday schedule.
Thank you very much, D-Man. And guys, thank you for the breakdown. Really a good point by Jad is banning the same champions throughout a series gets a little stale, and the other team knows what you're doing.
I really want to highlight one thing from the interviews. Every single one of those players is like, we were down at DreamHack. We were down at DreamHack. We were down at DreamHack. A number of teams didn't go to DreamHack because they wanted to practice 3.14. And arguably,
get that practice
being down in the final, being in that mental state, may have been the deciding factor in the series. It may have given them the practice they needed to bounce back.
We always said closing out games has been hard. How do you practice that?
That's it.
And with their win, SK Gaming becomes the 7th team to earn a spot in the 2014 European LCS Spring Split. They joined Fnatic, Lemon Dogs, Gambit, Alliance, Team Alternate, and the Copenhagen Wolves, who won their ways into the league yesterday.
Yeah, and coming up Sunday, before the 8th and final spot in the Spring Split is decided, it is the 2nd fight in the Battle of the Atlantic as Bjergsen and his North American teammates, Team Solomid, battle the new look Lemon Dogs.
Then it's the final matchup in the Spring Promotion Tournament as the Ninjas in Pajamas try to win their way back into the league when they face off against KMT.
Yeah, our coverage kicks off Sunday at 6 p.m. Central European Time. That's 9 a.m. Pacific Time.
And remember, if you live in North America and want to watch the NA Promotion Tournament and the Battle of the Atlantic live in our new Los Angeles studio, head over to lolesports.com, click on the Battle of the Atlantic tab, and grab your tickets. And that wraps up our 2nd day here in Cologne, Germany. Congratulations to SK Gaming for their big comeback win. Now for myself, Quickshot, Shocks, Jat, D-Man, and the entire live broadcast crew, thanks for watching, and we'll see you back here Sunday.
Can he steal this?
Yes, he
got
can.
it.
I got it. Froggen joins the party and Unstoppable Force thrown out. That's going to blow Cutie Pie backwards and melt him where he stands.
And that is a clean sweep once again for Alliance.
Oh, Flash initiates from the crescendo, the true shot barrage. Goes in very
nicely. Coming up huge from Genesis. Will they be able to go? They say forget the turret. Let's get the health bars. Oh, the Flash Timbers goes all the way back to the line, and it's going to be able to take down Migza. He falls very fast. Haydale is limping.
Megan Furnival's coming down.
Oh, no, he does.
Oh, my word.
Shit. The Nexus going down in 500 HP. SK solidifies, holds, and puts themselves back into the LCS.